Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 2. Hey, if it's anything like day 1, it's going to be exciting. The teams came out guns a-blazing. They were absolutely ready to fly and fry. The standings are close, but there is one team at the top looking to take it all already, and that's Team Queso, leading the charge with a total of 65 points. Nearly, or I should say, a 14-point lead going into today. But all the other teams know, hey, it's double points day. It starts for Group A, and they have a chance to really shake up the standings and maybe even take over the championship for themselves. Who knows? Team Queso, they've got to be careful. 65 points is no joke, but the other teams can absolutely deflate that bubble and knock them down to earth. Hey, I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Great to see you boys once again. It was incredible yesterday. Today's going to be even better. Hot Jukes, how you feeling?
It's going to be double the fun, bro, because it's double points day.
That's
right. Thursday, it's going to be so exciting. I can't wait to just see the lies from the leaderboard, you know? Last year was so great, or last season, it was so great to see, and I'm pumped for it now.
Without a doubt, man. Double the fun, and Enigma, now it's triple the fun. It's great to see you out here, man. How's everything going?
Oh, it's going amazing. Slept like a baby. I mean, who wouldn't after those games yesterday? And today, it's
right.
like Juke said, even though I loved yesterday, today's double the fun. Double the points for 4 out of 16 for the lobby, and it's not stopping. It's not just today. It's the remainder of week 1.
That's right, and if you're just joining us, first and foremost, thank you for being here. Make sure you hit that sub button because we've got 19 more days left of this tournament and a ton of maps still to be played out. Let's take a look at double points and what that is all about. It starts today, and, well, you notice Group A, they're on Thursday today. They have their double points. Going forward, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Group B, C, and D, they'll all get their double points in. Now, this will repeat from weeks 2, 3, and 4. By the way, yesterday, Wednesday, and this will follow suit every other week, will be no double points. So that's the only day everybody is on an even playing field. Aside from that, everybody has their double points. Now, as far as the groups go, well, obviously we've been talking about Group A starting at double points. That's Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP Esports, and The Vicious. But there are still some other scary groups that are at play here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the big eyes are going to be obviously on Group A because double points is just so imperative, right? I mean, we could easily see a 100-point day from some of these squads. So the leaderboards are definitely going to jump up, but it's going to be up to these other squads to perform well. You know, consistency is key. And I'm not sure if we're going to see teams like target Group A, but you know, they're going to give it all they got for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is day 1. You never know, right? We haven't seen double points played out just yet for this season. There could very well be a targeting, especially on Influence Rage, who currently sits in 2nd place. They tore it up yesterday. They now have double points, a scary prospect for anyone above them, aka one other team, and that's quite literally just Team Queso. Now, Team Queso was absolutely on fire yesterday, Enigma. They played out of their minds, 46 total eliminations. Their placement points, though, not the highest on page 1.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks volumes of even though they're not getting maybe into late games on 1 or 2 of the matches, they're accumulating so many elimination points. And we're talking 46. If you go down to 3rd place, that's Loops' combined total points. They have more eliminations than 3rd place and everyone below them. So this squad is shown coming right out of the gate on day 1, proving that they're able to go against the best.
That's it, and like we said, Influence Rage, right? They are Group A, and so is VIP Esports. Hot Jukes, that's what makes Group A so scary today. You've got 2 out of the 4 teams, both up there in the top 4.
Yeah, and you know, VIP was the big team that I was looking at yesterday as far as squads I didn't expect to perform as good as they did. And for them to have like a solid day 1 going into their double points day gives me a lot of high hopes for the squad. But at the same time, I'm kind of a little bit nervous because we've seen it happen, right? Where a squad goes crazy, not on their double points day, and then come time to shine, they fall a little bit short. So I hope that, you know, got some good rest in Brazil and are ready to, you know, get after it today.
And something to take note of, 4 through 8, only 7 points separate 8th through 4th. That's close. That's very, very close. 1st and 2nd are taking a bit of a lead there, but everybody else making it in the top 5 to earn their PMGC slot. Well, hey, it's still up for grabs, even more so now than ever, I think, even compared to last season. NRG Galaxy, they lead the charge for the NA rosters. They were on the top page, Enigma, for the longest time, but they barely slipped out the page 2. They're looking to regain today.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 28 eliminations. Really nice sign to see from the squad, especially with bringing in 2 new players who I believe haven't played any sort of LAN play. But we also got to bring it back to, those 2 squads of X Factor and the Vicious. Those are the hot seat teams being on double points today. And as much as I'd like to say, yesterday could have been a lot better performance, it's unfortunate for them today that even if they haven't found their stride, they need to capitalize the most today for bonus points.
Well, I think they're looking just fine. Again, the shout out 24K. We think it's his first LAN. I believe it is his first LAN, and he was playing out of his mind. In fact, one of the top players of the day. So shout out to NRG leading the charge for North America. However, we do have a North American team who is going to be playing for double points today. And of course, that is going to be X Factor. We'll have more on that in just a little bit. But as we mentioned, Team Queso was just out of this world yesterday. And one of those players was just stunning. He really was. Sarpatch actually had a chance to sit down with Team Queso's Kogo to see how he and his team felt heading into day number 2.
Hi, here we are with match day 1's MVP, Colega. Colega, congratulations on yesterday's match. A great performance, not for you, but for the team. How do you feel? What do you think about, or tell me about yesterday's match day? Cuéntame un poquito cómo les fue ayer. Felicitaciones a ti y a todo el equipo. Cuéntame un poquito como lo que fue ayer.
Pues ayer jugamos tranquilos, a lo que sabemos, y pues salió bien, y pues esperemos que sigamos así.
Yeah, we played relaxed. Everything came out good. Let's hope that everything continues this way. Team Queso, top of the leaderboard. Let's see what happens today after match 2. Let's go.
Big Kogo got the sweatband on, and he was sweating yesterday. Team Queso were absolutely flying and frying, and I gotta be straight up with you, Hot Jukes. A lot of teams on this list, right? Alpha7, Team Liquid. Was Team Queso one of those rosters you expected to be leading the charge after day 1?
No, absolutely not in the way that they did it as well. I
Yeah.
mean, was it 16 elimination games twice? That was
That's right.
absolutely ridiculous. So, I mean, they came out way hotter than I think anybody expected. I just hope they keep that same energy for the rest of the tournament.
They're going to have to, because teams are looking to catch up today. Obviously, Group A. Now, we just talked to Kogoat. He's in good spirits. He's got the sweatband on. He's looking to sweat some more today. And, well, yesterday for day 1, we had this big race taking place for the MVP, right? And each day we're going to have our day MVPs. And Kogoat, you can see it right before you. He was absolutely slaying out. I don't know the number of eliminations that he finished off on, all right? But I know it was definitely up there comparative to everybody else there. Revo was the one tearing it up yesterday, but Revo, he's going to have to take a backseat for day number 1 anyways, because Kogo is leading the charge. Enigma, 18 eliminations, 9 assists, dominating the day 1 MVP race.
Yeah, I mean, almost reaching 10 assists. The eliminations, of course, is impressive, but it just shows that squad is working as one solid unit. Big Milo, the first game of Erangel yesterday, he was dropping 5 or 6 elims. It's not just Cold Goat popping off for the squad, and as much as we like to bring in this sort of idea of, it's always one player you lean on, Team Queso, if they're having 2 or 3 players on the squad, in my eyes, performing well, they're a dominant force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, finishes off with 18 total eliminations. Team Queso as a whole had a total of, 46? So even though Kogoat Hot Jukes is the only one on that top 5 list for Team Queso, the other members are still very much so carrying their weight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy to see that leaderboard as well. Like some teams that didn't even perform well as a whole squad, they were still up there, right? So it's anything can happen. That's for sure, right? But for day 1 to see a member from Team Queso on top of the leaderboards, they've got to be so hyped.
Without a doubt. Well, Group A is also hype, right? They're going into their double points day for the first time during the PMSL America's fall season. Day number, or at least in general, right? Fall season. Now, VIP was the biggest surprise yesterday, and Sarpatch, who was on site to talk to VIP about how they're feeling going into their double points day.
All right, guys, here we are with Strap from VIP Esports. Great match day yesterday for them. 4th place. You got on top 3 most kills. So congratulations. Today's your double points day. What do you think you're going to do? Especially you're so close to that first place. Maybe get there as well. Felicitaciones, ayer les fue muy bien. Hoy tienen doble punto. ¿Qué creen que van a hacer? Y para ver si pueden alcanzar a Team Queso, que está en el primer lugar.
Bueno, hoy que tenemos los puntos dobles, obviamente esperamos aprovecharlos. Es una partida buena, te duplica los puntos. Realmente vamos con con la ilusión de quedar hoy top 1, ¿por qué no? Y aprovechar el día.
Yeah, they want to take, they want to use that double points and try to get perhaps to the first place. Why not? They're playing calm. They know that if one good match, they can get a lot of points. So they're looking forward to that. You personally, you are top 3 now on the team kill, the killing board. How are you feeling? How was that first day for you? ¿Cómo fue ese primer día para ti? Estás de tercero de kills, de paso. Entonces, ¿cómo fue ayer para ti?
Fue un día muy tranquilo, realmente no es como que estuviera nervioso ni nada. Sí voy top 3 killer, pero es solamente un día. O sea, quedan 19 días por delante y pues a darle con todo.
Relax, we were calm. Yes, we are in top 3, but it's just for the first day. There's still 19 days left to go, so let's just continue on. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Best of luck to Latam and North America. Let's go.
All right, VIP understanding their position. They know double points is here. They want to take over first place. Now, Hotchooks, you said it best. This was your biggest surprise. Strap on this roster was third in the day 1 MVP race. He had a total of 11 eliminations, 6 assists. Now, the reality for this team, they sit in 4th place, 26 elims, 17 placement points. They've already got a win. Granted, it's kind of a handout with 2 eliminations, but this is a team going into double points that could very well dethrone Team Queso in first.
Play very, very safe, right? They don't try to get in any kind of unnecessary early engagements. They find a central location and they make it work for them. And, you know, in one game in particular, yeah, they were kind of gifted that win, but then they got 10 eliminations right off the rip in the next game. So this team shows that they got what it takes, right, to be consistent on the leaderboards. Do they have what it takes to pop off on their double points day? We're about to find out.
About to find out indeed. There's Strap. We just heard from him, obviously in good spirits. Representing Latin America, this VIP Esports team came in guns blazing. They're not playing around. They want to make an impact and for sure want to be top 5 when it comes to PMGC. That's one of the teams in Group A with their double points today. The second one, though, is currently sitting in 2nd place. That's Influence Rage. They're coming back into the fold here. They have had some roster changes. More importantly, Lorenzen now on this Influence Rage roster. I think he played incredibly well, Enigma, for day number 1. In fact, he was number 5 on the MVP race with 11 eliminations, 2 assists. He replaces Diego, but he's holding his weight.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a confidence boost as a squad to just have one of your teammates up on that top 5. You realize, hey, you know, this guy is someone that's a top dog in the lobby. And this squad itself, they were so consistent when it came to the Erangel matches. And after doing the math, if it's 3 matches a day on Erangel, we're talking 50% of the games you play is going to be on this map. So if your best match performances are on that map, I think you're feeling pretty good coming into the tournament.
Yeah, they were the kings of Erangel, right? Number 1 in game number 1 of Erangel, and then the next 2 Erangels, they get 2nd places. Definitely a team to watch out for, not only at the start of the day, but also on the finish and the middle. Now, when I think about this roster, hey, Hotchooks, they're on that revenge tour. Remember going in our last season, obviously playing with Diego instead of Lorenzen. They finish off in 5th place. They needed to be top 4 to make it to EWC. They were just snuffed out of that positioning. This year, they do not want to make the same mistake.
Heck no, they're coming in hard. I mean, first game of the whole tournament, right? Chicken dinner from Influence Rage. These guys, they're so hungry. And it's crazy because Law and these guys have been around for so long. And I think the last split really hurt them. I think they put the homework in and are just really hit it hard here. And day 1 proves that, right? At the same time, double points day, you gotta be able to do what you did yesterday, plus a little bit more.
That's right. 2nd place, 29 elims, 22 placement points. A good balance between eliminations and obviously getting those placements. They look great. Let's talk about our good old North American roster, though. X Factor, who's a little bit further down that list, currently sitting in 12th place, Enigma, but they're looking to make a roaring comeback this time around. Maybe pass up NRG and be the best NA team.
Listen, I saw some sort of greatness out of the squad those first 3 matches. They had really nice positioning on the Erangels and Miramar. It was just that maybe zone 4 to 5 shift, a little bit disconnected on what the squad wanted to do, but I'm hoping today they're able to make that quick adjustment after yesterday's performance and really be able to get as many points as possible, because if you're this team like X Factor, you're wanting to shoot up towards that top 8 ranking, if not at least minimum top 5. With bonus points, but it's up for them, you know, to be able to actually really do that sort of feat today.
So the old in Hyper roster, Starlight is out, Havlik is in. He played very well yesterday. In comparison to the others on X Factor, I think they're going to be just fine. They're on that rebuild year, which you claimed that yesterday, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they're definitely rebuilding for sure. Let's be real, right? Yesterday was a rough day for them, without a doubt. So I hope that they kind of got together, had a good conversation, just try to say, hey, you know what? Day one, it happens, right? Let's put in some work tomorrow and really hit it hard, because they need it. They need it for sure.
Yeah, they do, and I don't believe a top 3 finish. I'll double check from them yesterday, and that's kind of concerning.
Yeah.
They definitely got to figure it out. We did see them, though, guns a-blazing over in Ruins, right? We were excited for that one. They go there, but they end up losing it. Right away, they get totally team wiped, so hoping for round 2 in Ruins, they keep the Starlight, I guess, legend alive. He was the one leading the charge over in Ruins. Maybe they win that today, but representing North America, first North American team to go for double points. I truly do wish them the best. And let's talk about the last team in Group A going for double points who did not make an impact yesterday. We saw them a little bit, right? We're talking about the Vicious. Hot Jukes, this roster, 13th place, 11 eliminations, only 4 placement points.
Not good. Not good. I mean, I don't really know what else I can say about it. I mean, they had an abysmal performance at day number 1, 16 total points. These guys are really behind the 8 ball, but sometimes that kind of gives you a little bit of relief in a way, right? Because you just know that, you know what? We can only go up from here, right? Double points day, we got to be able to do better than what we did yesterday. And that's like the great thing about this new format is if you have a bad day like we saw yesterday from the Vicious, they can easily rocket launch themselves to first place today, right? So that's hopefully we see that from them.
All right. Well, hey, when I think about this roster, though, I go back to game number 1 Erangel yesterday. They're on Everest. They're fighting it out. They're going against Furia. They win that fight, and that was David, who had some big plays in the last season, in the spring season. He makes his face known again during the fall season. He wins a big fight. He even gets a res right after that. I believe they go on to maybe get into another fight. I don't remember if they win that or get 1 elimination. I want to say it was actually Alpha7 who might have taken them down. Regardless, though, they do get taken down, but they did have some time to shine. They're not in last place, right? So there is absolutely hope this roster is going to be just fine, especially if David can continue to play well. But now, that's all of Group A. We've covered who's going for double points today. You let us know who's going to have the biggest impact when it comes to double points. I'm thinking Influence Rage. It has to be because they were just so consistent yesterday. But I'm rooting for X Factor, right, when it comes to North America. And I'm also rooting for NRG today. After all, they did have a great performance. At one point, they were in 3rd place. I thought they were going to hold on to top 8. They end up letting it go, though, at the last second. They're now on page number 2 in 9th place. They're looking to regain today. The coach of NRG, J7, we actually have an interview with them. Let's hear how NRG is feeling going into day 2.
Guys, here we are with Coach J7. Coach, great match yesterday. Congratulations. What do you think helped? The factors that helped you do that well yesterday?
We did a lot of training, working on the fundamentals and sticking together and working on our roles. So we've been practicing that, and it showed off yesterday.
24 and Casper are new to LAN, and on my part, I'm impressed. They look calm. Fatal also told me that they were calm, that they were, relaxed, just concentrating on playing the game. How do you feel about them being, their first time here?
That was a big emphasis from last play. We played with a lot of emotion, and I want them not to be too high or too low, just to be calm. There's always the next game. There's a lot of days left, and that's the mindset we take every day. Just focus on the now, do your best, and if not, if it goes bad, then focus on next game.
I mean, they're doing great. You guys are being backed up by NRG Galaxy now, a big organization from North America. What are your goals for them or yourself being there, and how do you feel being in an organization like this?
I think just keep improving, take it day by day. Obviously we want to perform well and show that the NA region is improving overall, but that's only going to happen if we take it day by day and improve each step.
Let's go NA, man. I'm feeling hopeful. I think yesterday's performance was really great by you guys. Congratulations. Only one day, 19 days to go, so let's go NA. We can make it to the PMGC as well. Maybe 2 teams. Let's go.
Hey, baby. I love to see my big papa there, J7.
Yeah.
You know, just talking about how they, they needed to practice the fundamentals. And they're going to need to do that here today. I mean, yeah, we have to wait until the last day, right, Taylor? To see them for their double points. But still, consistency is key, baby.
Consistency is key. And Enigma, as a previous competitor, there was a great statement made by J7 there. They're an emotional team. They can be quite polarizing, especially emotional teams in general are polarizing, because when everything's going well, they're popping on all cylinders, right? They're slaying out. When things start going bad, though, it's hard to pick themselves back up. Maybe they start arguing internally. They get down on themselves, right? J7 says he is trying to keep them neutral, keep them balanced. How important is that from you being a previous competitor and obviously now a talent looking at these competitors play?
I think J7 fits that role perfectly. He's someone that's played for many, many years, even back when I'd first initially started playing. So we're talking 3 or 4. I actually had the pleasantries of playing with him on Xset over a year ago. And for him being able to state that stuff, that's exactly mindset when it comes to this sort of gameplay. Is you want to have these teams level-headed. And yeah, you do want your teammates to start feeling popped off, but you don't want to be slumped either.
All right, well, game number 1 is ready to go. We're hopping into Arendelle to start off day number 2 of the PMSL Americas fall season. Make sure you follow us on all the socials for all the updates, maybe even some stats being thrown out your way. Last time we watched this map, day number 1, Influence Rage took first. Latin Kings x Navy Seals took second. Team Queso took third place with 16 total eliminations. Will they repeat that success? Well, let's find out. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going here. Match number 1 here for day 2. And this is a southern playing path to start things off. Is it possible you think we're going to see a Millie base circle here?
I mean, I'm hoping for it. I'm not sure how many we'll see throughout all 20 days of the tournament. But, I mean, as much as the players hate it, you and I both know we love seeing Millie zones. Whether it's the bridge camps, whether it's the Navy SEAL plays in the water, I'm all for it.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Intense games out early. You can see them heading towards the north side of things. Furia is going to be right there next to them. NRG heading down south to Primorsk. They're going to look pretty good there. Now, last split, I think we saw Team Queso get into an early engagement in this Ferry Pier area. So it looks like, especially after the performance yesterday, teams learned their lesson. You can see Big Milo drive, flying straight towards that buggy. And they're going to start getting looted up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're having a team drop next to you, NRG's next to Team Queso, if you're NRG, you're not really wanting to poke the bear too much with Team Queso because they were on fire yesterday. We cannot deny that fact at all. And for this sort of path, I think I remember last split, like you were noting, yeah, we did see some contest around Ferry Pier. I think that was mostly just for vehicle spawns. I don't think it was really like hard, hot drops there because Ferry Pier, that's not one of the POIs we're thinking of where, that's something you want to fight over. But with the zone shift jukes, we see it. There's still the chance for that Millie finish, but it's looking more so in my eyes it'll end again near towards that farm area.
Yeah, it's totally possible right now. So you're going to see Team Liquid down there and Millie base. They're going to be looting up pretty quickly here. Influence Rage over by Novo. No crazy engagements. You almost saw a player get knocked out the sky right there, but fortunate for them, they are able to get away from it. So looking at the game so far, VIP, this is going to be one of the teams we're going to keep a close eye on today because it's all about those double points, Enigma, right? We got to see it for the first time last season, but now here in the fall, right? Teams are going to be a lot more seasoned. They're going to understand what the best strategies are. I'm really interested to see if, teams are going to shake things up a bit.
It's always about min-maxing and capitalizing on, your 6 matches you get for the day. And VIP, I think they're really happy with this first zone as long as it doesn't shift too hard to Millie base because they're basically dead center on this first zone. They have the free pickings as long as they don't get caught off on rotation or maybe hold too big of a split like we had seen some teams do yesterday. The X Factor. But for the most part with VIP, this squad representing the Latam region and stuff like that, I'm all for it with you in this idea of, they were kind of that unknown, and them being able to show up and having those elimination matches they needed, it gave a lot of promising signs to me.
For sure. I mean, they play it very safe. You can see them just very tactical in their play style. They drop safe, they loot up, they try to find a central position, and then they just hold it down,
Yeah.
And if that zone ends up coming to them, that they're going to be big chilling here. So hopefully we'll see how that works out for them. But at the same time, you know, it's just, teams are going to have to be very, very careful here, Taylor.
Especially Team Liquid. Now, one thing about Team Liquid is during the spring season, they love to land over military. Now, sometimes that was a great thing. Sometimes that was a bad thing. But Alpha7 is just up to their top right. And there is a chance we see them kind of fight it out a little bit. At least we would have, especially with that zone. By the way, we're just remaking the lobby. There was an issue with the first one. No worries. We'll get into that remake very shortly.
It was that plane path.
Start off.
That's what it was.
You know, the plane. What was that plane path?
It was too south.
It was too south.
Yep.
I guess compared to yesterday, right? Because everything was on the western side of the map, right?
That's right. It wasn't on the west.
Yeah, it wasn't on the west. They wanted to go back up. Dude, and you know what? This is like the perfect zone, too, that I like. I mean, it's got both bridges right there. Now military's going to have to really think hard about leaving. Obviously, that'd be Team Liquid. Influence Rage is also there, which is an interesting talking point here, Ajux, because you got Influence Rage, you've got Team Liquid, both landing military. There's a lot of distance between the two, but there is a chance that roster and the other roster fight very early on.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially if we do get that milli zone, right? I think teams are going to want to really just, those two squads in particular are going to want to dominate that area the best way they possibly can. So if they can maybe like chip away at each other, maybe poke, you know, towards that direction, we could see that happen. But at the same time, right? Anytime you see a squad drop milli, they're doing a little bit of a coin toss, right? Because if the zone goes in their direction, you know that they're going to absolutely dominate. If it doesn't, they have to be a little bit extra careful on their way up north. But I think teams at this level, we're not seeing them like just stay in the blue zone for a ridiculous long period of time. So it's a little bit easier for those squads to move up now, I think.
Yeah, well, it could be fun. I mean, again, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Alpha7, they're in close proximity. Those are three heavy hitters that might be fighting after the remake. Alpha7, though, they had a kind of rough day yesterday compared to what we expect to see from them. And Revo, who was our MVP from last season, well, we had a chance to hear from him. Sarpatch was on site. Let's hear what Revo had to say.
Guys, here we are with world champion Revo. Look at this. Right here, world champions. Revo, how are you? Tell me a bit of how it was yesterday, first match day.
I think we are just starting, feeling how we be the game for the last days. So it is that we are just start the game just kidding for the first day, and there is that.
It's the first day, first of 20 days.
Yeah.
So you're not worried about not being in the first place. We're not seeing you in first place or in second place or up there. It's weird for me and it's weird for a lot of people, but you're not worried about it, right?
Yeah, we know what we can do. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna fix the mistakes for the next days, today, for the other days, and is that we're gonna fix and get the top one.
It's not a race, it's a marathon. We still have a lot of days to go, so we're not worried about it. I mean, what are they going to be worried about? World champions. Revo, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Second day about to start. Let's go.
Hey everybody, I'm Batom from X Factor, and here with me is FS, Caprice, and Howlett. Our expectation for this PMSL is win the tournament and qualify to PMGC.
Our communication is very simple, and we're trying to improve in this PMSL.
Since Inco joined the NA, we are not on the top of PMGC points, but we are not really care about it because we want to qualify directly.
We feel like we're still the favorite team in NA region, and we will definitely qualify to PMGC.
Hi, my name is Remix. We play for Intense Game NA. We're here with Hayuya, Sour, and Guapo. Las expectativas del equipo son poder ser un equipo no dominante, sino poder dar batalla, ya que es nuestra primera vez también para todos. No todos tenemos tanta experiencia como la que vamos a cumplir ahora, es un sueño para todos. Y obviamente expectativas tenemos muchas, como de caídas también tenemos muchas, pero tenemos el potencial y el valor de que podemos lograrlo y llegar a lo más imposible posible. Tratar de clasificar a lo que sería PMSL. Y siempre, aunque quedemos bien, aunque quedemos mal, siempre estar con una alegría, no tratarnos mal entre nosotros y nunca insultarnos a nosotros por un error sencillo o simple que haya pasado en la partida.
Bueno, nuestro estilo de juego al principio es pasivo, pero cuando se trata de ya de rushear a un equipo, pues tenemos que ser agresivos y estamos confiados y vamos a darlo todo.
Bueno, la química y cómo nos llevamos en el equipo es súper buena. Aparte de que somos compañeros de equipo, somos amigos. Eso complementa más el equipo. A la hora de darle una información, siempre la damos precisa. En algunas cosas fallamos, pero eso se va mejorando poco a poco. A veces tenemos otro fallito que nos complicamos a la hora de dar una call porque tenemos como fallas diferentes a la hora de comunicar una información. Siempre tratamos de dar la mejor información a la hora de un pusheo, a la hora de lograr el objetivo.
Pues es la primera presencial de Sauer, de Remy y yo, Jayuya. La de Guapo ya fue una presencial aparte con Al Glory. Y en verdad yo estoy muy orgulloso de esto. Vamos a dar muchas sorpresas, no hay que decir mucho. Vamos a meter mano y vamos a romper. Yo no voy a hablar mucho. Verán ustedes.
Hey, welcome back everyone to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 2. I'm Taylor Reflections, but joined by the wonderful Hot Jukes and Enigma. Hey, had a little bit of a remake. We're still waiting for that game 1 to start. Don't you worry. It's going to start and we'll have 6 wonderful games today. If anything, it's a good opportunity for those teams that might have landed. Things are getting a bit dicey to kind of figure it out very quickly, right? And of course, I talked about that military zone, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Alpha7, who might be fighting out quite a bit. I will say, Hot Jukes, there was a big battle in Pachiki yesterday. That was 9Z Loops. 9Z's giving that up completely. They did not want the smoke with Loops.
Good. They don't need the smoke with Loops. Loops, especially after that, like, once I saw that beautiful nade onto that roof, I was like, yeah, 9Z, you got to leave. They tried it again and again and again, and just they realized that, hey, yeah, this was not going to work. You know, we should have realized it from the first knock that we got to leave. But, you know, I'm glad that they made this adjustment early on, because you and I have seen plenty of times, right, where a team just loses a hot drop location and they stay with it the entire tournament.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
It's not good. It's not the best play. I think that
It's not the best play.
It's not the best play. Well, I'm trying to think who it was last season, because last season we were begging certain teams to change it up, whether it be more aggressive or maybe even more passive. I think aggression was the big one. One of the teams to like really get into the face of their opponents and play confidently. There was certain rosters who just weren't doing that. But this time around, man, it seems 9Z, they're all right with changing it up. That's the way to go about it. By the way, another factor with that Team Queso, Influence Rage, Alpha7, you also have NRG, who's just above them, just on the left bridge. And then you also had Team Queso, who is there to potentially mess up the transition off of those bridges for Team Liquid. Team Liquid had a rough day. A rough start, I should say, right, to this fall season, which took us by surprise, Enigma. And I am getting concerned looking at all these teams who are ready to shut down their military rotation.
Yeah, imagine if we were able to see that game 1 zone play out just now before the remake. If Team Liquid had to make that rotation across either of those bridges, I could see the likes of NRG, even Team Queso, maybe going for a bit of a bridge camp, because Team Liquid's not in that top 8 today. They finished, I believe, 11th place. Not really having too good of performances. We saw the brightness out of them here and there, but compared to the likes of Team Queso, Influence Rage, they were a step below them yesterday.
Well, if Team Liquid's taking... Yep, what's that?
It was pretty bright, though. I mean, 16 eliminations is pretty dang bright. You know what I'm saying on Sandhawk. So, I mean, I'm not too worried about it personally. It's day 1, right? Day 1's okay. I think that if this was like a 3-day tournament, right? Let's say if this is like PMGC, for example, I'd be like, oh, this is bad. This is real bad, right? In a big tournament like this, you get a little bit more flexibility. So like when we go back to talking about like 9Z, I don't mind the fact that they spent the whole day, right, trying to battle it out with loops. If this was a 3-day tournament, you get one game. One game, if you drop and you lose that drop, leave, right? But we have a long tournament here, plenty of days to be played. We have double points factor. Hey, take your time a little bit. Use that whole day to try to get it. But, 9Z, it's anybody could see that, hey, loops, they dominated Pachinki. They just leave it to them, right?
But yeah, and that goes into the Revo interview that we just had with Sarpatch. They understand it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? They have plenty of time. They may not be in first place now. They want to be in first place by the end of day 20, by the end of the fall season. So plenty of time for all these rosters may have underperformed, and even for those who have overperformed, and at least as far as we're concerned, to continue to showcase why they're here and what they're made out of. Here it is. Let's try it again. Game number 1, Erangel, to start off the PMSL America's fall season, day number 2. Hotchooks Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it. Let's get it here. This play path looks a whole lot nicer here. So you can see teams already starting to take out and get going here. Now, I will say this, right? For a lot of these squads, they get a little bit more room to breathe here. But for Group A, that breath is pretty much gone, right? Especially for a squad like the Vicious, right? The Vicious did so bad yesterday that now they've forced themselves to have a really good day-to-day to make up for it. If they, don't hit the mark, they're going to have a really, really hard week.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real mental blow if they underperform. And that's just, the luck of the draw. At some point, you're going to have to scramble these teams, and someone's going to have to go before another. And for the likes of X Factor, even the Vicious, both those squads are on that sort of limelight of, okay, can you guys actually perform today? Because if not, you're having to realize week 1, man, the first 2 days, even with our bonus points, it didn't go too hot. Now we're relying on just regular points to get back up into that top 8. And I'm really hoping for those 2 squads, Cheeks, that we're able to see them have a pop-up performance today.
All right. Yeah, let's start this off right here. A beautiful Southern Circle. This one's brutal. Team Liquid, Team Queso, right? They landed mostly due on military. Because of this, I wonder if they're going to drive up to Ferry. Regardless. Ooh, you can see them questioning it. Yeah, they're trying to figure out what's the best option to do. Do we stay on military base? Do we go up to Ferry Pier? They're going to have to adjust their strategy on the fly. And it looks like they are choosing to stay in Sosnovka.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea, that split loot just south of the bridge. There's a lot of little compounds you can spread out from. And Team Liquid, they're not really going to fan out too much. They're going to loot all of it and take their time. But if we're looking at the teams that were landing around farm, they're actually trying to opt themselves into going across the bridge. We're looking at Twisted Minds.
Smart.
Taking the full send. Because Zhao actually has an M4, so kind of reluctant for that other squad not to try to drive by him, or else that could have potentially been a disastrous little death race on the bridge. But these teams right now, I really feel bad for the likes of NRG, especially because that first zone, it was Primorsk drop. This time they went all the way up to Stalber, and this time the zone goes all the way down south. So they're gonna have to make that great drive into this zone if they're even wanting a chance at competing in this match.
Yeah, they're gonna have to move quickly, but you have to adapt on the fly, and that's this game in general, right? You're not gonna get the zones every single time, and when you don't, you gotta put up points regardless. I think that's why we see, Alpha7. I think that's why they're the world champions right now, is because they're so good at being able to adapt. Team Queso right here really got me excited because we saw them, right? They hesitated. They wanted to go to Ferry. That was their game plan from the start. But the second when they saw that zone shift, they're like, nah, you know what? We gotta change it up here. Let's hold down this position. And Nino though caught Colgoat. It looks like Colgoat was there to possibly defend that bridge. They did get a return knock though. We're gonna see this just go back and forth.
Yeah, it was looking at Vitin. He actually doesn't even have a weapon when he was driving by, so just 1 HP, and the rest of the loop squad was lagging behind on this bridge rotation, but it didn't seem like the likes of Team Queso were really prepared for this play. It seems like Colgoat will actually be able to get the revive off, getting elimination, but this could have been disastrous for Team Queso because they had the bridge camp dead to rights. They were chasing them down on that drive up. If they were to lose even one player in this spot, we're talking a military zone. You're on that side of the map, that water. If you were to give a player this early on, you could be losing a drastic amount of points.
Yeah, that's one thing these teams definitely recognize is with a circle like this, there's so much of this first zone in the water. It's basically zone 2 or zone 3 right now. So teams really need to get moving really quickly. 9Z, Aragon, need to start going a little serpentine. He's going to pick up his teammate. Uh-oh. That thing got shot up quite a bit. It must be very, very low. It's probably like 2 more bullets away from smoking. But 9Z barely able to make it away, and they definitely need to. They need to have a huge day today.
Yeah, I mean, Aragon as well, he doesn't even have a vest or helmet, so a lot of these squads often you just make that immediate rotation onto Millie, realizing that, hey, if that bridge gets camped, there's probably a 0% chance we make it across in the later zones. And 9Z, this is one of those teams where they're at the very bottom of the leaderboard, Jigs. They're needing every point they can get, and it's not their bonus points day today, but it's still every match matters for these squads. Even though there are 4 teams in here with double points today, you're still having to perform yourself. And the likes of Aragon, Senatexa, we saw their names pop up yesterday in some situations, but the squad itself was not coming out on the greater end of any of those trades.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now we're going to watch an intense game on the move. They're going to be flying across the water with a nice little botation there. This is going to be on that Novo side of Millie. And this is definitely a great, great strategy here to get you nice and safe and sound onto that big island. Now, I will say it. Actually, I don't even know if I want to say it.
What are you thinking of?
Okay, there is a chance that the zone could still go back to mainland, right? there's a chance, right? But I think that all these teams, without a doubt, they're just saying, you know what, this zone's got to come on over to Millie.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, especially in the last, that spring tournament of the PMSL Americas. And for these two teams, they were on that early side of the zone for Millie Jukes. They're actually both going to take an early engagement just, I believe, on this western side of the Millie Island. And this is kind of 2 big names in the lobby right now, Jukes, possibly battling it out early in game 1.
Yeah, this is too early of an engagement for these teams. I mean, well, since it is so early, they can kind of afford to kind of poke at each other. At the same time, I think they need to avoid this fight at all possible because teams are on rotation right now. And you risk getting third-partied pretty much here. But yeah, I think Team Queso are recognizing this is not a fight we want to take. But Team Liquid may realize that, hey, you know what? Maybe there's a couple players out of position here.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid recognizes the third party, but they're the ones with that uphill advantage. They're able to kind of force themselves down and get those shites like we're seeing. And we're actually seeing a knock onto the third-party squad of Loops. I'm not sure if Team Liquid's actually... Oh! Are they going to get a thirst on him? Oh, the body blocks. Oh, no. And he got knocked, Jukes. Oh, this is just horrendous for Loops. And look at that. Team Liquid already driving up on the compound.
This is huge. Now, did Team Queso hear this, though? That's the question. If they did hear this, there's a possibility they'll come in for that big 4th party. But meanwhile, oh, wow, never mind. Team Liquid said, we're going to take these points real quick, and we're going to shut down Loops. This is the team that ended in 3rd place yesterday.
Yeah, and look, since they're able to push back Team Queso, it seems like they weren't able to hear it, so it just leaves Loops completely isolated out. That player loss early, trying to cross the bridge, and then getting caught out by, I believe it was Ayala or Mythic getting that initial knock. Really just showing Team Liquid is not letting that performance yesterday get to them, and today they're here to play.
Dude, I mean, without a doubt, that's how you play right there. I mean, it's an easy understanding, right? You got a knock. You got his homie body blocking. You get the second.
Yeah.
Hey, full press. Let's wipe this squad out quick. Get those early elimination points to kind of hedge our bets for the later games here. A lot of teams, especially early on in tournaments, we'll see them a little bit hesitant, right? They're like, oh, we got a knock, but we got such a good position. Maybe let's not move. No. They said, you know what? This is an easy squad wipe, and they did it.
Yeah, and that's, the first place squad from last split of this tournament, showing that, we still got what it takes. It's not like we're washed or anything like that. Maybe they wanted a bit of a better performance at EWC. I believe they finished 8th at the World Cup. But for that squad, they come back here and they're wanting the action every single game. And Jukes, the zone shifted. There's still a little bit of that northern side of the water, but I'm going to have to put my ticket in. I think it's still going Millie side.
Yeah, it's full Millie at this point. Alpha7, you can see them in Primorsk. Looks like McGrellin's trying to hunt down a boat to make a late botation. Yeah. But I'm not sure if he could find one. So we'll see what Alpha7 strategy is. But right now we are keeping our eye on Inco. They are still in the mainland here. Let's see how they decide to play things out. But now Team Liquid, these guys are active, right? They moved from a decent position that was still in the circle, but it was on the edge. They full sent it to Central.
Yeah.
And they're going to hold this dip right here.
And the scary thing is when it's the likes of Team Liquid doing these sort of vehicle plays, it just looks like they're hunting someone. They're not wanting to stop. They're not getting just info. They're giving a call out and someone's ready to shoot, whether it's on the ridge or on a tree, and just absolutely beaming a player. And that's VIP, I believe, just to the north. That's the squad with double points on the day. And yeah, they've made a good rotation into the zone. They're basically centered right next to them. And that's what we love. I always love the gliders, Jukes. This is something that I think NRG like to do it a lot last split because they would land Primorsk and make this glider rotation early. Alpha7's now take one out of the playbook, and they're taking their eyes to the sky.
Hey, boat schmote, bro. We got a glider. Let's go. Full sending it in the sky. And the good thing is that the zone is so central on Sosnovka that there's probably not going to be any players. Look at it. And we got NRG on the move, too. They just said, you know what? This is going to be way too difficult of a rotation. Let's go do it in the air as they look down on Prison.
Oh, man. I mean, they're still eating the blue zone, and, you know, we're getting every vehicle this game, Jukes. We're talking a little skiv. You know, we're getting the gliders, the UAZs, everything under the sun's getting used.
I mean, you got to make it happen. You got to be able to adapt, right? It just goes to show that even the top players in the world will bust out a glider if necessary, right? And they did that. So nice little split here. You could hear the glider in the background. Here they come flying on in as we got a couple of their teammates. Yep, just keeping an eye on the sky for them. As now it looks like they don't want to. I don't know if they want to push this too deep in, but maybe they do. This is risky, honestly. The further you go in a glider, I mean, that thing will get popped out of the sky so easily.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so loud compared to any other vehicle. I mean, you could. Oh yeah! Oh, we're dive bombing.
Straight down. Oh yeah, they want a car. They want a car at this point. Do they? Maybe it's out of gas?
The problem is, Jukes, is they're so far back, so late on other teams being in front. I'm not sure if they're even going to find a vehicle. Well, the other duo, I see it. They're just on that edge up to the right under that Navy squad. And obviously we see the Vicious as well in zone. Maybe the Vicious actually will be able to hear the glider in the sky and possibly take some shots. But the rest of these squads, Alpha7, their glider plays looking like it's out of fault now. I'm seeing, unfortunately, I think that's Mafioso being knocked. But these teams now, they're scrambling to get in.
Yeah, we can see some shots happening. Revo getting a shot onto Baton. That is our double points team, X Factor. You can see Havlik going to go ahead and run towards the vehicle. Maybe looking to support his teammate here. Oh, X Factor, they have him caught out. Oh, the beautiful nade there. And they are going to punish Alpha7. This is what I was saying. It's a little risky to go that far deep. But you know what? When you're the world champs, I guess you can risk it a little bit more, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like they were going for that monster truck, and right as they pulled up to it, it seems like X Factor was already set up, getting both of them sort of knocked and eliminated. And you can see that. I mean, McGraw, he can only do so much as a solo. I think he's actually having to run it in, and X Factor, they're realizing this. They're taking their sights right to him, 4 deep in vehicles.
They should. I mean, they really should, right? You want to be able to soak up as many points as you possibly can on your double points day. So if no matter which squad it is, right? If you could take advantage and scrounge up a couple of these, take them right now. And you can see, yeah, this is what there's a little hesitant though. They were a little hesitant though. You can see them driving around, but now they finally have made the decision and they're hunting down Carrillo.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Havlik realized the last player was here in the compound.
Good nade though.
1v1. Oh, he didn't throw his, but takes some damage. It's the 4-man up in the building. Every pre-fire going in, and this is a completely different X Factor, it seems, Juice, compared to what we saw yesterday.
That looks good. Meanwhile, Nenabete going fishing onto Furia. And Silence, man, he's trying to be silent right now. He's like, look, I'm just a little fish.
Ooh.
Never mind. Now, chum in the waters.
Yeah, and this is still on that north side of the zone, Cheeks. There was a little bit of this cliffside in, and Inco Gaming's like, yeah, you all can start swimming. We'll just start shooting you in the barrel at this point. Luckily for them, getting that one elimination, hopefully. But the issue is, you know, of course, Cheeks, after this zone shift, I really doubt any of that side of the land is going to be in play. They're going to have to start swimming themselves, and if there's people already in the water in front of you, it's never a good sign.
Yeah, never a good sign. Just might as well just shoot at them, try to get some points, because making it across that water is going to be tough bet. So if you can just, you know, hedge those bets a little bit with some nice early eliminations, it's going to help you out. X Factor, though, with 4, that will double. So 8 points already. They have a nice hill to work with. Let's see if they're able to really utilize it. It's good, especially on your double points day, to get a squad wipe on the best team in the world, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to help. But meanwhile, All Glory Gaming are going to get taken out. Is that the Vicious?
Yeah.
It is there. Oh, but the Vicious have a big rotation to make. But the zone goes north again?
I mean, if you're an Inco fan, Jukes, you're loving it. And if you're the Vicious, I think, yeah, you try to stay on this north side. Realize, hey, we can't make that drive. It's so late. You can see the damage these players are taking from Papa Blue. They need to get in it. And if Inco isn't really careful, they could be getting caught in the back.
He's out. He knows it. Yeah, Reyes gets taken out to blue zone. Papa Blue just so punishing at this point. But regardless, let's see if the rest of their team can make something happen. Oh, intense game. Pushing up onto NRG. Guapo. Busting out the full med kit. Barely avoiding that nade.
Yeah, I mean, he had the glider play from NRG in the compound, so it's actually just 2 here. But Guapo, I think he's isolated out. Yeah, no one else from his squad around 1v4 spot now.
Got caught.
Too many angles. NRG, I'm really surprised they're able to reach this spot in the compound, but IG, they actually turned and pulled up into the compound. I thought they would just cut the ties and leave, but NRG, clean 4-man wipe on IG.
That was disgusting. I mean, those angles, they are working as a team. This is something I have been begging to see from NRG because they're so good when it comes to solo plays, and they've played solo so often. But that was full-fledged teamwork. Meanwhile, 9Z, they need to pull out something crazy here. Aragon just literally running into a absolute beret of bullets.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Ray just was able to pull up right on the edge, and they're laying down the Law. They do have one knocked, I think, but Law, he's got the angle, actually going for the nade play. Adreno's struggling because Twisted Minds now is pulling up. We got NRG as well taking shots from the West. Jukes, this is like a 6-way fight on the hillside.
Man, put them in a blender. 9Z just getting absolutely obliterated, but here comes NRG. They heard those shots. Everybody wants to take this side for themselves. Law holding it behind that tree, trying to make something happen. But NRG, the aggression from them here today is looking absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, NRG was able to leave the compound because IG basically gifted them a UAS. They only had that glider, so they're trying to bring the full force in, clearing out the edge. And Casper's taking initiative 2 days in a row. Twisted Minds losing 1, and unfortunately, we're having NRG and stuff like that. They're actually taking losses here, Jukes, on the hillside.
They get third-partied by the Latin Kings ex-Navy SEALs from the back. Now it's just Casper up. He's going to get taken out. So that aggression getting shut down by just too many different squads. Twisted Minds make it happen here on this edge side. They picked the right time to join this fight.
Yeah, they came from that southern edge and rotated in. They're saying, hey, you know, the elimination feed's kind of lighting up. Let's try to get our piece of the pie. They have 3 eliminations to their name, but, you know, the carnage is all in that dip. Whoever plays in their Jukes just immediately got third-partied and wiped. And Twisted Minds now, they realize that no one else is here. They're able to take it initially to Latin Kings now, and it's only a matter of time at this point. Big shots coming down, but nothing connecting. And at this point, yeah, you start taking the ego fights, but he lets him get thirsted. Huge misplay, Jukes, from the squad, but 5 eliminations, they might still be fine with that.
Yeah, they still might be fine, but you know who's fine is going to be none other than Influence Rage. They got taken out, but they got 6 eliminations. Remember, that doubles. So that's 12 points for them in just game number 1 alone. The big team to keep your eye on, though, is X Factor. They're in a tough spot here, but they have 6 eliminations. Are they going to be able to get the res on the Havlik? You can see FS trying to throw up some smokes, trying to buy some time for his team.
Yeah, it looks like Capri's actually getting knocked from Team Liquid. VIP
there we
spread
go.
out enough from X Factor, but this squad, for the most part, they're starting to piece it together. This is that zone I'm talking, Juke, stage 4, 5, 6 range, where this is do or die for this squad. This is the part they struggled on the most yesterday, and at this point, I'd honestly like to see them just cut their ties with Capri's and play duo. We hate seeing squads trying to go for these Really?
They can
You
get him,
think
yeah.
so?
But FS needs to put suppressive fire. He just needs to start shooting in this direction just to make something happen. But unfortunately, too little, too late. You can't just sit there and watch. Just shoot in that area, make it more difficult for them to be able to catch your teammates. And just like that, they lose the whole team.
Yeah, they almost lost Baton there as well. I don't even know if he has a vehicle. No smokes. Inco Gaming, though, they're making their swim. The Michael Phelps replay. And I think they're actually all 4 players up. They were able to wipe the Vicious, I think, that rotated on that north side. So they were aware of a team coming from the bridge angle. 3 points for them, but they still got to work in from that shoreline.
Vicious not able to take advantage of those double points in this game. Baton does survive for a little bit longer. So let's see what happens as you do have FS getting shot up. Need to start moving. Boop, just a little bit down that hill. Run! Oh my gosh, Baton is now lit up. X Factor's just about dusted here. I mean, so many teams are focusing on them.
Yeah, I mean, I was really worried. I thought it was actually FS that was going to get knocked, but Baton essentially getting 2-tapped from range. Imagine if the shot connected just through that window of the car, the vehicle explosion was close enough. They could have been completely wiped right now. And this is kind of crazy to look at. Or is that 3 players?
A lot of smokes, yeah.
And they still got more smokes. I think they cleared a lot of their backpack jukes to pick up more because they realized, hey, we're probably going to need, 40, maybe 50 smoke grenades because it looks like they've got something close to that between the 4 of them.
Well, out of all the teams that are going to have those double points, VIP still alive with 1. Inactive gets taken out. And Thirsted, that's going to be from Ratoboy. Nenebete taking off, saying, you know what? I'm going back in the water. And I don't blame them. That's why I was so surprised that they were throwing so many smokes. I was like, man, this is just giving up their position big time.
Yeah, I think the play was either you stay in the water and try to have people have false doubts on their people actually being in the water, or you just make the smoke tunnel immediately. You got to start gunning it, whether it's for those trees or maybe a rock, but really just second guessing that play and waiting. Kind of the fault in a lot of these teams, not taking the initiative in it. And we can see the zone right now, just how kind of open it is with that water and that shoreline still in play. But Team Queso, Jukes, they've stayed on this western side all game. They still have 4 players up, and with that zone shift, they're liking their chances this match.
Hey, Colgo getting a knock there onto Nenebete. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. But Team Queso still alive in this one. Team Liquid, this is definitely their game to shine. And out of all the teams that have double points, you look on the south side, it's VIP and X Factor. But they are just trying to survive at this point. Vitali getting all the air he can behind. Wait, was out. He's coming.
He knows, I think.
He definitely knows. Vitali poking his head out. But I don't think anybody recognizes or can even see him behind. He can't be making too much moves here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do not. I mean, these guys are so good. If they see 1 pixel just out of place, they're shooting at it.
Yeah, and I think it was also some of the players were just pre-firing that little, 2-seater underneath the water because your legs are still exposed, swimming, treading the water, so to speak. But it looks like Vitali, actually, he came out of the shore. He tried to go for 1 on Twisted Minds, but only getting the knock. No Thirst, Furia as well. They're 4-man deep, maybe if not just 3-man, but they're getting naded out right now.
Over.
It's no.
Goodbye. Woo, Guizal soaking up some points. 8 eliminations all by himself. Twisted Minds is going out of their mind right now. He's going to be looted up to the teeth, and he's going to hold that shack for everything it's worth. So, wow, what a play. He is absolutely on a rampage. I think that's a record so far in solo eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've maybe seen 5 or 6 from Team Queso or Revo, but him pulling it out game 1 is really a nice sign for the Twisted Minds fans. And if you're looking at the battle tracker on the right, Jukes, we're talking a solo. And then after that, it's just a 3v4v4. These teams are going to have a really even playing field. And if you're the likes of Twisted Minds, you're seeing your teammate having 8 elims to his name, you're loving your chances.
Milos with a beautiful spray there. That's going to take out VIP. So that's all of our double points teams eliminated. Twisted Minds with 11 eliminations, looking good.
Jeez.
Guizal now on the roof. They have a very dominant position here, but Team Queso have been on fire, man. They are still sticking it to these teams this late in the game. Team Liquid have been a little bit quiet now. They found a dominant position. They got their eliminations early. Now they're looking to just clean it up if they can.
Yeah, classic playbook stuff from them. They always take that initial kind of maybe early game engagement, but they play it to the T every time. And that's why they still have 4 players live. That's why they still have 5 frag grenades, smokes between them all. The armor looks pretty solid other than Ayala's helmet. But this team itself really plays for that late game spectacle because they're all about outplaying the enemies. And with this being a 4v3v4, it's anyone's game still. And with it being stage 6, we've got one more shift and then the one after. And then it goes to nothingness. There's open hillsides. There's this one compound. It's really up to these squads on who really chooses to make decisions at the right moments.
Let's see what's going to happen. This is definitely going to be that calm before the storm. So teams right now just trying to analyze, figure out where these squads are. They should all have a really good idea now. Yeah, Twisted Minds has the most real estate to work with. Team Liquid are stuck in a house, which is going to be hard to defend because everyone's going to be looking at them and they know that there's only so many angles you can really go for. The zone center's up. It keeps all these teams in play. Milos catches a beautiful crate here. Does he pick up a weapon from it? Doesn't look like it. He's still got that scar and ump.
Yeah, I mean, if you're feeling a weapon, why not just stick with the 2 weapons you have already? And I do like Team Queso's idea. You saw Cold Goat trying to drive in and get more real estate for him, but I mean, that coastline is just too hard really to kind of turn the UAS and blow it up. There's too many angles still that Twisted Minds has. And this is still, I guess you could say that. Oh, hey, someone will take it. Cold Goat's feeling it.
Yeah, maybe it was just the team. They're like, hey, I got a Groza in here. Who wants it? Cold Goat said, I'll take it.
Hit the 180 real quick.
Heck yeah, that's the weapon to have, especially this late in the game. It's going to be huge. Let's see what happens, though. It's going to be hard to get into a CQC fight from this range. But at the same time, you can see the smokes getting thrown, the utility getting thrown. That was some bandages from the teammate. Colgate gonna use every single one of those. And right now, it's just the preparation phase. We will get one more zone shift, and then this circle's going to close to nothing afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Twisted Minds. They're actually starting to kind of heavily situate themselves on the northern side. They're trying to say, hey, you know, Team Liquid, we don't think they're going to push to the east. They're not going to wrap right on us. They're going to go straight into the middle and maybe try to smoke it out. And they're actually really the only team that has 4 vehicles live that all 4 of them could play that sort of light coverage, I guess you could say, whether it's onto a tree or stuff like that. That's something not to play around with. Late game. And Team Liquid is the team where they can utilize that to their fullest advantage as a squad.
Yeah, the problem though is like kind of where the train is set up. I think all eyes are on Team Liquid right now. So I think out of all the teams, even though Team Liquid has the strongest compound, sometimes that's the bad thing that can happen because now you got 2 squads 100% focused on you. So we'll see what happens because then we get one more zone shift. Let's see where it goes. This is going to really decide who's going to win this game. And it centers up. I think Team Liquid is just outside of it. So, I think Team Liquid is in big trouble here. Big trouble.
I think both of them. Team Queso, I don't think they have enough of the hillside for all 4 of them to play where Poppy Potro's at. He's the only one in zone, I think. Actually, no, he's not even in. So both those teams are going to have to move in. And this is the scary part for Twisted Minds, Jukes, where now you have to watch 8 total players, 2 teams coming from 2 different angles. And it's all going to come down to, you know, as Gazal's obviously had a pop-out performance in this game with 8 eliminations. He's going to need to find a few more for this win.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because this is one of those spots where, you know, teams almost have like telepathy a little bit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like if Twisted Minds now has the best positions, but I think both these teams recognize, in order for you to take them out, like you have to have these other 2 squads hard focused Twisted Minds, you know? Yeah. But what's most likely going to happen is Team Queso and Team Liquid are going to fight it out, and then Twisted Mind's going to come to clean it up and win the fight. So let's see just how it decides to play out. Team Liquid on the move. Are they going to go for the most dominant position?
No, they're edging it in. They have smokes in just on the ridgeline in front of Twisted Minds, not fully committing just yet. And this is that idea, Jukes. It's about stalling out the time and having other teams rotate, kind of filling themselves in. Team Queso now clumped in on the left. Twisted Minds, they actually gave up this whole ridgeline. Team Liquid has no close range presence or, I guess, threat over this hillside. So these teams now, it's really going to be, big nade. And that's on the trio in the lobby.
Yeah, but there's no way Team Liquid can take this fight. They know it. They know that if we take this fight first, then we're going to lose this game for sure. So I think right now they're just trying to pressure these teams as we go into the final circle, folks. 5 seconds on the clock. This zone is going down to nothing. He got the
look
third.
at that. That was on Gazelle. The 8 elims on him. That's your star player out of it. And man, Milos, he's got the ghillie jukes. I mean, this really could be any team's game. We've got Twisted Minds with the position, Team Queso with the 4-man, but Team Liquid, the reigning champs of last split, having to go at it now.
But I think Team Liquid's now going to push on the Twisted Minds. Because they... Never mind. Big Milo shuts down Chief. Yeah, you can't stay in the same position for too long. Because Team Queso have those sight lines. I think Team Queso are looking really good now. Cardosin catches one of them. He catches Boy out. Gets the thirst. Another big point.
I mean,
he runs out wide into the open. He's ready for it. Gets the nice beam. He's still moving and shaking. He's looking to take Team Queso out all by himself. The pressure looking too strong from Cardosin.
Yeah,
and he's down.
He's still got 2 teammates, though, Jukes. They're all running in the open, taking these fights. Milos, though, finding Ayala at 1 HP, and it's a 1v1! Team Liquid coming out on top, Jukes. We doubted it on the position, and they come in. We don't need smokes. We don't need vehicles. We just need the guns and the teammates next to me to take that win.
What a finish. It was anyone's game there. I think Twisted Minds got a little bit on the back foot. Even though I think they had a little bit of an edge on that position, they kind of just tried to just stray it out a little bit, lay down. But no, dude, Team Queso and Team Liquid were on the move, Taylor.
Yo, that was one of the most exciting Erangel endgames we have seen yet. Granted, it's only day number 2, but an open field, nobody wants to make the first move. Everybody has to kind of figure it out. Smokes were being blown through left and right, Enigma, like right before that. We were talking about all the smokes that one of the rosters was picking up. I at least counted 10, and that was just from 2 players. So we probably were hitting that 20 mark that you were talking about. But Enigma, talk to me about that zone. It was absolutely diabolical. We see, obviously, go to military. But after that, bro, it was just anything goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough for those milli zones when it starts pulling up north. Inco Gaming, we saw, were able to kind of just sit on that edge on the north side of the river, not having to cross too late. But Team Liquid, they land on that side. That's their bread and butter anywhere on that side of the map. And I was really surprised to see Team Queso as well, 4 deep next to them so long into that match. But I mean, that end game really was just running and gunning. It was complete madness, but it's always lovely to see.
Oh, without a doubt. Loops had it hard, though, didn't they, Hot Jukes? Off the rip, man. They ended up getting taken down. Team Liquid pushed directly into them and took them down. I mean, they said, look, that was our old name. Loops, you guys aren't the real Loops. We're Team Liquid now. We're going to take you out early.
Man, when I saw them on that initial engagement, how quickly they cleaned that up, I was like, yo, Knight must have talked to these guys and said, we got to put in some work. They came to play today, but this game had it all, man. It had gliders, it had boats, it had jet skis. I think we even saw Juancho Phelps out there for a little bit. It was just craziness.
It was nuts, man. It really was. And I kept looking at the zone and thinking to myself, like, how far into water can the zone continue to go into? Because it just seemed like for 2 iterations of the zone, it was just water. And for some rosters, they had a hard time with that. You know, we were watching Inabete have to constantly go out into the water just to kind of get a little bit of respite from the gunfire and from the nades that were coming in. But we start getting closer and closer towards this end zone, and I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I'm thinking to myself, Lord, they are looking good. Enigma Guizhou, 8 eliminations for himself.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have someone like that on the team, it's always that sort of mental relief. You know, maybe they thought they could have performed better yesterday, but today, especially match 1, you put up a performance like that. Twisted Minds came to play, and I really kind of want to backtrack it real quick. A zone or 2 before we saw that Guizhou 3-man nade. We're talking 5-6-man blender on the hill for this sort of team where everyone was fighting on that like eastern side of the zone for what it seemed to be like 2 minutes straight.
A long time indeed, which benefited Team Queso because they were on the opposite end and they were kind of just chilling out for a little bit. For what it's worth, Team Queso second place, 5 eliminations. That's not the most points in the lobby. I mean, Team Liquid gets 11, Twisted Mind gets 11 for themselves. Not to mention our double points rosters, who did, I think, did decently well. The biggest winner, I believe, was X Factor, netting around 20 or so points. So good on them for doing so. But Team Liquid finally gets a win. big news for them, Hot Jukes. They had been struggling from day one, but we know Team Liquid, they kind of have their rough days, but they always clean it up and they look strong after that. But for Team Liquid stepping it up, Twisted Minds, just really showcasing what they're all about. I'm so incredibly excited for that. There it is. Team Liquid will net 21 points. X Factor will be just below them at 20. Overall, though, I think a lot of teams got some big wins in map number 1, Hot Jukes.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Team Queso to put up 11 points after their performance yesterday is huge. That's all you need, right? That is really all you need. You got to put up consistent points on the board, and they definitely did that. Team Liquid, like I said, after I saw that 16 elimination game yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, it's only going to be a matter of time before they start firing on all cylinders. And these guys were aggressive, right? No hesitancy. They got the double knock. Let's make this early push, take out loops, and then make it happen from there. 21-point game. You know, if you outscore all the other double points team, I think you're doing pretty good, right?
I was about to say, for Team Queso, getting 11 points, if they could just get half of the double points team, they're all right. Hell, if you can get more than a double points team like Team Liquid did, hey, you're doing incredibly good. Good on them. Influence Rage, they've been a great team on Erangel Enigma, and even though they finished off in 10th place, they still get 6 eliminations. They still get a total of 12 points, and the reason why, obviously, they're Group A with the double points. So, in my mind, not the best game, obviously, considering the other rosters, but still a good game for Influence Rage, and should keep them comfortably in 2nd place, and it will, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I thought that performance could have been better, especially with that sort of Erangel Millie finish. They land on that south side next to Team Liquid like we were talking about in the pre-show. But we're looking at Twisted Minds. That was the team where Gazal had 8 eliminations, putting his team to the double digit. They shoot up to 3rd place, and VIP, they stick around that 4th place, but the double points are what matters most, and I felt pretty good seeing 3 out of 4 squads performing.
Twisted Minds will shoot up to 3rd place. Team Liquid goes from the 2nd page, Hot Jukes, all the way up to 5th place after a 21-point game.
Yeah, it's so crazy. I mean, this leaderboard is shaking up already, and it's crazy to see that, these double points teams, even one game in, right, are still trying to be able to usurp some of these guys on top. Team Queso held it down, right? Influence Rage, I think at the end of the day, we're going to see them on top, right? I mean, I think it's only a matter of time. They just need one good game, and they're going to be in that position. But it's up to, all the rest of these squads to just hold their position on the leaderboards as hard as they can.
X Factor jumps up a place. They are now at 42 points, which is impressive if you consider who they're tied with, which is Alpha7, right? Alpha7 do not have a good game. 15th place, total of 0 points. They said they're on the regain. They're not too concerned with day number 1. Might not be concerned with day number 2 either based off of map 1, but hey, they're the returning champion, or should be, they are the reigning champions from Esports World Cup. 2nd place last time. They're going to be just fine. Inco Gaming also jumping up too. Overall for double points, seems like it went okay. Day 2, double points day, you expect a lot of shifting about, even with subpar games from our double points rosters, because there's not that many points, right, to go through. So, top 5, it's going to switch up quite a bit, but I'm happy with it, especially with Team Liquid's performance. Let's see if they can continue to do as well as they did in game number 1. That's 1 game down, 5 more to go, and map number 2 is going to be Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, hey, the fall season will continue. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 2. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and we're about to hop into game number 2, so I'm going to bring in our casters for a quick chat before I give them the floor. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes and Enigma. Enigma, you're all smiles, baby. That game number 1, it's got you amped up.
I mean, I was just laughing with Juke saying, you know, Juancho Phelps while he was swimming. Come on, we all know that shit was hilarious.
That was incredible, to say the least. Hot Jukes, man, you're a character, bro. You're wearing the glasses today. All of a sudden, you become a comedian.
Let's go, dude. I'll tell you what, Juancho Phelps, dude, is not to be trifled with, dude. The buoyancy from that man is no joke.
Juancho Phelps. Hey, he's going for gold next Olympics. Watch out for that, man. Hey, we're hopping into map number 2. It's Miramar, and tell you what, it was a great game number 1 for Team Liquid, and honestly, several rosters out there. Team Queso, Twisted Minds, NRG even did okay. You know, they're definitely trying to make it up to that first page. We'll see, or actually they did, excuse me. I think they're in 8th, but it's exciting. It is, and I cannot wait to see how this one's going to unfold. Yesterday, it was Team Queso who took Miramar map 2 with 8 total eliminations, but Twisted Minds is right behind them, and they had 9, right? Twisted Minds is good off game 1. Maybe they repeat their success on Miramar from game 2 yesterday here in game 2 today. Hot Chooks Enigma, take it away.
Let's go, baby. Here we go into a Miramar. Beautiful play path here. It's going to work out great for Alpha7 because they're going to get that El Pozo drop location. Well, you know, one thing that we heard Taylor talking about was none other than NRG Enigma. And I want to talk about this team, okay? Because in my opinion, this team's doing a great job, right? I think that their aggression, their team fight ability has leveled up over this past season. Now I think that the one thing they need to start recognizing a little bit more, right, is when to play passive.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, and I mean, that last game, it really is just the perfect example. We saw them holding a center compound. Yeah, they wiped out intense game trying to crash the compound, and I heard all that commotion just east of them on their hillside, but instead of just kind of playing their side of the mountain, they opted to go immediately into the middle after just watching, you know, a team get put in the blender in the center, and then Influence Rage made the same mistake. But NRG, they're having their moments of brilliance. It's just not consistently through those 30, 40 minutes of these matches. And it is a nice sign to see, you know, with their eliminations. But those 8 placement points is a big thing to call out.
Yeah, for sure. I will say this, right? Being able to fight as a unit as good as they did in that last game is one of the hardest things to learn in PUBG Mobile. I think it's the hardest, right? Is to have a team that can cohesively win team fights the way that they did, right? Holding each other's angles, recognizing how your other teammates play. That's the hardest thing to do. So they've got that down now, right? At least in my opinion, right? But understanding when to take fights, that's what like the triple S teams understand, right? Is because they know that, all right, yeah, we could third party this fight, but it's so early that we're gonna get fourth party, fifth party, sixth party. So let's not engage it, you know? But right now we saw them just recognize, hey, fight third party. They went in there and then got caught from the water, right? And there's nothing you can do, you know, no matter how good of a team you are. If you got, you know, 3 squads hunting you down, you're just gonna get taken out, right? Yeah. So I hope we see NRG develop that fight timing sense here as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, and that's always a squad where we like to see them taking that sort. They actually really prefer it in a lot of these Erangels and Miramars. They'll play so far in the blue zone for those zones 3 and 4. And yeah,
look up. Look up.
Surely someone's gonna look up. Someone's gonna look up. Oh,
look up.
This is 4 points here, Jukes.
Oh, they're not looking up. Wait, did they notice it? Oh, the accidental crash. Will they look up now?
Come on, please.
There's no way.
No.
Dude, you think Navy? You think there's just like, you know, just all of a sudden Queso's like, is it raining over here in the desert?
They dropped one off. Is he gonna look up enough? Oh no.
Did they spot him now? I think he spotted him now.
It's too late. They split off already, Jukes. Imagine if they had done that 30 seconds before. All 4 of them got a weapon. That would have been disastrous. And Team Queso, that's a team where you don't want them getting any more elimination points. But escaping disaster.
By the way, if I was in that game, I wouldn't have looked up. Okay.
Really? You think so? Oh no, I'm staring at the sky 24/7.
Yeah, you think so? You think you're still looking up there?
Oh yeah, I definitely am.
Oh man, these guys are so focused. They're just like, all right, you know, let's talk about what we're gonna do in this game, you know? Yeah. Maybe they're looking at the map feed, doing all that kind of stuff. But little did they know there was 4 points right above them.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Bring it back, baby.
Bring it back.
Bring it back, dude. You know, Team Kessel was sweating on that one, dude. That was so crazy.
Yo, that was wild, bro. Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs living up to their names. Land, sea, and air. This time they were in air, man. I don't know when they were going to reach land. Team Queso. They should have just looked up, wouldn't have mattered now, off the reset. Bro, that was some wild antics. Wonder what they were thinking. What are they thinking, Hot Jukes?
It was too hot. That's what it was, right? They were just like, they were just in that ride, just looking around, saying, I'm not trying to go look at the sun right now. That was a crazy one. But you know what? It's all right. You know, we're going to get another game around here anytime soon. Thank you guys so much for being patient with us. These teams, though, you know what? I don't mind it because after that last remake, we saw one of the best games we've seen this tournament so far. You know what I'm saying? So you know they're going to come bringing it in this next one.
That is a fact. That next game, that reset was incredible. Then maybe this will follow the same suit. You know, I will say for 9Z, they better be happy because they did lose a player. At least one player was down. So second life for them. They're currently in last place. So they've got to definitely step it up if they possibly can. But exciting stuff off of the rip anyways. When it came to that before the reset, we know X Factor has been trying their best today. 20 points in game number 1 was not bad at all when it comes to their double points day. From what I'm hearing, we had a chance to sit down with X Factor and hear what they had to say after that game number 1.
All right, match 1 is done. The double points day for X Factor. Double points, 14 points now already, just with kills. Tell me about that match. How do you feel?
The match was good. It is one of the hardest zones for our team because of our spot, and it's hard to get to this snow camp, but we did a good match and we're feeling very good.
You're feeling confident? I mean, yesterday you said you were calm. Today I feel like the word will be more confident. Is that so?
We're feeling confident, yeah. After the game we feel more confident and we'll try to do our best today.
Double point day, double important. Bro, go for it. Let's go X Factor. Let's go Nate.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day 2. We just had a reset on Map 2 Miramar. We're figuring things out. We'll be hopping into that Map 2 relatively shortly. Things have been exciting today, at least off of that Map number 1. Aaron Gale was incredible. That end zone was wide open. 3 teams battling, and they all had a T in their name. Talking Team Liquid, I'm talking Team Queso, and Twisted Minds. One of the rosters, like, when do I make that move? When do I want to push up? Well, once they got the party started, everybody kind of joined in. It was Team Liquid who took the victory with a total of 11 eliminations, their best game of the tournament, and that elevated them up the standings. Speaking of which, let's take a look at those standings and see where everybody currently sits after a total of 7 games have concluded. Hot Juice, what do you notice?
All right, let's take a look at these standings here, because this is what we're going to be keeping a hard eye on, I guess. You know, make sure that you guys don't take these a little bit too literally, because at the end of the day, we got 4 teams that are going to be having double points. One of those is going to be VIP Esports, which is sitting there in 4th place. The fact that they haven't, usurped some of these squads just yet gives me a little bit of a kind of concern, but we have 5 games left. They should be able to do it no problem. Another team that we got to take a look at is Influence Rage, right, Enigma? This squad,
yeah,
I think without a doubt, we're going to see them at the top of the leaderboards at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first Aaron Go, they should have had a bit better of a performance in my eyes, but in terms of those bonus points, the 2 teams up here, VIP and Influence Rage, they both kind of had that same performance, 5 and 6. That's a 1-point difference on the bonus, but just seeing, the jumps that these teams could be making if they were to have those pop-off performances, it speaks volumes. But if you're a team like Team Liquid, you don't need bonus points just yet. They do it off the backs of just a win in the first game to shoot themselves back up, because I was harping on them. You were calling me out on it, Chicks, for me calling and say, hey, they only had 1 good game yesterday. They were 11th place, but this time around, first game, they shoot immediately up into 5th. And that squad itself, the placements aren't really there, but we could see in that elimination column, comparing them to everyone else, they're right in the middle of the pack for these top 8.
And I will say for VIP Esports, by the way, Group A, they had a very lackluster game despite the placing. 4th place, but they only had 1 elimination. They're a double points team. They could just get those eliminations. Imagine, even if they just managed to get 5+ eliminations, that scoreline would have been a lot better. Who knows, could have even caught up to Influence Rage, who had a decent game themselves, but they finished off in 10th place with 6 total points. I believe they ended up netting 20, if I'm not mistaken. So either way, biggest surprise, the biggest win, I believe, is still Team Queso, remaining consistent. Hot Juke, staying in 1st place, because that's not easy to do, especially with Influence Rage right just behind them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso has been putting up consistent points, and that's what they need to do, right? They put up a great game in the last one. They waited all the way to the end of that one. If they could just continue to do that here today, we're going to see them, possibly win this whole tournament. That's how good that they've started, right? Now, at the end of the day, we're looking at the 2nd page. There's a lot of squads here that have big potential. Alpha7, we know that they're going to pop off. Their day is, it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah.
But I'm looking at some of these other squads, right? Intense game in last place. Is that something that you would have put your money on, Enigma?
No, this is an org that had such reputable prowess last year in PMGC performing there. They pick up this NA squad that was previously Extreme Ice, but this team, we're seeing it time and time again, just completely getting steamrolled. Last game with NRG full sending that compound, not even 4-man together. It was 2 and then 2, just putting themselves at a disadvantage every turn, but you can't discount people right next to them. 9Z Globant, yeah, I get it. They didn't drop on loops at the start of the match, but still not really finding their way into those later parts of the game. And these teams, it's not like I want to discount them that they can't improve in some of these portions, but I'm not really seeing any signs of life out of these bottom teams.
Let me give you a little bit of a crazy stat, though. From 3rd place, where Twisted Minds currently sit, all the way down to team number 12, TKS x Navy. That's only 18 points separating. Ooh. 12th place, all the way up to 3rd. That's a very close point gap, especially given, your X Factors, right? Or even, the Vicious a little bit further down there. But, for example, X Factor, 18-point game, right? And it's less even for them, right? So because they're sitting at 42. So if you consider that fact, X Factor can jump all the way up to 3rd place off of one great Miramar game. We haven't seen the points be that close. Obviously, you have that drop-off from 13 down to 16, but from 12 on up, I mean, Hot Jukes, that is insanely close. Anything can change on any given day, and the fact now that we're fighting for 5 spots in PMGC makes it exciting. There's more spots up for grabs with the point race already as close as it is on day 2. I couldn't imagine what it's going to look like when we get to the final day in day number 20.
Oh, it's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous. I mean, one team in particular that, I just heard right there, and it really made me just think was X Factor, right? In one game, they put up 20 points.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we still see them pretty low on the leaderboards, but that's a ridiculous jump, right? And I understand that it is their double points day, and that's so huge for them. But I mean, they had 22 points before this whole day started. They were in 12th place. They jump up quite a bit here. One more good game, we're going to see them here in the first page, right?
Yeah.
So they need to put up at least 10 a game. I think if they could do that here, we're going to see them really, really put themselves in a good, solid position here for future days.
Well, so 10 a game is so they're 12 points behind currently that of Twisted Minds, who's in 3rd place. So if they get 10 a game for the next 5, that's 50 points. That puts them all the way up to 92 points, which is a pretty solid stat line, a very solid stat line, even knowing that you have 3 more days of double points to follow this. We know teams don't always exceed on their double points days. So if they can get up to 90 or so and get close to that 100-point mark. And by the way, I expect it to be more than 10 points per game, truthfully. And at least it can be, because if you average it out, if they get 20 one game, 25 the next, it could come out to more than 10. So if they can get close to that 100-point mark, they're going to be in a very healthy spot for obviously leading into the future days. I will say, though, Influence Rage, this is their best opportunity here to really capitalize on that number 1 spot. They're a team who's got double points today. They need to go hard. Harder than they did yesterday. And yesterday, I thought they did absolutely incredible. Those 3 Arangel maps were just out of this world. The amount of points that they accumulated was just insane. Only beaten by that of Team Queso. Eliminations is where they excelled. They were, I believe, 3rd place on the elimination leaderboard from the top 8. They were only beaten by that of Team Queso, who was just absolutely flawless with 40+. But Influence Rage, man, they're a roster that I need to see them really capitalize on their double points. You don't want to let it go to waste. Because, I mean, after all, Enigma, you only get, 4 double points days? This is one of them. You can't afford to waste these very, very valuable days.
Sure. Yeah, and I really like how you said it, Taylor, where, even with that 10-point minimum per those bonus games, I guess you could say, I want it to be way more than that. You're not wanting to be around that 50-point average for it just per week. And we do know some teams might fall on their bonus point days. We've already seen it with that last game with the Vicious. But Influence Rage, even X Factor, after seeing their game 1 performance, I'm expecting from them to at least reach maybe 15, 12 even on a minimum per game, because the bonus points, that's what shoots you up the leaderboard. And especially if you're in Group A, even Group B, you want to start off strong to keep your momentum going.
You know what's exciting, Hot Jukes? Guizhou from Twisted Minds had 8 total eliminations, and Colgoat had 18. But if you think about breaking into the top 5 of the MVP leader list, or at least, week 1 overall cumulative leader list from eliminations, like Guizhou just jumped up a ton. He might already be top 5 at this point in time.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I can't understate how 8 eliminations in one game is ridiculous for a single player. Like, that's crazy. Teams are wishing that they could get that in general, right? So Guizhou having a pop-off game, especially in game number 1 on day 2, that's going to just get him so stoked for the rest of the day, right? He's going to come out hard, I guarantee you. I hope he doesn't get overconfident. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just make some plays that are a little bit too crazy because you're kind of heat checking yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that he kind of just still stays in that mindset that he had in game 1 and just continues to put in work.
Well, what's exciting about Guizhou and Twisted Minds as a whole is they did get 2nd place on Miramar yesterday with 9 total eliminations. That is another big game that they could potentially be getting, and who knows, even more if they get 1st place, right? Twisted Minds is a roster that it's a big organization to represent Enigma, a massive one, in fact. And we talked to J7 a little bit earlier. We had a chance to ask him from NRG, the coach of NRG, how do you feel representing NRG Galaxy with as big of an organization it is? And he says, it means a lot to us. Obviously, they want to perform their best. They want to do their best. Twisted Minds is an organization that's got a lot of funding behind them. They've got a lot of prestige behind behind them. And this is a roster that they could very well, who knows, represent at the Esports World Cup if it's announced next year, right? That's what's at stake here. So not only are they playing for PMGC, they're playing for potentially Esports World Cup next year. They're playing to earn or keep their spot with the great organization of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I mean, that org, they even have it in multiple regions. I believe MEA, they have a team with Coops, who used to be NA, by the way. But for this sort of region and stuff like that, being able to grow it into our space sort of thing on the West, this America's lobby just keeps getting more and more reputable names. Obviously, Team Liquid's the big one. All these big name orgs bring that prestige, that prowess, that viewership to our sort of tournaments and stuff like that. And if you're a competitor, you love it because you want as many eyes looking at you, even if it's just in this America's lobby. And then when you go to Esports World Cup, then when you go to PMGC at the end of the year, if you qualify from here through either points or placement, you're wanting all the eyes you can get. That's what leads to your following, your name, brand, and ultimately your success even as a player.
Well, another roster that has been performing well, been hyping up a lot. Let's talk about Alpha7, Hot Jukes. You watched them throughout the Esports World Cup. They've not done the best here, right? They're currently in 9th place, still early goings. We talked about it's only 18 points, right, to go from 12th place all the way up to 3rd place. So they're doing just fine. I want to stress that. But Alpha7, this is a roster, when I look at them, I expect success, but it seems like they've kind of been cruising over the past 2 days.
And you know what? Cruise along, baby. Cruise along. These guys are your world champions, right? I don't have a single worry in the world. I know these guys are going to put in work. It's only a matter of time. And let's be real, they still are putting in work, right? I mean, they were in 6th place before today started with 42 points. And we're like, oh, dude, what are they doing? That's just so crazy, right? It's like at the end of the day, they get in one good, solid position. They're going to destroy, just like we saw Team Liquid do yesterday, right? They got a decent Sandhawk. They won the game. In the last game, they got a military circle. They won the game, right? So it's only a matter of time before we see something like that from Alpha7.
And for what it's worth, Revo is number 2 from the day 1 rankings and the MVPs. 12 eliminations, 5 assists. He was only bested by Kogoat from Team Queso, who just slayed out with 18 total eliminations across 6 games, which is very, very impressive to say the least. Right now, obviously, Guizhou is looking to break that record. If he can have 8 games on average, you talk about a superstar player. That would be just absolutely nutty. Revo's okay, Alpha7's okay, but they are lower than you would expect. I just have to point it out based off of the standings. Now, if we get to day number 10, and they're still down there in 9th place or, you know, even lower, now we start raising the alarm bells. What's going on with this roster? Why aren't they performing well? But we've had a chance to hear from Revo earlier. It's a marathon, not a sprint. They're still in, they still have good confidence. They may not be where they want to be now, but they're going to be where they want to be by the end, and that is 1st place to lock it in over that at Team Liquid, which I think they can do this time around. And the reason why is because they won Esports World Cup. Getting that first victory for a competitor, for any competitor, means a lot. And I tell you what, sometimes teams get 2nd place, 2nd place, 2nd place. It could even be 2nd place for an entire year. But once they get that 1st place, they get a taste of it, they start dominating from that point forward. And their 2nd places turn into 1st places consistently. That's what we could expect from Alpha7 potentially by the end of the PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 2. Hey, we appreciate you all sticking by. Make sure that you keep that chat going. Keep it alive. We're about to hop into map number 2. We appreciate your patience. Hot Jukes Enigma, let's get Miramar started.
Let's get it started here, folks. As we can take a look, we got a wow, beautiful playing path, literally dead center of the map here. So pretty much everybody's gonna land exactly where they want to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna see anyone failing to look up in the sky and noticing 4 players just taking a stroll in the sky, but it might still happen. I know we were really hyped up for it, where we had the remake. And for Miramar, you know, I kind of want to put into perspective, Jukes, if we're going 1 out of 20 days, 2 out of 20 days. After the first day, you've only played 5% of the tournament or something crazy. We've played 1 match on the days so far. And you had said it yourself yesterday. The bonus points really leaves it up to where you don't really even know how that leaderboard is going to end up until the end of the week. And I'm hoping for these squads, especially today with Group A, they're able to really shake up that leaderboard, because any sort of mental, I guess, stress or questioning you could put on the other squads that have to perform after you, it'll always be a good edge.
Yeah, it'll always be a good edge indeed. And you know what? Speaking of edge, you can see some of these teams are going to be hugging it, as we got Furia dropped out pretty early. Twisted Minds are going to be hold that edge right by Puerto Payaso. And they're going to have to get going here because we have a very, very southern circle.
Hey, I'm hoping for another South Island game back-to-back. I know Millie's got a lot more room to work with, but I think I've seen it once ever ending on the southern side on Prison and Portona. Really kind of an awkward terrain for most of these teams, and I got to call it out again, Jukes. NRG, they went for that late plane side, and the zone's completely on the other side. So hopefully we could see maybe another glider play. Who knows? Like it was an hour ago, but these teams, you know, it looks like a lot of them are going to have to make that great migration into the zone.
Yeah, they're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly because a southern zone like this is always difficult because in Miramar, the southern side is just, it's ridiculous. There's so many different hills. It's so difficult to drive down. I know for a fact that a lot of these teams don't prefer it, but you got to make it work. You got to make it work.
Intense game. This is one of our NA squads, Jukes. Obviously, you and I have been talking about them. Maybe, you know, a little bit of an underperformance. This is essentially all of their first times at LAN, except I believe one player, that is Guapo, being played on LAN stage and stuff like that. And this squad, I'm really hoping, especially that they're representing Intense Game for the organization as a team, that, you know, they're able to string some things together today.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that because it's easier said than done. You got 4 teams who need to put up points like crazy because it's their double points day. And you have teams who are on the top of the leaderboards that are still holding on. So let's see what happens here. Is Luke taking some shots on a Team Queso, not able to hit the mark though.
Yeah, I mean, Loops, maybe a bit of back and blood.
Is he by himself though? He's got to be careful.
Oof.
Yeah, those are keep away shots, if anything, because when you're soloed out like this, you don't want to bring too much attention, because if a team recognizes that it's just one player, they'll full send it on you.
Yeah. And I mean, we saw it literally last game when Loops crossed the bridge. It was Team Queso, that same exact team, just full chasing them down like dogs. But really surprised actually seeing both the names again, kind of going at it back-to-back match. We never really see that when it comes to teams landing near each other. But maybe it is because with this zone, these teams really struggle in finding their way around the map without running into someone, but not losing anyone just yet. 64 players still alive. And X Factor, this is a team where I actually want to make note of it. I believe last game for Erangel, they made a crazy rotation. They took a botation, Jukes, behind Intense Game all the way around towards Novo. And then they drove somehow from the east side of Millie with no vehicles at one point all the way to the west to fight Alpha7, and then made it into that top 8 placements as a squad. So some of these teams, you know, they're not making drastic rotations like that, but X Factor themselves, hopefully with the rotation like this, they're kind of making it a little easier, a little simpler on the rotations, because I think sometimes they just overcomplicate things too much.
And I do agree. And that's the hard part here, is because, you know, these teams are so well versed in these kind of positions that at sometimes they just want to make pushes when they don't need to, you know, or maybe they stay at a place a little longer than they should.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got to be able to make that right decision. But that's this game in general. Sometimes you're going to make some coin flip decisions, and all you can do is just learn from them. And that's what's great about a tournament like this, is it gives time, right, to be able to make mistakes, learn from them, and adapt. And there's a lot of teams here that have so much potential. It's just certain little things that they lack.
Yeah, and I mean, the total amount being 120 games, I really can't reiterate that enough, especially for this first week. It's just like, even if you don't perform that well week 1, as long as you feel like you're getting eliminations, you're having good gunfights against all teams, because you don't want to be scared against any squad you go against in this lobby and engagements, but if you're able to have a decent performance, you can always have that mindset of, okay, next week, this is where we turn it up and bounce back. And last split, I think we saw a few too many teams really struggling that first week to kind of bounce back. Hopefully with us having those extra 30 games played, that extra week of play for these squads, that they're really able to keep that mental fortitude together and really be able to bounce back after bad matches.
Yeah, let's see right now. One team that needs to bounce back, it's 9Z, man. They got Senathexa on here, who is an OG in the PUBG mobile competitive scene. I think it's really going to be up to him to really just start roaring for the squad, because right now they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, some players are that mindset of out in the old and in with the new, but obviously Team Liquid's a fault in that statement. Having Ayala, Mythic, those are players where even when I was playing years back when I'd first started, those were big names in the spaces.
Huge.
So it shows kind of maybe it's just an adaptable mindset even after years, not letting the ego get to you. But it's also that one note of, are you able to bring up teammates that maybe don't have that mental fortitude? It's always those question marks, those kind of questions. And that's why I really enjoy having Sarpatch there on site, is being able to get those interviews with J7, with Revo, and really get a deep dive of, okay, how are we feeling about that last game? You guys maybe underperformed or misplayed. What are you guys feeling about it? And most of them have that calm, cool, collected mindset of, yeah, we recognize our mistakes. We're going to go into the next one, and we're going to make sure we try not to have that happen again.
Yeah, and I want to see what happens especially with 9T here. Oh, but before we talk about that some more, let's take a look at X Factor versus Alpha7. Remember, X Factor beat Alpha7 just a little bit earlier, and Magrella gets caught out. So X Factor gonna take advantage of this once again. And Carrillo and squad are now on the move. Oh, he's challenging this. He said, you know what? I want some of this action. 1v1, I'll take this all day long. Here goes Carrillo with the nade. Baton said, you know what? I know for a fact this is a member of Alpha7. I'd rather just group up with my squad.
Yeah, that was a good read, though, because on the map, Alpha7 had a second player driving up, making it a 2v1 situation. And it looks like they're actually just going to tuck tail and run. I really would like to see X Factor kind of push into this. Even though it's Alpha7, you just got a freebie of an elimination on this squad. You're isolated on this island. Take the advantage while you can and try to gun them out of the lobby early.
Yeah, and you can just see Alpha7. I think they're going to cut their losses there. And that's what happens, right? Sometimes you get a little overconfident. You just kind of running out in the open and you get caught. It's not even overconfidence. It just happens, right? It just happens in the game like this. Meanwhile, the circle going even further south. So team's going to have to make that rotation very quick. NRG going to be the squad late to the party here. And they're going to have to fight their way through a lot of squads.
Yeah, but I think they'd prefer going to this west side over the east because, I'm seeing, what is that? At least 8 or 9 squads coming in from that eastern edge just below Los Iones. Luckily, we're seeing, obviously, Twisted Minds and stuff like that already in the center, but with so many vehicles coming in, the roads are an absolute bloodbath. And we're seeing it right now. Intense game actually had to get stopped. Team Liquid's driving by. Ayuya gets the first one, but is able to get the third. Actually, no, not. Team Liquid stopping as well, going for the shots. I had the play with Intense game, really loving it, but another squad just coming in and really ruining your hopes on the match.
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to take these engagements early on in rotation, is because the chances of getting third-partied are so high, and that's exactly what happens. But Team Liquid, they are not scared to take these early engagements, and that is Latin Kings, Navy SEALs out of there. 3 more points going to Team Liquid. These guys are coming in looking like an entirely different team today.
Oh, man, and it doesn't stop there, Jukes. Influence Rage actually slamming this compound. This might be disastrous for them on the double points game here today, but it is a 3v4. Not sure if Team Liquid will look for the third party, but this is a utility dump. Clearing out the angles, Jukes, and it could be a game changer if Guapo could find maybe 1, if not 2 knocks for this, but that gas can, yeah, you got to pick it up. Can't let that go off next to you. And we're still seeing, Jukes, more teams kind of taking a peek at this, and I'm Intense game. I'm feeling bad, but Guapo switching it up, bringing it back. 3v3 spot now, but it's all for naught if you don't push. They need to get the aggression going.
Influence Rage needs to figure this out. This is their double points day, guys. They cannot lose this fight. They need to put something on the board. Even though this one squad wipe is going to be huge to their total score. But let's see. They are on the back foot now. Lordson still knocked. Ooh. Here come the nades. Law trying to be patient, trying to catch him off with a nade inside the building. Misses the mark. Influence Rage will get this reset, but they got to watch out because Vicious is right above them.
Yeah, I feel bad because Guapo had that nade knock right where he's at in the building, but didn't capitalize fast enough getting the reset off. And now INF, they kind of have a full reset going off. The nade usage is getting poured now into the buildings, but Remix goes for the one, loses it, not getting the trade out on the stairs. Poppy Sour trying to get back on the back foot, a bit of a revive going, but he goes for the pre-fire. Headshots only. Other player gets down to half, but Law playing it calm, cool, and collected. Immediate reset going down on the stairs, and 10's game, they're getting a little bit outclassed right now in this building. Guapo needs to make the magic happen.
Yeah, they gotta get this fight done quick though, because the Vicious is gonna be coming down this hill pretty quick if they're not careful. And yep, they're already here.
Ooh.
So here they come for the third party. Influence Rage need to start making this push as soon as they can. They gotta get this fight ended quick.
Ooh.
Guapo goes down. That's that off angle eliminated there. Influence Rage now gonna have to start paying their attention to this third party.
Yeah, I mean, if you're intense, I think you really just start looking to clear the building out, make it a clean trade, because you have to immediately turn your sights afterwards, and we're seeing it now. Players in the building all going for whether it's the FPP or TPP angle, but the nade's got to connect. Is he almost self-nading there? Almost walked on a Remix, almost a misplay, but these teams, now they're the ones trying to turtle down, bunker it up, I guess you could say, because the Vicious is turning onto them.
Yeah, so the Vicious is up there on top of the hill. Intense game, looking to kind of disengage from this fight, because both these teams realize that, yeah, it's not worth fighting right now, because if we do, we're going to get third-partied instantly. So both these squads are just going to kind of do a little bit of a slight peace contract for just a few minutes here, as some shots are starting to rain down range. That's going to be 9Z onto Alpha7. And I guarantee you there's going to be some bad blood there. There has to be, right?
There's always bad blood.
I mean, you got to think about it. Santa Dexa was on Alpha7 for how long? Years, right? Since 2021. As a matter of fact, you know, he had played with them in PMGC in 2023. Jeez. They got third place, $184,000, you know? So now he's on 9Z, a phenomenal player, but it's not just a single player game. It's a team game, you know? And you have to rebuild all that synergy, all that work. It's going to take a while, but I mean, the 9Z roster is not something to be trifled with. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 3 years of experience with the squad is never something you can really rebuild overnight. And hopefully with him being kind of that spearhead of the team, he's able to maybe develop something close to that within a week or two of this tournament. Kind of the same notion we make with this squad, NRG, having to find that sort of cohesion as a team, move as one unit. And to be honest, we talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast, their teamwork, their team fights, especially, has been a lot better compared to last split. And we're getting to day 2 of the tournament. Last split, they only really started popping off near the end of it, but got to perform well throughout all 20 days this time around. And hopefully we'll be able to keep seeing that from NRG.
Yeah, let's see if that's what's going to happen here, as Fate is now on the move. He's going to be pushing back on over to his team. Yeah, staying together is going to be huge. I think that's something that plagued NRG so many times before, is these kind of crazy splits, you know? They would do these really far splits from each other, and it was really difficult for them to work together as a squad. Now you can see them playing much more cohesive as a unit. The next zone does shift, and it does work out for NRG. They don't have to move for now.
Yeah, I'm really like an X Factor spot as well. One of the double point squads, but we'll have to put a notion on that because, Glory Gaming from the backside getting run over 9Z. They're taking the fight to him, full sending it on the buggy. 3-man blazing, and Melgar, he can only watch, gets the one knock, but it's going to be for naught if you can't get the thirst. Now struggling with this team fight, and Team Queso as well now, looking for the third party. These teams on this west side of the map really having the bloodbath again.
Melgar's probably going to go, I think he wanted to go towards that little building, but now he's on the move. Meanwhile, 9Z, mighty close to Team Queso. This is a fight they're going to have to take.
Yeah. And I mean, if you just had this squad wipe, you got to figure maybe you have a bit of breathing room to take another 4v4 without a third party. Team Queso, though, really struggling to get Big Milo up, and Milos, he's getting the shots down, but you got to focus on that whole squad of 9Z next to you. And Team Queso, they've been playing a lot of these notions right. Some of these teams, like the Vicious, perchance, haven't been able to do the same, but they're going up against Furia now on the opposite side of zone, Jukes. They're needing to get these eliminations.
Yes, they do. Yeah, Vicious needs them big time here. As intense game, putting some shots on to Influence Rage. They finally finished that fight. These are big points for Influence Rage. Remember, they are on their double point stay. That's 6 total points after those 3 eliminations. And yes, they have a 3-man. They're going to have to work their way into this next circle, though.
Yeah, I think they're happy, though, because no one's near him but Loops. That was the team that was maybe looking at third party, now forcing a fight with VIP on the north, actually just making it a one-sided fight. It's coming down to a 1v1 between him and Cunha. Nino trying to get a bit of healing off. He has his teammate off on an off angle, trying to give cover fire. And yeah, it looks like it. Both these teams are trying to play around, but Nino smart enough, realizing, yeah, he's going for that wrap. I'm not letting it happen. Loops now. 3 eliminations on the board. And that last game, it was a struggle for him, Jukes. They got steamrolled by Team Liquid. Luckily, doesn't seem to be affecting them much in Miramar.
Yeah, they got 3 eliminations, but that was a very tough loss for VIP, as this is their double points day. So they're going to go out with only 2. They're going to have to make it up here in the next 4 matches. But, you know, right now we're seeing some signs of life from 9Z. This team was at the bottom of the leaderboards, star-studded roster. They got to get it going here. And you could see them finally starting to get their bearings on this match. Trying to take it out and decide, which fight do we take? Do we head towards Team Queso? Wrap around the edge of the zone? We're going to make a decision here in the next 2 seconds, though, because this zone's about to close in the next 40. Meanwhile, you got X Factor down the hill. This is their double points day as well. And they have their whole squad up here. X Factor looking to make some noise here today.
Yeah, I mean, they had that sort of early fight across the bridge, across the water onto Alpha7, getting that first early elimination. And they chose, hey, you know, we're going to just slow it down a bit. Let's play our south side. They have huge control from that lower ridge line if they have all 4 players alive, like you said. And for these other teams, you know, I think a lot of them, they're sticking in their vehicles, trying to maybe give false hope of they're going to fight someone, because a lot of it's going to come down to the zone shift, Chooks. A lot of these people hugging the edge.
Yes, they are. But now they're going to have to move to the center. This is a very tough circle for these teams on the 8. Influence Reg just getting punished right now. And this is a big game for them. They need every single one of these points. Can Little Boy get this shot on a Mythic? Ooh, Mythic peaked for a little too long, and he gets caught. So that's going to be from Spec, though.
Yeah.
That is a big, huge break here for Influence Rage.
Yeah, Guardian Angel.
Can he steal this point? I think he's going to try to steal it. Yep, he's going for it.
That's an extra double. It's their double. But
got it.
Nice. You love to see that.
That's smart.
I think that's all you're going to get. You know, both teams are coming at you. Chiefs going to maybe run over. NRG pulls up. This could be disastrous, but actually Fate getting knocked by someone on TL. 5 seconds left on the zone, Jukes. This is getting a little clumsy from some of these squads.
A little clumsy indeed, but good play, though, from Little Boy, right? I mean, that's 2 points. That's huge. So, yeah, he's probably not going to survive here. Oh, can he steal that point on a Fate? Oh, he didn't know. He didn't know, yeah. He's going the other direction. I think he's just going to deny the points from these squads. And, yeah, just take what he got and run with it.
I mean, he's got the meds. He might be able to make it in. He's kind of making some daredevil plays in the buggy. If he can stick the landing. Oh, the headshot, though. He's low, hugging the cliffside, and he's actually taking the 1v2, Jukes. Team Liquid should be able to wipe this, but we're actually not pushing it. TL is too worried, I think, about NRG. They're struggling to finish this player. How is Lil Boy still alive?
There's so much pressure from NRG. Yeah, Team Liquid are just stuck in these buildings. And now Little Boy has a little bit of room to work with. Oh, he's getting shot, though, from the back. Back it up. Back it up.
Tire, though. You can't be losing that, Jukes. And now, I mean, yeah, you got to just send it in.
He can't go up the hill, though. If he does, he's going to get shot in the back. So he's just going to hold down this ridge, trying to make a play for his team. He's just looking to get a sneaky elimination and instant thirst, because it's double points day for him. Oh, this is a beautiful valley right here. He loves this bowl.
Yeah. As long as TL doesn't hear him, maybe he's just prone to
right here.
It. Yeah.
Yep.
There's many dips, and there are many like it, but this one is his.
Oh, it is, but Chief wants it. Chief gets away from him. Now Ayala is going to come for the 1v1. Oh, shotgun, too much. Yeah, and Little Boy goes down, but he goes down fighting. Team Liquid, 7 eliminations. This squad is just going on all cylinders today.
Yeah, that squad, I mean, that's why they're coming up through the top. Last game was 11th to 5th. This game, it might be up into that top 3, but Team Queso, one of the teams that was near the top, he gets the jump around. Cold Goat playing the rat special. His teammate getting a second as well. Team Queso coming in hot with a squad wipe, potentially. 9Z struggling to make their way into the zone, Chiefs.
Boom! Goodbye, 9Z. Just like that. Team Queso. Man, these guys have been fighting so well today. You can tell they put in some serious reps in the offseason to come dominate the fall, and they're doing it. They got to handle Loops Esports next, though. And let's see what happens. X Factor's right on the hill as well. They're maybe looking to third party this. And they're going to have to get this fight going quick because the zone has now centered up. And this is very late in the game. Stage 5, Papa Blue does some punishment.
Yeah, I'm loving X Factor's kind of idea. As long as they don't push into the compound, leave those two teams to take the 4v4 because Loops and Team Queso, they're going to lock themselves out from leaving these buildings. If you can have 2 players, even if it's 2 or 3 eliminations you seal, it's X Factor's double point streaks. They're getting double for each of those, and you're not wanting to see that. If you're on that mid-range, but Loops finding the first opening engagement knock, still looking to fish out the rest, but Baton, he's on the hill, almost gets the one on Loops. The angles are just getting to be a little bit too much for these squad shoots, and with the zone coming in, they're going to have to start scrambling.
Yeah, here comes Baton on X Factor. He has a beautiful angle. Uh-oh, getting shot, though. Got to play this a little bit careful. X Factor need these eliminations. Like, they need to get a little bit more active here. The whole squad should be looking at this fight. Meanwhile, Big Milo with the shotgun. Oh, the 360. Looking sick. He's putting these players in a blender. And Loops is getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just spraying and praying, Jukes. Team Queso somehow keeps 3 players up there right now. Only losing the 1. I think they got 1 there, but I mean, can you really push down? It's 2. Team Queso still taking the initiative. The 2-tap onto Loops. They're out of the game. And your X Factor, I think you might need another player. Team Queso,
I don't know what they're doing.
Unstoppable on the hill, but Havlik, he finds one with the spray. Ego push out from Cold Goat, trying to replicate Cardozo, but not the case.
Goodness.
Havlik putting in the work. Baton, though, third party from range. These two teams, they're struggling to get to this zone.
Are you kidding me? How are these guys still alive? They're getting shot from so many different teams, but you just see Bobby Potro still making it happen for his squad. 8 eliminations. Can he handle Inco by himself?
It's just Juancho. No one else, I think, really even looking for the squad. He's got to get Nenabete up as well on the zone. And, I mean, if you're Poppy Potro, you've been playing every situation like this perfectly. Every shot he's landed has been on the backs of his gun skill. And with the zone coming in, he does have his timer clock ticking in the nade.
Goodbye.
Vitali landing it. Inco, a little bit of a misstep maybe there, but luckily keeping all 4 players alive, having actually 3 eliminations to their name now. Cheeks coming in.
Yeah, nice one there. X Factor still alive. This is their double points day. So they have 5 eliminations, 3 players up, but now they're starting to get punished there. Guizal's going to get a player knocked and most likely finished. But this team is playing very passive, especially for it being their double points day. I'm kind of shocked.
I mean, I think with this zone, we could see it in the top left, only 17 remaining players. You got to figure that, you know, maybe you're in that top 8 range. The placement points, they're going up each time. And with it being your double points, you want to make sure it goes together. But I got to kind of agree with you. You'd be thinking about it too. X Factor, maybe a bit of a misplay on that top of the hill. They should have gotten a little more aggro on Team Queso, but nevertheless, still making it into this top 5. And with that zone shift, Twisted Minds, Furia, they're loving their positionings right now. The rest of the lobby, though, having to find their way in.
Yeah, the thing is, though, we've seen it time and time again where 1 point can be the difference from, you know, your dream, going to the next stage and not. So I want to see X Factor on a fight where I think they should have third-partied. You know, play a little bit more aggressive here. But let's see. You know, sometimes you got to make those decisions as IGLs. And sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Alpha7 on the back foot here. Carrillo down to 1 HP. Chayovsky, he has got his eyes locked on him.
Yeah, Alpha7's just had everyone kind of aimed at him this whole map. And, you know, it kind of just started with that, you know, getting ratted on at the start. Maybe threw him off a bit on this Miramar, but it's Alpha7, you know. We know they'll probably bounce back after this game and stuff like that, even though Team Liquid's been the one to really do it in some of these games. And Furia, this is a team where last split, I kind of put the fire under them and they started popping off. This time around, already having 6 eliminations to their name, and they're already in that middle pack, Jukes. This is a team where, you know, they haven't had as stellar a performance as Team Queso, but they're showing at the start of the tournament that they're able to perform.
Yeah, it goes to show that even if you're the best team in the world, sometimes you're going to have some off days. Backing it up. Oh, hop on out. This vehicle's about to explode. Now X Factor starting to get a little bit active here. Putting some punishment onto Inco. Vitali going to be the last player up. Let's start throwing some smokes out. 1 nade will do it. And he's in a very, very terrible spot here because those nades can be pretty vicious. Oh, I think Carrillo did get spotted. Somehow still alive by the edge of his teeth. He's barely hugging the zone, but it's only a matter of seconds now.
Yeah. He's got to come up for air. The blue zone might even get him. Actually, no one's looking. He might be able to get a knock Anthers. And no, drown. X Factor, though, I don't think they're able to clean up Inco. Yeah, they lose one. So X Factor, they had that position on the Ridge Jukes, losing down to just a solo now. And
that's it.
These teams, I mean, they're kind of fumbling a bit on the edge. There goes another squad, the double points team we were looking at.
Big game,
really
though.
Struggling. Yeah.
Big game, though. Big game. I mean, 7 eliminations, a top 4 finish. That's going to be good enough for your double points day. And you want to do that consistently here. There's still a lot more games to be played. So let's see who's going to win this. Twisted Minds are still in this, right?
Yeah.
And we saw them make it to the last zone in the last game. They got a good solid position. 5 eliminations. The Winchester is getting bust out here. Guizao, please make it happen. Please.
I think he's getting one. 4v4, you just clear out the Inco player. But look at this kind of struggle they're going to have to make. Twisted Minds, even though they have vehicles, all that terrain is flat. If Furia wraps around, which they're doing right now, they are going to be completely into open to Furia in this 4v4. So this will kind of be that telltale sign of if Twisted Minds can actually push a pressure point on Furia, or if they're going to fumble and maybe get wiped.
Please stay on Guizao. I want to see this Winchester shot. It's got to happen. He's got to do it for the team here. Furia's there on that south end. Obscure gets a knock on Vitali. And that is going to be it for Inco Gaming. So now here we go. It's Furia versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds have the high ground, but they are stuck in some buildings. Furia are going to have the angles in a 2-2 split here. But never forget. Oh, never mind. Guizao drops the Winchester, picks up the AK. Boo! Boo!
Hey, come on. He's trying to win, Jukes.
No, they're going to lose now. They're going to lose now. If he had the Winchester, they win the game. But since he dropped it, Furia has the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Furia as well. They've got that center spot. After this, it goes to nothingness, Jukes. We've seen it a lot, actually, already in this tournament, coming down to this final zone. And if you're a Twisted Minds fan, you got to make that smoke tunnel, go for that sort of Team Liquid role play, start running and gunning in the open and landing shots. But, I mean, Furia, yeah, Kayowski, he's got 4 frag grenades to him. It's going to start turning into a red zone almost on this roadside. It's going to really matter how Twisted Minds plays this.
Yeah, here come the smokes, but that nade from Silence is going to do it. Another little bounce nade here. Impossible to pick him up.
Wow.
Ratto Boy on the edge, trying to make a miracle happen. Little mini red zone. Twisted Minds getting punished. Guizao in the back, trying to hit a nade, but it's just looking too overwhelming.
Man.
Oh my gosh, MG3-2. The only thing that can take him out is a Winchester.
Yeah. They needed it. Rattle Boy, though, he does find one. Maybe goes for the first, at least 1 point, but doesn't find it. Furia now having to deal with just the last player, Guizao. He did have 8 eliminations that last match, but it doesn't matter, Jukes. Furia, clean wipe, getting the winner chicken dinner on Miramar.
Big game for them right there. I mean, they had that 2-2 split. They had all of the terrain right there for them. Beautiful game for Furia, and a win that they definitely needed. I mean, tomorrow is going to be their double points day, Taylor, right? So for the fact for them to pull out a chicken dinner here and now, you know they got to be pretty hyped.
Yeah, well, not only them, but also Team Queso again, having a great game as far as I'm concerned. I was watching them just fly and fry Milo and Kogoat in that house, bro. I was like, wow, that is some good stuff. That end zone, by the way, was nutty. I don't think I've ever seen such a chaotic end zone, Jukes, where it's just nonstop smokes, grenades. I mean, just use everything you could. I'm looking at Furia, Twisted Minds in the hardcover POI. That's a great spot to be in terms of like other rosters, like especially if you're, might get third party. But now you had to benefit Furia in that spot, right? They had that little bit of low ground where they were able to go over that little dip, and then Twisted Minds just had to break out. You knew exactly where they were, and Furia played that very well. I mean, almost perfectly, it seems. Finish off with 12 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner. That's a big win from Furia.
Yeah, I think it was also a big win for X Factor too, right? Even though they didn't win the game, they put up a ton of eliminations, which is going to help them out huge on their double points day. Yeah. So it's good to see, NA shining a little bit when it comes to double points.
No, it is. Well, it's crazy because not only Furia but also X Factor, don't be surprised if they break into top 5 because of this game alone. I mean, that's what's at stake, and that's how close the points are, right? I mentioned it was only 18 points difference from 12th place all the way up to 3rd, where Twisted Minds was at. But Twisted Minds, they're putting in work, and they're going big. Influence Rage, though, they started off hot, it seems, with 4 eliminations, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the squad itself were really winning some of these engagements early on, but in the end, they really struggled to find their stride in that later part of the zone. But with the squad, if you're Influence Rage and you're seeing yourself, yeah, you know, at least we're getting 5, 6 eliminations on your double points, that's a decent game. X Factor having a little bit better of performance too on their double points, but you're wanting that top 3. You're wanting those double-digit elims, especially on the double points, or else you're really feeling like you dropped the ball.
Here was Team Queso starting to heat up a little bit. Jukes, I'm watching this and it's just blowing my mind how good they were able to come together. Obviously, we saw how they ended that name, which is absolutely beautiful from Inco, but Team Queso, they were on fire. Like,
yeah, I mean, they're doing so good. I mean, they're on fire. The cheese is melty. The fondue is ready. I mean, when it comes to this team, Team Queso, it just like, it reminds me of the Team Queso of old. You know what I'm saying? They used to be such a dominant force, and they've been so quiet for so long, and I think they're just tired of it. They're tired of it. They're like, nah, you know what? We're gonna make a name for ourselves in this tournament, and they are starting to do so, right? But at the same time, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's it. I couldn't sprint or do a marathon, so I respect the teams that could do either one of them, okay? This was the final moments. Furia obviously locking it in, getting the victory. Twisted Mind, you just can't break out of that. You got the smokes, you got the nades, and Furia had you on lock, although there was a special item, Jukes, that they could have had to win that round.
Yeah, dude. Once they dropped the Winchester, I was like, GG, it's over. I mean, seriously. I mean, honestly, because like in that kind of position, they needed some kind of crazy snipe to kind of help give them a little bit of a break. And once Quizal dropped it, I was like, yeah, it's over.
And it was over right after that, so I give you credit where credit is due, brother. Well, that's 2 maps done and a major shakeup to our standings once we show it. It's going to be absolutely nutty. You want to wait around to see that. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be throwing map number 3, Arrogale, your way. Don't go anywhere. welcome back, everyone. 2 maps down, 4 more to go. Erangel coming up next. These are your results from map number 2 on Miramar. Furia taking a big victory with 22, but X Factor, good old North America, making the most out of their Group A double points. Will lock in 22 points for themselves, surely jumping up the rankings and should be the #1 NA team, at least after the standings have been updated. But Twisted Minds at 13. Inco at 8, Team Queso at 10. The usual suspects up at the top, outside of Alpha7, sneaking up there with 4 total points. We look at page number 2, our underperformers. Influence Rage, though, Enigma will at least get 8.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Rage, they do have those eliminations, again, like I said before we'd cut to break, but no placement points. They're kind of just dropping the ball with these bonus points. Team Liquid, you know, they get basically the same amount of points with just more eliminations. It's not their bonus point day yet, so it's nice to get that sort of average, maybe 8 or 10 range if your squad's looking for it, but it's really not too hot, especially if you're second on the leaderboard here, Taylor. The bonus points need to start adding up.
Well, they are adding up, Hot Jukes. X Factor and Furia will jump up. The big one is X Factor, right, going from like 11th, 12th place all the way up to 5th.
Let's go. Big jump for them and a huge game for them right there. And there's still so many more left to go. So they could easily rocket launch themselves up to first place. And that's something they want to do. They have the most bonus points rather than anybody else so far. So they are crushing it. Influence Rage still up there as well. Not in a position I thought they would be. I thought they would be already in first place.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're trying to make it happen. But still, it's crazy to see all these other teams still hang on.
It is, and it's crazy to see the Vicious, a team that is on double points today, drop down from 14th to 15th place, nearly last. They've got to be careful here. Intense Game can pass them up. Normally, double points means you go up. For the Vicious, it means they're only going down. But here it is, map number 3. We hop back into Erangel, where Team Liquid started off the day with their first victory of the fall season. 11 eliminations. Team Queso just behind them, and in Twisted Minds also showing themselves as wonderful competitors with 11 eliminations, 8 of those coming from Guizhou. An intense game from him. I believe he sits at 10 total eliminations for the first 2 maps. Let's see how high he can go as we hop into map number 3, Erangel. Hot Jukes Enigma, it's your time to shine.
And shine we will, Taylor. Shine we will. Just like these teams are shining today. Oh my gosh, man. It's so crazy to see so many names and so many orgs that we haven't seen pop off in such a long time, Enigma.
Yeah.
Just come out in the fall out of nowhere and just be like, we're here, baby. And we're back.
Listen, the last split was a bit of a letdown because, you know, as much as we love Team Liquid and Alpha7, we want to have that conversation last week of 5, 6 teams, not just top 2 going for that first place. And what we're seeing right now, yeah, Alpha7, Team Liquid, they've shown their prowess and their experience, but these other teams, Team Queso, whether it's Influence, Rage, and even Fury as well, being able to come in strong and really keep the leaderboard looking competitive. And at the start of the day, I think Taylor had said, it was top 12 being in that contention to possibly being able to shake it up to get to second place. So for today, even especially, huge flowers to X Factor so far. There's still 4 games left to be played. Hopefully they don't drop the ball yet. But so far, that team, they're capitalizing the most out of the other 3 teams in their group for the bonus points today.
Well, one team that needs to start capitalizing is the Vicious, right? They are so down on the leaderboards. This is their circle, though, right? A beautiful northern zone for them. They're already in it. They can just get looted up, put themselves in the best position possible. I'm really expecting a lot out of this team in this game. This is also a big game for squads like Furia, who just popped off in the last one, right? Alpha7 finally get a circle here. So all the teams that have been a little bit, quiet, this is their time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a little bit of brilliance maybe too in that last game from a squad like Inco Gaming. They came in and were able to wipe out Team Queso on that hillside. Yeah, we saw them make that full send clown car play with the Murado and ultimately get wiped. But that squad came out with, I believe, 5 or 6 eliminations, getting a few placement points. That team was desperately needing at least some sort of points in the board because yesterday they fumbled hard.
Yeah, they definitely did. So let's just see just how big of a bounce back we're going to get from these teams. Furia locking down crates. Getting looted up, ready for the rest of the game here. No crazy hot drops as yet, which is something I like to see because
Yeah.
you know, at this point, this is double points day. You got to play this as serious as possible.
I mean, it's always got to be serious, you know, from the start to the finish.
Oh yeah.
It's not like you're going to be having your Team Queso performance on every team, even though with it being 20 days of play, Jukes, technically every team could have a pop-off performance like that. But you and I both know that probably won't happen. These teams, though, I got to give shout out to Twisted Minds, of course, them coming and swinging that last game. Obviously, they only got second, but that team like Furia have been able to really get their point totals up with the eliminations, getting those extra placements, being able to capitalize on other teams' mistakes. But one team, you know, I got to bring it back, especially to a specific player, Revo. Okay, for Alpha7.
Okay.
He was on that MVP leaderboard yesterday for 12. But this squad, you know, after 2 games, I'm not really sure how many eliminations they even have. They've kind of been a dead duck in the water, I guess you could say. They haven't found it yet. And I do like, you know, to give praise of, you know, they were second place. They won World Cup. But they could still have a terrible day. Maybe their mental reset doesn't happen until after all 6 games are played. And, you know, they'll probably make me eat my words like Team Liquid did at the start.
Yeah, they're gonna. I mean,
I'm still going to throw that line out there.
Look, Carrillo's on a bike. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. There's no worries, I think, from this squad. And if you think about it, the first 2 games, the zones were pretty atrocious for them, right? They had some very big traveling to do. They landed in North George. We had a milli circle, right? They landed all the way in El Pozo. They had to go all the way down to the south. This is a game for them to bounce back, right? It's a circle that's meant for them, and we're going to see just how well they play it. And at the same time, it's like their double points day is at the end of the week, right? So we'll definitely see them be fully warmed up by then as Carrillo now is going to get out of the bike and into a much nicer ride.
Yeah. Easier on the legs.
Oh, yeah.
He got his steps in already, I guess you could say. But, you know, I kind of still like that glider play. You know,
the glider play was sick,
that it was awesome. And he might find another, but I doubt they're going to use it. A lot of these teams, though, you know, opting to really rotate around the edge of the circle right now. I'm not seeing anyone really beeline it in because there's not a lot of stuff for you to really play this early on unless you're at the likes of Furia at Crates or your Alpha7 that already has that North George kind of on lockdown. These teams, like the likes of NRG, Team Liquid even, and Influence Rage, they're going to have to kind of try to weasel their way into these zones. And we've seen it time and time again from them, but I still got to ask the question of, you know, will they make the right play or will we see them maybe fault in this area?
Well, let's see. Let's see if they're going to do that because, you know, there's... Oh, wait. Before we get into that, we're on Everest, baby. The big mountain. Furia already locking it down from Crates. This is their easy rotation. They're trying to catch All Glory Gaming slipping here. Silence. Trying to be true to his name. Trying to stay as silent as possible. What has he got? Was that a 6X? No, 4X.
Something like
4X on the DP. He's not going to take a shot.
It's actually, I think, just 2 of them there, though. Yeah, Kowalski and them were still looting the crate section, so they're going to kind of give it up to him. AGG, they kind of just swap spots. Almost, though, a lot of other teams starting to make their rotations, and actually looking like the south side of the mountain here might be having a little bit of a contest. Yeah, Team Queso versus Loops, opting to try to just back out of this. Team Queso, they had a pretty solid few eliminations last few games, and even though it's a team like Loops, you don't know that's the squad you're going against. They're opting to make that safe play and just rotate away.
Yeah, let's see right now if we are going to see an engagement here anytime soon. Loops is on the move right now. Again, this is double points day for 4 groups in particular, guys. For those of you guys that could be just tuning in, we're looking at Influence Rage, VIP Esports, The Vicious, and X Factor, right? So this is their day to shine. Their job right now is to make a lead so big that no other team can pass them up. And it's so crazy that we're already 2 games in, right? X Factor, I think they've done their job, without a doubt, right? They put up, more than 20 points each game in the past
21.
2? Yeah, so they are doing exactly what they're supposed to, but they had a really rough day in day 1. So this is they're using the double points to catch up, not really just make a crazy lead, right? But there's still this game and 3 more left to go. The leaderboards can definitely shake up for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're meeting your minimum at least. You set for all these bonus point teams, 10-point minimum per game. They're at 21. They're above that mark. So this team, if they're able to keep that tried and true, they're definitely going to be able to shoot themselves up at least into second place, if not first. It's just a matter if they can continue accumulating those elimination points, maybe getting into that top 6, top 5 even for these placements. But we've seen it time and time again. This squad, as much as we see their early game brilliance, they start to fumble in the later half of the matches. And Team Liquid, I was questioning them. They are going at it every game today. Jukes Loops again getting caught out, but Chief, he's jumping in the vehicle. Honestly, an amazing play from him because Loops was trying to hit the drive-by, salvage it, but ultimately giving Team Liquid still the advantage.
What a crazy way to start things off. I'm telling you, Team Liquid are just vicious in day number 2. I mean, there's no mercy on all of these squads. They see a player just driving out. They're going to take that elimination all day long, but it looks like we may have a Ruin-esque finish here.
Ooh.
I'm looking over there by Cube. That's a really good position to hold, and it looks like Twisted Minds might be just the team to take it, but they're getting mighty close to Alpha7. So we're definitely going to see some fights ring out here.
Yeah, I mean, we know this part of the map on the east by Ruins is going to have congestion. Every point of the bridge on the river is going to have 1 or 2 teams fighting to cross it. And even Mount Everest, where Furia is at currently, they could have a squad pull up and fight them. These teams really kind of got to wait it out and see where the zone goes. It's either you're defending or you're attacking squads. And Team Liquid seems to be one of the only teams today, at least, that has shown signs of both of those. I'm hoping some of these other squads, like obviously X Factor and especially Team Vicious, hopefully they're able to replicate the same thing.
Yes, indeed. So Team Liquid going to be holding down Ruins for now. And Ayala, yeah, just going to try to protect those vehicles. You can see all of them parked mighty close to each other.
Ooh.
Yeah, just in case we get a crazy, just hardcore shift. So this is a spot they're going to be holding up for the rest of the game. I love this area of Ruins. There's so many different places you could hide, but it's very weak to that hillside. Nobody wants to take that hillside on purpose, but you know, when worst comes to worst, sometimes you have no choice. So yeah, we'll see how Team Liquid decides to park themselves there for now. Still quite a few teams though that still need to get into the circle. One of them is going to be VIP Esports. They're one of your double points team. Another is going to be X Factor. They're going to be in that same boat. So let's see just how they decide to move through this circle.
Yeah, that last game was pretty pitiful from this squad. They really were just caught out early and got steamrolled. I believe it was Loops on the edge of zone and then got third-partied. But for this Erangel, I'm actually liking this rotation because it looks like there's not any squad in front of them on the edge on this Gatka side. But obviously, like you're just noting with Ruins and stuff like that, there's still play on the north side of Rozhawk and stuff like that towards shooting range. So if the zone shifts away from them, they could still continue and have to drive around the edge of the zone, almost doing the around the world move, Jukes. And if you're VIP, if you're always driving, you're not shooting your weapon, you might be getting stagnant in that car.
That's true. That's the thing is that like a long game like this, a tournament, you know, you want to keep those fingers warm. And if you haven't been battling for a minute, you're going to be behind some of the other squads that have been fighting the entire time. Shooting from the blue zone is crazy right now. And FS is willing to take that gamble. Unable to get the knock. May I just get it? I think he did. No, somebody did for sure.
His teammate.
Yeah, his teammate. So the zone goes north. This is a tough circle shift for so many teams. Because now that gamble of it going south is over. Alpha7 are in a great spot. But look how many teams need to start moving.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also noticing just how you said Alpha7 Mafioso is actually sitting in blue zone, holding it. X Factor doing the same thing on this eastern side towards Rozhawk. And we were questioning that stop in zone, but his teammates were completely spread out. And look at this, they're chasing him down. They understand Loops. They're a duo at most. We need to get these points, and I'm loving the aggression from the squad. Baton getting it with the last shot to the dome. Another elimination point for this team. And look at that, Jukes. They chose to stay on the edge on this eastern side. Even with the blue zone here, they find themselves a way into this next zone.
That's the way to do it. I mean, the thing is that if you're going to make a late rotation like this, you're basically just hoping on luck, right?
Yeah.
That you just find the right fight at the right time, maybe a lucky third party. And they caught a couple teams off. They caught Loops off guard, right? And that is going to be some serious points for them. So things going in the right way for X Factor. And honestly, it couldn't it couldn't happen at a better time, right? Double points day. That's the day you want all the luck.
Yeah, and I mean, doing it, you know, we have the Erangel Miramar Erangel as the first half of today's matches. Being able to do that on these games, yeah, they've had their fingers warmed getting those eliminations per game. But I feel like this game, if they're able to just make sure they get into this next zone, they're really going to find themselves a good stride going into the latter half of today. And with it being the bonus points, these other squads, they're taking shots, especially VIP, but we're not seeing the same results as X Factor. They're not getting those knocks. And when you start missing shots, you're missing the bullets, the damage, you really start having that mental stress on you. And oh man, the full send jukes across the bridge, losing one. This is just a do or die play here.
Yeah, you can see VIP Esports in the water now, just trying to survive. And this is tough. Yeah, full send on in. This is desperate times, call for desperate measures. And this is not the spot you want to be in. Honestly, I would have rather seen VIP just edge it out and just take fights like we saw X Factor do, because this is just so risky, especially on your double points day.
Stage 3. I mean, this could very well shift anywhere on the map. And look at it. I mean, you've got Team Liquid raining down on you just to the south. You can't go to the compound because Twisted Minds is there. Every single team is opting to just hold the edge. And if you're the one sending it in, you're going to get every shot at you. Strap now being the one knocked next. All these teams. And look at this. It's crazy. The zone shifted, Jukes, to where there's no one in the zone, really. Oh, man. And if you're an X Factor fan, I'm a believer now, Jukes. They're loving it.
Dude, I mean, what a lucky break for them. Seriously, you could not hope for a more fortunate circle shift. This is huge for the double points team of X Factor today. Alpha7 are in a good spot. NRG are in a good spot. Furia, Team Queso, good luck, guys, because this is not the zone rotation you were hoping for.
The only team I think has a bit of breathing room, even with a poorer position, is Team Liquid, because they could just sit on that edge bridge and farm the 4 or 5 teams on the south. Everyone else, they're opting either for the bridge rotations or they're just taking the fight straight up. And a big key takeaway I think we're going to have to notice here is if X Factor chooses to play more condensed like we wanted to see from them, or maybe they're going to fault again and leave it up open for those 2v4 fights to happen.
Yeah, let's see what happens here as Caprice is on the move. X Factor pushing from that edge with this beautiful, gifted circle to them. They have to utilize it to their maximum opportunity. I want to see double-digit eliminations from this team.
Yeah.
And a top finish, because you don't get this kind of circle often. When you do, you got to take full advantage. And now, yeah, Baton realized there is a team pushing on us from the outskirts. Let's see if he's able to cut them off.
I mean, he's mirroring them. I think he hears all the vehicles, which is a really nice sign as long as they're able to get the shots down. But that's not the only spot, Jukes. Team Liquid now. Intense game centered in the water. And actually, Team Queso's doing the same. I thought this would be some free pickings, but so many players in the water now. It's a struggle to hold the edge of this. We also have the likes of Navy on the compound next to him. So if any of these players start giving big knocks, it could result in disaster. And Poppy Sour's coming out of the water. Oh, he misses it on Ayala, the S12.
Boy.
Butchering it. Guapo now. He's trying to get the run up on the cliff. Poppy Potro getting it himself on the other side. But
dive.
Team Liquid, there was too many teams, Jukes, to worry about. Now everyone's taking casualties.
Team Liquid in really big trouble here. Mythic diving into the water. Hayuya in the water as well. I mean, it's an absolute battle under the bridge. Who's going to be the bridge troll to come out alive?
I mean, Ayala, he's trying to get the reset. TL is getting the views on it, actually losing when Ayala getting the thirst from drowning. But look at this. So many dots on top of each other on the map. And we're actually down to a solo now of intense game. 0 eliminations for this team, Jukes. This is not the spot you're wanting. And we're going back to the north side, baby. X Factor forcing it on Vicious. And I don't know what happened, but losing the squad wipe on the pull-up, Jukes. I hope we have some replay action of that, because we gave them the benefit of the doubt, Jukes. We hyped it up, and then as soon as we look away, they fumbled it back.
I mean, what a big fumble right there. I mean, you could ask for a more blessed circle, and they were just not able to hold it down there. So a big misstep from X Factor. But, you know, we still have quite a few teams still alive here. Influence Rage is going to be the team I got my eye on. This is a huge team on the leaderboards that has those double points. Don't count out the Vicious as well. This is their best game so far.
Yeah, they have 3 players alive still. The zone shift wasn't too bad for the Vicious. They have no one next to them, but the big takeaway is, of course, Influence Rage. I believe they have all players left alive. Rare for this zone shift, with how many people lost players on the bridge crossings. Obviously, we got NRG. We expect them to fight Furia at some point, and then this sort of congestion on the bridge is going to have to unfold one way or another.
Let's see what happens. Influence Rage, the only team that's big chilling in the center. Everybody else is having to edge it out because there's just nowhere to go. So it's really going to be just who could hit those shots at this point. You can see Team Queso going for that revive underneath the water. Let's see who's going to make it out. Mythic with the nade. That could do it. He spots them. Oh, Team Queso's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little bit of that timing issue. The revive being 10 seconds, just putting you on the back foot now. And both of them getting down to 1 HP. It looks like they might find a bit of a breather spot to get healed, but that's not the only team they got to worry about. They can't crest up. They got to take this 2v2, I think, unless Latin Kings are actually opting to rotate a bit out of the compound. This could be a disaster for him. Gets 2 with the spray down on the M4. Cold Goat making something out of nothing, and now he's got to worry about a side angle, but he's not stopping. Gets to the sniper tower, and M4 shots are raining down. He's going for it, but don't overdo it just yet. He's got to get the shot shoots. His teammates support fire, and someone else actually picking up the knock. So Latin Kings maybe fumbling it here on the ridgeline. Having to push now, though. Team Queso, the 2-man army, but not going to be the case. The spray down is going to reign supreme, but Latin Kings now, they got to worry about Team Liquid coming in, and they're actually just cutting the losses. It's just down to Malcolm, and it doesn't seem like he's long for this world. Inco Gaming cleans up. The South Side finally unfolds shoots with Team Liquid somehow coming out on top.
Team Liquid, I mean, are just going crazy today. 8 eliminations so far. 2 players are still up. I mean, this is a great game from them. And this is not even their double points day. And they are just hanging on the leaderboard. So we will see their double points coming up in a few days. That's right. In just a couple of days, we'll see them start making it happen. That's going to be 2 days from now. And for them to start firing on all cylinders right here, right now, team's got to watch out. But yeah, that shot from Guizal, that's going to be Team Liquid out of there.
I mean, there's a reason he had 8 on the first angle. Now he's got 3, but the 2-piece and 1 spray is hard to come by, especially at that range. Now he's got to get the 1v1 on Kowalski, but the smoke play, got to be able to see him. It doesn't seem like it'll be a fair 1v1. Jukes Furia make quick work of the last Twisted Minds player, and now we're talking top 5 in the lobby. A lot of these teams, though, we can see on the battle tracker, Jukes, most of them having 4 players left alive still.
Yeah, and we can see right now, Furia keeping an eye downrange. Next zone about to pop. Where is it going to go? NRG are still in the game here. I haven't been talking about NRG a whole lot, but now you're going to start seeing them really start making it move. And they only have 1 elimination so far. But with this zone shift, it's looking mighty fine for them. The Vicious is the only team. Oh, actually, no. Influence Rage, yeah, it's still alive. So we got 2 squads that could definitely put some serious points on the board here. Hardly any cover at all. Furia are the big team that are going to have a hard time getting into this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a battle for the mountain on this western side, because Influence Rage is never pushing out of that compound. It's going to be solely a 4v4 between them and NRG. We obviously have the Vicious, who are on their double points. They got to somehow find their way in, and then obviously Inco Gaming showing up this game again, back to back. So a lot of these teams have a chance of, maybe they had a few decent points in the last 2 games, but this is the game where if you get a win, you could definitely be feeling yourself going to the latter half of today.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you can just see right now. Oh, boy. Things are starting to ramp up. You can see Spec trying to keep an eye on some of these players here. Casper clearing out that back line. That's always something you want to do. And he is able to get some nice shots there downrange. They need all the points they could get here. And if you're going to stop one team, you definitely want to stop one of these double point squads.
Wait, Jukes, Furia sending it from Inco Gaming. The bloodbath commences, and Inactive getting it done instantly. Full man wipe, losing a player. Hopefully they'll get Wancho up, but NRG, they didn't even have time to react to this. There's no aggression Inco Gaming, they're sitting at 9 eliminations, Jukes.
Inco Gaming finally started to wake up. 9 eliminations is going to be good for them. Influence Rage with 6, doubling it up though. Oh, and here comes NRG Galaxy. Influence Rage though, they may want a little piece of this action, but don't count the Vicious out as well. Only one player alive. Every single placement point will double for them though. So let's see though, who's going to win this game? NRG Galaxy, you can see them ramping up the aggression now. Only 2 eliminations to their name so far. When is Influence Rage going to make that move, though?
You got to wait for the eliminations to pop up. Hopefully you see at least one trade out. And we saw the aggression instantly when it was Inco versus Furia. They drove up instantly. They have the read of, we need to wait for the third party. And NRG, they're forcing this fight. They got to keep it a clean 4-man wipe. If not, this could be their recipe for disaster and losing that game-winning clutch. But Inco, at least they're turning up this game, Chooks. They're proving themselves that, hey, we can get the pieces together on Erangel. And I think a lot of this is going to come down to the utility usage because Inco Gaming's the one on the back foot. They have to find their way in. NRG has to be the stone wall on the edge of zone. We'll have to see, though. Spec, he's got 2, actually both eliminations for the squad. A reputable player. They got to piece it together here, Jukes.
They got to piece it together big time. You can see Fate with those long nades. Oh, Law, though, getting active. That is Juancho eliminated. I cannot believe they even left that position.
Yeah.
I mean, that is wild. They should have totally just tried to take out NRG and then go from there. But instead, just a crazy sacrifice. That is Inco Gaming eliminated just like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Vicious fan too, that solo, like you called, he's actually right on the edge of zone. I think they kind of lost him on where he's at in this play. So NRG and Influence Rage basically forcing this 4v4 out. There still is a world where the Vicious could come out on top here, Jukes, but it really comes down to how these teams trade it out. And with Fate making the first move in, he's actually kowtowing away, not sticking it. You really want to see some sort of map play go on, or else it's going to be a disaster in the center part of the zone.
Yes, it is. So right now we are staring at Influence Rage. They are going to get so many points in this game, guys. I mean, they are going to rocket launch themselves to first place after this one. This is all they needed. They just needed one good game on their double points day, but they need every elimination they can get. Shout out to the Vicious as well. They're going to get some nice placement points from this too. But NRG, it's really up to them to shut down these double points teams.
Yeah, it looks like they already sent one out on that eastern side. I'm not sure who it is. I believe it's Fate. And this is one of those things where you don't want to rotate too early from the mountain, because then you allow Influence Rage to maybe piece themselves out. They left Spec down there to kind of hold down the fort, maybe just grief them if they try to come out. But if you're driving in vehicles, Jukes, there is a chance you could get knocked in 24K. Getting caught out in the open. I'm not sure if that was the right play. At least go for a bit of pre-smokes maybe, but NRG, they still have the power position. Casper actually sitting dead center, and this isn't stage 8 yet. It's not into nothingness, but having a player in the center like this, you're kind of hoping, if you're an NRG fan or even a player, that the zone shifts off of that compound.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. As Casper is going to be holding down this crate for dear life. Full level 3'd out. He's in a good spot. And you're right. I mean, they definitely have the big position. I like the fact that he is going to blow up that car. He took out the tire, so that way it'll be more difficult to, you know, get shot underneath it. And it is anyone's game. Influence Rage has the numbers. Oh, that knock on the Spec, though, is going to be critical. Casper is going to have to make something happen here. But, well, there's still, yeah, you're right. There's one more circle left. It can go anywhere.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're a Vicious fan, I think the best case scenario is if it goes just straight east. But Casper, he might have spotted him. I've seen the shots rain out, but not finding an Influence Rage. I mean, they're in the zone there. NRG really kind of on the back foot because you lost 2 players making that rotation. You're not in that zone really. If you're Fate, you got to move forward. And I'm not even sure if he has a vehicle left to get in. He might have to smoke himself up. And if you're an Influence Rage, I mean, we're sitting at 9 eliminations. There's 3, if not 4 total. That's 8 additional points if they were to get every elimination, Jukes.
Unreal. And you can see Spec gonna go out here, but could definitely get some information for the rest of his squad. So you can just tell right now he's just looking, trying to tell his team what to do here. This is stage 8, so the zone's gonna go down to nothing. Fate is out of position. There's nothing he can do.
No smoke.
Yeah, no smokes at all. Fate will go down. I mean, this is looking like an Influence Rage win right here.
Yeah. And I mean, it's nice though for the bonus point group. We talked about 2 of them being in this top 3. The Vicious, even though it's not a pop-off performance like Influence Rage, it's still great stuff to see from them. Hopefully they'll be able to kind of keep that going into the latter half of today. But now we're seeing it Fate. Yeah, I mean, he actually just let the zone knock him out. And now it's kind of down to Casper realizing, hey, you know,
they're going to leave. Yeah. Influence Rage realizes that they're going to sacrifice these points because they know who they're going against. And if you're NRG, you want to deny all the points you possibly can. So Influence Rage now going to leave their building. They're going to hunt down this last point. Casper going to have to pull off a miracle.
He's got the 3 gear. 1 frag grenade to his name. It's already getting rained down on him, having to move himself. But the crate, I mean, you got 3 angles looking at you, Cheeks. As soon as you move, it's just... you don't even get to play the game. They're finishing it done. And the Vicious, Bruno's in. He somehow weaseled his way into a top 2. Great stuff for the team struggling on bonus points today. And yeah, I mean, give it to the zone. Oh, he almost saw him. I don't think so.
They got him! They found him! Wow. So instead of, denying the point, you feed Influence Rage just a little bit more. And oh, man. Their stomachs have got to be full after that one because that was a whole lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, feed the beast. I think they got, 3 out of 4 of those players. Taylor, we got to get your insight on it because a team, we didn't see a pop-off performance really from those bonus point squads, but Influence Rage made it look amazing.
Well, the Vicious, let's not count them outright. They are on bonus points for their Group A performance. They get 2nd place. And I'll take that, especially after talking about how they were down there nearly last place. They only had 1 team to pass them up. They were in 15. So they didn't get the most points, but at least they got 2nd and 4. You never know what game is going to be the game where you get the confidence. But for Influence Rage, let's talk about how impressive this is, Hot Jukes. 12 eliminations, 1st place. Out of the 4 times... or now 5 times, that we have watched Erangel over the last 2 days, they've only placed outside of top 3 1 time.
Crazy.
The other 4 times, they've got 2 first places, so 2 winner chicken dinners, and 2 second places. When we talk about Erangel, Influence Rage at the moment control this map.
I mean, if you're going to win the game, though, and get a crazy amount of eliminations, it's got to be today, right? And they did it. I mean, these guys are going to go so high up the leaderboards. There's no way they're not in 1st place after this one. I mean, because that is going to be a crazy rocket launch. And there's still 3 more games left to go. So anything can still happen.
Oh, without a doubt, anything. NRG also getting 3rd place. Nice to see them back at the top. Inco showing their face. Enigma, we haven't seen too much of Inco, right? But 9 eliminations, 4th place. Again, another great start. Day 1 showed us that there were a lot of teams ready to get mixy, ready to get dicey, and really showcase what they're about. We now follow that same trend. Yes, we get the usual suspects, but now we're starting to see the Vicious pop up. Inco Gaming start to show their head. Twisted Minds really starting to showcase a dominant performance.
Yeah, that top 12 you were talking about at the start might even be top 14 after today if Inco can keep getting those points together.
Oh, yeah! Wow! Yeah! That's the game we wanted right there, Enigma. 44 points, brother.
Yeah, I mean, the bonus points is just drastic for it. And you said it, 1 game out of top 3 from the squad on Erangel, 44. They're making everyone else look like light work out there in the lobby. And it's like Juke said, we got 3 more games left. There's another Erangel they have to play. And if you're looking at Team Queso and stuff like that, even the likes of Furia and stuff, you're really hoping, oh my goodness, please don't let Influence Rage have another pop-off performance tonight.
It's scary for everybody else too, Jukes. I mean, even the Vicious, right? 4 eliminations, but with their 6 placement points, they net 20 points. That would be a low-scoring game on a normal day, right? But bonus points makes that an extraordinary game.
Absolutely, and that's what I'll say. The power of the bonus day is just so insane, and they utilized it to their absolute potential. That's why I wasn't scared at all. I was like, Influence Rage are going to be on top at the end of the day because they have that pop-off potential, right? From other teams, I wanted to see at least 10 points a game, right?
Yeah.
But, Influence Rage, we knew they were going to bust something crazy out, and they just happened to do it midday. So, I mean, it's so crazy to see what they could do with 3 more matches. Let's go. And welcome to 1st place, Influence Rage.
There it is. They were second place for a little bit, weren't they? Especially at the top of the day. Struggling behind that of Team Queso, but no longer the case. They are now in first place. And not even just because really of bonus points. You know, Enigma, Influence, Rage have the second most amount of eliminations on this first page, and they also have nearly the most placement points, only bested by Furia at 33. So bonus points, yes, makes a massive difference, but Influence Rage is still looking like the #1 team in the tournament.
Well, I mean, if you're performing almost the best out of any team on every single Erangel map, I mean, I'm hoping your stats are up there, you know? And obviously Team Queso, they had their pop-out performances yesterday, but we haven't really seen anything too crazy like that today. It's more just been that one, maybe 2 squad wipes out of them, really 0, if not 1 placement point. But I gotta play the broken record from last game. I'm looking at X Factor. That game was theirs dead to right. If anything, they wipe out NRG later, but they take that fight right as we switch off of them, and they crumble. We don't know what the heck happened to them on that northern side, and
yeah,
I mean, it was just disaster from that squad who I thought had that game in the bag.
I thought so as well, and
right.
I know they're going to look back at that Hot Chooks and say, man, if we could have had that, we could have now been edging close to 90 points, maybe even 100. We could have been up there where Team Queso's at. Still 3 games to go, though, and one of the good news is they do have that other Ergo, as you mentioned. Because of that very reason, they can take what the lessons learned from game number 3 and obviously apply that to game 6, and who knows, maybe finish towards the very top. If they can finish top 5 at the end of the day, I would be very happy, not only for them, but also for North America.
Yeah, me too. And it's so crazy to see that because it's just one misstep, right? One little lost fight, and it could just be so drastic. And that's the one right there. I mean, they could have had easily a 40-point game, but you know what? You got to shake it off, right? 3 more games left to go. There's still plenty of points left to be had.
That's it. Well, Inco Gaming had a wonderful game. In fact, finishing off in 4th place with 9 total eliminations. So therefore, Sarpatch took the advantage to talk to one of the Inco Gaming members. His name's Inactive. Let's hear what he had to say.
Finally, match 2 is done. It's been a long day today. Inactive, tell me about this match. It feels like things are starting to loosen up. You're starting to get better matches. How do you feel after this one?
This one actually feel great. First top 3 in 2 days. Of course, feels good. And yes, we're just trying to keep improving the points that are messing us up at the end of the day. Game by game, day by day. Yesterday is already part of the past, so just take it as a learning.
So you guys, I mean, when I've seen you guys, you are like, the chemistry between you guys is really good. You're always laughing. You're always in a good mood. It's a lot of players that are always in a good mood and everything. Wancha, I know they're always like that. After yesterday, was the mood a bit different, or everything is calm there?
No, everything actually was totally calm. No stress. We already know how we've been playing those days that we've been training before the tournament start, and I'm sure that you still guys have not seen what we are able to do, and that's what we're trying to show you all.
It'll happen, absolutely, bro. Let's go. A long way to go, so let's not worry about it. Okay.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 2. So far, we've seen 3 great maps today. That includes 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar. Now, we hop into map number 4, which is Sandhawk for the first time today and the second time during the fall season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Hot Jukes and Enigma, who's been lovely casting all day today. The energy's high, and man, I gotta tell you, that last game was great for a number of different reasons, but more importantly, Hot Jukes, Influence Rage, getting the most points we have seen yet with a total of 44. They absolutely slayed out.
Oh man, they're going full Saiyan mode right here, right? Just screaming at the top of their lungs because, I mean, what more could you ask for? This is the game you are just begging for in double points. So Influence Rage, they're set up so sweet. Another game like this, and they'll be solid, I think, for the rest of the week.
Yeah, well, definitely will be. Vicious would love to see them also follow the energy up at the map number 2, finishing off in second place, getting 20 points for themselves. But the reality is, for Sandhawk yesterday, it was all loops. Loops dominated. They get first place with a total of 6 eliminations. But then Latin Kings x Navy SEALs was also there. This was the first time we witnessed them truly in a winning moment, a chance to take the victory. They fell a little bit short, but nonetheless, they put themselves on the map in a conversation here on the desk, and followed by Team Liquid. This Enigma was the map where Team Liquid really showed up and showed out, matching the energy of Team Queso from map number 1 yesterday. Both of those rosters getting 16 total eliminations. Team Liquid return to hallowed grounds, which is Sandhawk. Can they replicate the success from yesterday today? They've already looked a lot better than day 1.
I'm not sure if it'll be the same as yesterday, but if they at least do the same they've done the last 3 maps today, then I think they'll be pretty happy with their consistency. And that squad themselves, I mean, yeah, it's not their bonus points days, but them having those moments, especially against the likes of Loops, people that were around them on that leaderboard, you're wiping them out early on in the matches. That's leaving you to get more points later on in the games. And even with them being a duo, they were still able to be a force to be reckoned with in that last Erangel. So coming into this Sandhawk, yeah, I mean, I think we're all hoping, especially if you're a fan of Team Liquid, to have that repeat of yesterday. But even if they have just, maybe a poor performance in some people's eyes for today's games, I think they're still pretty happy with it.
Well, you know who hopefully will be happy this time around, Hot Jukes, as opposed to day number 1, is X Factor, right? They're on double points. They've been really quickly rising up the leaderboard, but guess what? We're going to Ruins, and Inco Gaming, they are ready for round 2.
Yes, they are. And honestly, X Factor was the big disappointment in that last game because they got so blessed with that circle. I thought they had it, but they got taken out at the last second. So hopefully it's Sandhawk. You know it's going to get spicy, right? Hopefully they can bounce back.
Hopefully they can. Ruins, X Factor versus Inco, round number 2. I'm sure we're going to get it. And I do believe Loops or another roster was hanging around the area too, ready to take them down off the rotation. So it's going to be spicy in Ruins. I am sure of that. Hey, let's see who's going to perform here. Will Team Liquid get a great game? Will it be the likes of Loops or maybe Latin Kings x Navy SEALs? Let's find out all that and more. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Here we go. Sandhawk is here. One of my favorite maps to watch. Least favorite to play competitively because it's absolute carnage. My eyes are on Ruins. X Factor. You gotta win it in your hometown.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen them going for that sort of, drop. The observers understand exactly what we're wanting from them. And the players themselves, I mean, if you're X Factor, you gotta have the complete opposite of what happened yesterday. Get the 4-0 wipe, getting those eliminations. But, I mean, it actually looks like they're switching it up. They're going for a bit of a split loop drop just north of Painan, really opting to just play it safe on their double points. And, I'm really surprised with that being X Factor. I would have thought they'd at least maybe test it. But wait, it's not actually even a stop because they're taking it to Influence Rage. But actually, 3 of them dropped there. I thought it'd be disastrous, but FSS is there with an S12, gets the 1. I thought it was just 2 players at the compound, but they 3-stack this Jukes, and they get every man advantage on them.
Wow, and out of all the teams to take out, right, it's Influence Rage, who just had the craziest game, put up so many points. X Factor must have done their homework and said, you know what, I think there's a player from Influence Rage that likes to land here by himself. Why don't we just go ahead and try to take that point early on, and they did it.
Yeah, I mean, catch them lacking. Influence Rage, they're actually the other 3 players are in boot camp, so really kind of stretching themselves thin, not being able to help them. And I was happy to see that. Hopefully we're able to maybe get a comment during break from Sarpatch and seeing, if that was planned or not, going for that 3-man stack on the compound, because Influence Rage, I mean, that's a huge momentum stopper, losing a player like Diego early on.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt big time. So we'll see just how the rest of the teams decide to play this. As Influence Rage, you can see them just looting boot camp. Lorenzen just trying to keep an eye out on these hillsides. Is he gonna spot Havlik here? He does. Wow.
Oh, I'm surprised he left that. The compound's nice. They're actually dead center there, Jukes. X Factor, but going all the way back up. And Influence Rage, they're probably never gonna push up this hill. Yeah. But I mean, if you get the knock and thirst, it's like right back at you, sort of thing. But the rest of these squads, I'm seeing it, Jukes. It's kind of that more moot point now. There's not really anything too crazy going on, but at least there was still a bit of a change up today compared to yesterday on the map of Sandhawk.
Yeah, no ruins drop for X Factor. Instead, they catch Influence Rage off guard and get a nice point to their name. So, I mean, they've been pretty consistent for every game except that last one. Unfortunately, they got taken out a little bit earlier than they were hoping for. But you know what? This is Sandhawk. They're pretty central. They got this. They got the circle. Let's see how they're going to be able to work with it.
X Factor he actually didn't even have a helmet, so I'm kind of happy to move back, because if he got just one to the dome, I think he would have been knocked. But this is kind of a scary thing we're seeing on the map and right in front of us, Jukes. Team Liquid's getting way too close to X Factor, and he's actually the only one here on the mountain. The rest of his team is still down below on that western side. So Team Liquid might just come up and be the kings of the hill with X Factor having the starting point. And Mythic going for the nade, actually almost getting caught out. No headshot to get the knock, and runs in the molly. He might get down. Yeah, Team Liquid capitalizing on the slowness that is X Factor forming here.
Wow, X Factor they make a crazy play and then get punished immediately after. That's something they definitely got to work on here, because it looks like they have everything going for them, and then just all of a sudden, boom, they are in a real tough spot. So Team Liquid, they've definitely been firing on all cylinders today, and that is not a team you want to get caught slipping with for sure.
Yeah. You want to have it where they start going maybe a few days later in the tournament, kind of like how Alpha7's maybe going right now, because if you let them start firing off and getting those points like they are, it's going to maybe be a repeat of last split, and you want to prevent that as much as possible. And obviously it is Sandhawk. These teams are going to have a lot more brawls, whether it's in or outside the circle. But with it being so early on, you're never wanting to be the team on the shorter end of the stick. You don't want to be losing a player. You want to be the one capitalizing on points.
Yeah, let's see right now is Loops starting to put some pressure onto Intense Game. Poppy Sour throwing looks like possibly even a smoke. Yep. Bounce nade though. Looks good. Ooh. He's in big trouble. Pow pow. And that is Poppy Sour out of there. Loops taking full advantage of that isolated player. So man, a lot of players that are getting ISO'd are getting eliminated very, very quickly here. So I want to see these teams realize that, hey, you know what? It's worth it to just stick together rather than, trying to hunt down that little extra loot.
Yeah, I think that's just being too lackadaisical. You're thinking you got more time maybe on the circle, but we've only got 2 minutes left until the circle closes. We've been in this for 2 or 3 sort of minutes. These squads need to start moving as a unit. And NRG, this is one of those teams that really likes taking their time coming in. Obviously, Team Liquid moving as a unit early on. And that's why I think Sandhawk's really the telltale sign when it comes to teams being a unit together, being able to go for it. But it's kind of a nice little spot. I'm kind of liking this, Jukes. Right in the roof.
Looking a good one. Yeah, it's looking. You can see 24K. He got good sight lines on everybody right here. So he's right now just trying to hunt down one of these members of All Glory Gaming, but they're not going to move muscle. So I mean, at the same time, you're hard peeking it, but you don't want to just leave yourself in an obvious position for sure. So now Adrian is on the move. They're on the edge of this circle here. Just outside of it, actually. This is all the way on the southwest side of the map, right near the water. And NRG is holding it down. This is crazy because NRG need to focus on inside the zone because the zone's most likely going to shift away from them.
I would have liked to have seen him actually just kind of keep sitting on the roof, to be honest, because I think what 24K was waiting for was for them to get in one of those two vehicles because it's headshot level. It's hard for him to get out of it instantly if he's not really reaction fast like that so early on in the game. And it's like you said earlier, you know, these teams not playing as a unit. If you get in that vehicle and you're not prepared to get out instantly, that's a free initial knock. And NRG is that team that will look for that thirst and aggression, with it being Sanhok, because if they're on the edge like this, Jukes, that's their comfort spot.
Absolutely. You could see VIP. I saw him 2-4 there for a second. I got excited. Hopefully we could see some crazy snipes and Sanhok. Sprays are being so good right now. We don't see too many bolt actions, unfortunately, in esports. Hopefully one day that'll change. Zone goes south. Now we're going to see Furia going to have to leave their island here. Latin Kings Navy Seals are going to have to move down south as well. Not a bad shift, though, for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, they get to kind of have their cream of the crop for which spots they want to play, and they might still be able to hold AGG, but I think now's the moment where you just play for that positioning in it. I'm liking Inco Gaming spot as well. They opted to leave that ruin spot immediately and kind of camp the bridge, but Twisted Minds, this is going to be on the east side, Jukes, coming out of Quarry, trying to find their mark in the zone, but they're going right up on Alpha7.
Uh-oh.
The run over by Rattleboy, only getting one. Mafioso trading it. The DBS is doing the deeps, not finding
Run over!
Gazelle! He's coming in, Jukes, and he cleans it up on the second. The rest of the squad too far. They're all almost getting knocked, but Gazelle making it happen when it matters most. And now
Beautiful
holding the
shot.
top of the mountain. It's just Alpha7 getting pieced apart by Twisted Minds, and it's a 1v1. He's going for it. Quick prone, Creo, both going for the nades, but if you're a Twisted Minds fan, you're feeling it. He's got it in his gut for winning this, and going for the shots. If you're Alpha7, you got to go for a thirst here. Your whole squad's wiped, but it's only a matter of time, Jukes. The mountain is not what you wanted to lose, especially on run over plays.
Yeah, what a play there from Twisted Minds. Great engagement. One run over changed the whole direction of that fight. And now you got Carrillo on the back foot. Twisted Minds gonna hunt him down for sure. A little bit of pre-mollies. Maybe he's gonna try to catch him slipping. Misses that DBS shot. They know exactly where he is now. And Carrillo most likely gonna go down here. Yep, just like that. Twisted Minds wiping Alpha7 in a beautiful fair fight.
Yeah, they made that look like light work going in there. 2 run overs. We get the turnaround on the instant revive, getting it done. And, you know, it's just one of those squads where they're really turning up the knob a bit today. Yesterday, you know, they're in that middle of the pack being top 8. But this day, this is their time to shine. And it's not even their bonus point day, Jukes.
Yeah, it's not. And that is a crazy way to finish. Alpha7, the first team out in Sanhok. That is not something I was expecting. But, man, Twisted Minds, couple run overs. All it takes, you know, all it takes to take out a crazy team. Now you got X Factor on their double points day, down 2 players, trying to sneak away some eliminations here. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Zone is starting to close here. 47 seconds left. Only one team is still out of it. That's Latin Kings Navy Seal. They're going to be able to push in through Quarry. But right now, in Pine On, we got Team Vicious set up looking good. So they're in a good spot here to put up some points.
Yeah, another game where they're going to be able to hopefully get, you know, a good chunk of placement points. That last one was a real breather for him. Like Taylor said, that was, you know, a decent game having 10 points. But since it's double points day, they make that 20. That's an amazing start, even for it maybe being a bit of a poorer performance out of them on the day. They're one of those teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard starting today. So if they're able to continue at least getting those placements, getting 3, 4, maybe even 5 elims, they can maybe start finding their stride. And I think a big thing is going to be the zone. They're still in it, Jukes. Team Liquid, though, going to be dead center, 9C as well. A lot of these teams that we've kind of reiterated before having a solid spot in the zone.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, this is going to be a tough circle because it's split right down the middle in that water. So, you know, teams like Inco are really hoping the zone comes to them. If it doesn't, they're tough, out of luck. Or they're going to have to hit some crazy shots to get out of that position. But yeah, NRG is going to have to fight their way through this. Team Liquid, 9Z, and Team Vicious are in some of the best spots here. So let's see how they're going to be able to hold it down, because as good as that position is, every single team is looking at it.
I'm kind of worried as well seeing Team Queso holding that western side of the water, because Furia was actually just to the north of them. There's a bridge there and they had a vehicle. There's a potential we could see a full slam on that north side, but that camp NRG had earlier on Jukes, no eliminations. They actually lose Fate again early on in this match. And the squad, you know, you were opting that decision of, you know, I think they go for positioning. I was leaning towards them going for those elims, and now we're seeing the fruits of their labor really falling short. And AGG now, you know, they had a decent pop-off, but wait a second, Latin Kings full sending it in, 9Z. Oh man, he's ratting it out. Not moving a muscle. Jukes with the DBS. Cardix going to be the first to fall for Latin Kings. The smokes are coming out, a second player down, and wait a second, we're actually down in just a solo for this team, and
that's it.
Seeing the nades ring out. This is the trouble, Jukes. It's just you go for the slam. It's Sandhawk. It's not Aaron Gale or Miramar. You're going to have 5, 6, 8 different scopes, lines of sights on you, and you're feeling the brunt of it all. Yeah, I mean, you can't even peek.
Nothing. You can't move a muscle. But X Factor are getting into a huge fight there with Team Queso, and they are going to get eliminated. Only one elimination point. So they started so strong, but these last 2 games have not been looking good for them. Latin Kings, Navy Seals trying to make a desperation play. Not going to work out. 9Z, full advantage. Pow! They needed those points, and they will take them. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds popping off. 6 eliminations so far. Let's see what NRG could do, though. Last player alive, it's 24K. Ooh, gets hit by that nade. Looking in the wrong direction, though. Yeah, he just gave away his spot. Gonna have to hit the shot with a DBS. Gale gets one. Oh, the S12K coming up short. All Glory Gaming are gonna take out NRG. And that is a lot of NA teams already out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, 7, he's got 3 eliminations for his squad. NRG really just giving it to him for free. They didn't even lose a single player on AGG. And NRG, they had that solid, you know, top 3 performance in that last Aaron go, and then really just crumbling like Influence Rage at the start. We see the zone shift, actually a bit of a blessing for Influence Rage, Inco, even Furia. It's more on the sides of either that far south or on the east. Who's going to really be able to find their nook and cranny in this zone? And I mean, I got to go back to NRG, Jukes. It really is just, you know, they have the position in zone. They're just losing fights so easily.
Yeah, that was just a tough fight for them right there. They're out of this one. But right now I'm looking at Team Vicious and Influence Rage. These are 2 teams that still have those double points here today. VIP as well. They're over there all the way on that east side. They're going to, all these squads, the double points are outside the circle. So they're going to have to push their way in. Look at this. Influence Rage doing a little bit of a split here. They're going to be actually able to find their way into these buildings. But they're going to have to do it very quietly because you got Furia on one side, you got Team Queso on the other. It is not looking too good. Meanwhile, Inco, very happy where they are right now on the other side of this bridge. But the zone does, go to them. That's going to be huge. And you can see VIP Esports desperately pushing up this hill. And it looks like they're going to take a battle here with Loops.
Yeah, but Loops has turned their sights on Team Liquid. It's just a solo up the mountain, so VIP can clear him out in the grass. Vidin has got to time it right, goes for Myth and gets the knock. The rest of the squad too far
away
to get the trade. Jose, too far. Strap, he's actually playing the prone game, and Loops. This is the scary thing, is if you lose track of someone on this hillside, look, you got to just give it. You can't go for it, and this is a moment where I thought VIP could work through Loops,
misplay,
right?
though.
As Loops was fighting Team Liquid, they just crumble under the pressure.
Yeah, big misplay right there from VIP. Now you can see them starting to move together. They're learning from their lesson, right? They were like, yeah, you know what? Let's just push up. They pushed up a little loose, and they got caught out. If they were all grouped up together, they would have easily 4v1 that player from Loops, and then just been able to just steamroll through the rest of these squads. You got to work together if you have the numbers.
Numbers, though, you're speaking of Twisted Minds, kind of on the back foot. They slammed into the Vicious, and I mean, the Mollies, they start stacking Jukes. They start spreading. We're down to just Obscure, holding it down. S12K, another side on David, trying to just bait his teammate. Not moving a muscle, goes for it, misses the shot. Down to just a solo. He's not even in the same building. Federal 1v3 spot, I believe. Make that 1v4. He does have a few frag grenades, but it's all for naught if you can't connect it. And that's another squad where they're taking these fights, and it's only one-sided in those battles.
Yeah, and then you're going to see right now as Loops are on the move. running in the open, barely surviving, hits the deck. And he's still got a long way to go here. This is a tough circle right now. I mean, Team Queso are really the only team in, and this Pinon area, there's just no coverage. So it's an absolute all-out war. Twisted Minds are going to go down. These are huge eliminations, though, for the Vicious. That's 4 so far. Those points are going to double up, making it 8 in total. And they're not done yet, but now they're going to have to take it to 9Z.
Yeah, they've got the vehicle. Hopefully they can find, a way in, some path either along the water or going up and over just below Team Liquid. But the nades are coming out. The Loops player was found out, Jukes. VIP down to a duo. They only have 2 elims now, turning their shots towards Team Liquid, but looks like they got the reset. Full 4-man still up above them. Strap is in the zone, but you've got that small room. Team Liquid, all it takes is 1 nade, really, to wipe out your squad. So you might want to be looking to spread out, but that western side too, Chicks, a lot of those teams having to find their way in, looking for it. And yeah, Team Queso, one of them, actually getting knocked by Furia. A lot of these teams still having players, but now we're making the mad dash in. Influence Rage, Lil Boy solo, trying to hold it down. Nades in Artusan's hand, trying to find it. Shots in the back from third party, soften them up a little bit. Not really a good connection. Going for another team. Team Queso giving support. Guardian Angel, and this is a big name. Doesn't find it. The molly.
Does he get him?
Come on, you gotta go.
Oh, they gotta
for
be
it.
burning. Oh, here they go. Out in the open. Big points for Influence Rage. Oh, and he crosses just in time.
1 HP. Don't shoot him under. Wow.
The heals.
I mean,
That nade.
Talk about
Just
Team
misses.
Queso saving it for your squad. I'm not sure. INF actually lost their 2 players trying to make that rotation in on the zone, and then they realized, hey, it's free. Oh man. Imagine it bounced off the roof, Jukes.
So close.
Just right on his dome.
Little boy's just trying to survive at this point, just doing everything he can to live. And I mean, he's most likely going to go out here after this, but still, I mean, those little efforts, those double points, they make a difference. He's now going to get at least the 1 placement point. You can see him just trying to crawl his way, but Team Queso's like, nah, we need this elimination, and we need to shut down Influence Rage.
Yeah, and I mean, that squad, they do have a few points, only 3
Oh, he saw
elims.
him. He saw him. But lucky him. Lucky him. Milos has to leave that dominant position, and Lil Boy's going to live a little bit longer, but Big Milo gets a nice knock onto Team Liquid on the other side of the field. Yeah, Team Queso needs to focus all their attention on Team Liquid here.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a matter if you can cross back to the mountain.
Beautiful nade.
2 of them have made it, but Chief just laying the dime on him. It looks like 9Z third partying as well. Team Liquid getting pieced apart on the mountain, trying to come down the bridge though as well, Jukes. It has its own brawl. Inco Gaming trying to scale their way down. Reyes or Vicious trying to just hold down underneath, but the nades though, they're landing right in front of their face. DBS! Full Goat losing it surprisingly. 1v1 Milo shot in the side. And it's going to be on just Poppy Potro. He has the top of the hill, but he's got to concede it. He has Milo for the reset. And that's actually going to be VIP Esports on the east side wipe. Team Liquid as well falls, Jukes, in this engagement. Team Queso, they lose 2 potentially, but they get the position in this zone.
And Team Queso are just always in the mix of it. No matter what the fight is, no matter what the position, they're in these final circles. That Molly's got to be good. It's going to be right on point. Oh, actually just a little far. Aragod able to live a little longer. Now he's out in the open, and Papi Potro just got caught slipping. So he's going to go back to pick up his teammate. And going to have to find a way down this zone. That's going to be a tough pickup here. Yeah, I think he's going to let him go. Yep.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he realizes
really
I got no time.
Decision.
2 seconds left. The zone is closing. I got to make something happen.
Low Boy's still trying to make it happen for his team. Inco Gaming, I think, spotted him now. He's got to make it out of the water. And yeah, it's just, you can't find your way in. He was looking for healing maybe on the rock, but the zone's right on him. He's going to peek up. Unfortunate for Influence Rage. But Inco Gaming, big spot for them. They actually have 4 players left alive still on the bridge. They do have the Vicious right next to him, but Vitali's catching them out peeking.
This is the Vicious time to shine. They're under the bridge, but they got to win this game. They have a ton of eliminations. This is their double points day. They've had a very rough tournament so far. This could be the game that gets them to bounce back. They want to win it. Let's see if they can, though. Inco's right above them. 9Z get eliminated. And now the whole focus of Vicious is on to Inco Gaming. Let's see what happens, though. Runs in with some mollies. A little bit off the mark. It is so difficult to throw utility onto that bridge from where they're at. But Nenebete gonna get blasted. Team Queso now are starting to finally take some shots.
I mean, but he gets the nade off potentially here. No one's peeking. I also saw Vitali jumped in the water, so he's trying to get a two-prong, I guess, approach for it. Unfortunately, though, Team Queso getting a knock on Inco. He's not able to make it. David getting 2 of them for the squad, and the Vicious, they still have no one knocked yet for the squad, Jukes. This is still a fair fight against Team Queso, and we're actually down to top 2 now.
Top 2, here we go. It's the Vicious on their double points day versus Team Queso, who has had one heck of a tournament so far. 9 eliminations. These guys have been so consistent. Can they take out the Vicious, though? Demeanor on the other side. He's going to give up his back to Big Milo. I don't think they realize he's there. And that is Team Queso gonna win the game. These guys are looking too strong here in this tournament.
3v4, we're talking he had to push on top of the bridge for 2 of his teammates, but the DBS, the teamwork is just far above the rest, especially against the Vicious, and props to them, but Team Queso is just making light work of every team in the lobby, Taylor. And, you know, you like to point out the Vicious last game. This game, I still got to give it to him.
Without a doubt, you know, they go from second place to second place. That's never a bad result. So you can only get better by getting first, right? And given the fact that they were nearly last place and now they've got 2 back-to-back second places and they improved their elimination count up to 9, yeah, you can't argue with that. That's wonderful. Hot Jukes, it takes one game, like we said last game, right? Vicious, they get a solid game. They get a second place with 4 eliminations. That gives them the confidence. Now they start to believe in themselves, and that belief has now carried them to another second place finish.
Yeah, you'll take that all day long, especially if you're like, especially on Sandhawk, right? I mean, Sandhawk is always that wild card map. You know what? You never know what's going to happen. To put up such a great performance is going to be huge. I hope they use that, you know, that hype from this game into the last 2, because with 2 games left to go, we saw just how many points you could get in one game from Influence Rage. So hopefully they use this momentum to their advantage.
Yeah, they should. Well, I mean, they already have. You know, I mean, again, 2 second places. See what they can do on map number 3 heading into Miramar. Excited to see the results of that one. Inco Gaming with 3rd place. Enigma, did they do what they needed to do? Because you go back to the first Miramar, they get 3rd place just the same as they did here, but only 3 eliminations, right? So they're keeping consistent with the placings, but the elims still remain low.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you take whatever you can get if you're Inco, but that's not strong signs. I'm wanting to see squad wipes out of this team, and for the most part, they're kind of just picking people apart at range. They took that 4v4 against the Vicious and really just got steamrolled on that bridge. So Inco Gaming, you know, we're seeing the struggles, even though there's some signs of life. It's just too many missing pieces of the puzzle still.
Yeah, it's sad, right? Because you get 3rd place, like you're doing such a great job surviving and lasting, but you also make the argument, is it because you're too passive? And I think they definitely are. Influence Rage, though, we see them having a couple of moments for themselves. They finish a little bit lower than they have for the rest of the day. 5th place, 3 eliminations, but they'll at least take that. After all, they do get double points. They've already maintained 1st place, but the real question is, did Team Queso in those final moments do enough, Hot Jukes, to maybe catch back up?
Oh, I mean, they did more than enough. I mean, this is not their double points day, right? For them to just put up a good performance is good enough. 13 eliminations and a chicken dinner is an insane game there. So, yeah, these guys have to hold their head up high because the Team Queso of old is back, and they're looking better than ever.
Milo is with 7 eliminations. Good on him for doing so. They'll take home 23. The Vicious with 30. So 50 points. 50 points, Enigma, in just 2 games alone.
Crazy.
It won't put them up in the top 5, I don't think, but they're getting dangerously close now. So for the Vicious, they've got to be ecstatic because, again, they were down there in 15th place. There's only 16 teams. 15th place, and now they skyrocketed to the first page.
As long as they can have these performances over the next 3 days, you know, even without it being those bonus points, they're able to consistently get themselves up higher and higher on the leaderboard because we're seeing other teams start to fault a bit on their consistency. The only real one is that sort of Team Liquid, Team Queso mindset, but we got to throw in the likes of NRG, Taylor, here. We're seeing them at the bottom again. Like I said, the consistency is off for some teams.
You know, we don't get a lot of games, Hot Chooks, where you see several teams with zeros or very low scores. This game, we do get that. And the biggest shock is one team we've been talking about consistently. Of course, we always say, well, they're going to snap back. It's only day number 2, but Alpha7 has yet to show up, basically, at any point in time in these past 2 days.
Yeah, a little quiet, actually very quiet for the most part for now. But I mean, they have their double points day coming up. So the focus is definitely going to be on these teams that have it. One team in particular that really disappointed me in that last one, out of all of them, is X Factor, right?
Sure.
But at the end of the day, look at this overall rankings, man. Influence Rage on top. The fact that Team Queso have not had their double points at all, and they're still in second, is insane.
Right. It's nutty. I mean, it really is. They now trail behind 12 points of that of Influence Rage. If they can maintain first place at the end of today, I mean, that's crazy, especially given the fact that they now lead 35 points over Twisted Minds. So that's going to be your third place. There was a big gap. Actually, this is reminiscent of last season, Enigma. Remember, Team Liquid, Alpha7, right? It was first and second. The real question was who was going to get third and fourth?
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, you guys didn't make note of it yet, but the elimination counter, by the way, for Team Queso, 78. They're beating everyone from 4th and below off just their eliminations alone. So a squad that's getting the engine roaring like that is great. And I got to give the kudos to Team Liquid, the Vicious as well, moving up on the leaderboard. But it's rough seeing 2 teams, X Factor and VIP Esports, on their bonus points days moving down the leaderboard.
I will say this, look at that. All 4 members from the Group A are now on the first page. When we started the day, Hot Jukes, there was only 2 Group A members there. It was Influence Rage and I believe VIP, yes. Now all 4 of them are on that list. Showcasing double points really does make a difference. We look at page 2. What stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, what stands out to me is, we see the double points teams on the first page, but they're not high enough on the first page because all of these teams right here, their double points day is coming, you know? So we could see a jump from these teams easily, like we just saw from Group A. We could see a tense game go from 16th to 3rd place in a day if they have that crazy of a performance. Alpha7 in the same boat here. So the leaderboard's a little skewed because of these double points. At the same time, though, I mean, it just goes to show you who has been the bad boy squad here. It's Team Queso. I mean, they're still on top, even though they haven't had a double points day at all.
Well, you know, the thing is, I saw chat talking about double points, and some of them liked it, some people didn't like it. It is the format, it's the way that we're rolling with it. But everybody gets double points, right? So everybody has that opportunity.
Yes.
And everything balances out at the end. You'll see these big gaps start to form, right, on double points day versus not your double points day. But again, you have that ability to close that gap. So it all balances it out. It all makes it interesting. The one that makes it really interesting, though, is that final group, especially on the final day, right, when they've got double points. And then you need to say, all right, who's about to jump up to first place from here? Because that last group is absolutely stacked with some heavy hitters. Liking what I'm seeing so far, there's 4 games down. And we've seen some teams that didn't perform well initially now start to show face. X Factor was a little bit earlier. Been very, very pleased with the Vicious. I want to, if they can have a strong 2 games and jump up to at least top 3, like we're talking about one of the biggest jumps on the leaderboard over the past 2 days, maybe one of the biggest jumps we've seen from spring season over towards fall season. Hey, Inco, though, they've been cruising along. They've been doing their thing. We had a chance to hear from one Inco member a little bit earlier. This time, let's hear from Wancho.
I had to call back Inco because 9 eliminations just in this match. The change from yesterday for today is very clear. What is it that you guys changed from yesterday from today? That is, we have this difference now.
Well, what we changed mainly is that from yesterday we used to just full send center every time we thought it was necessary, but since we changed up the strat and now it's working, it's clearly wasn't the right strat from yesterday. So thank God the new strategy Coach Fusi cooked up, it's working.
All right. So it's important to, if you're gonna have a bad day, let it be just the first one, and then from then on just improve. How's the energy with the team?
Pretty good. You know, the vibes are good. You know, we don't get tilted just because of a bad game or a bad day. We just reset the mindset, said Fusi. So that's what we did, and we came in like brand new, like it's the first day of the tourney.
Influencers just won the match. Juancho, happy for you guys. Let's go NA. Let's go Inco. Gracias. Gracias a ti.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 2. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Hot Jukes, you just look so cool with those glasses, man.
Hey.
I can't get over it, bro. Need to pick me up a pair.
I got to keep a close eye on double points day for sure. And you know what? We saw big hitters, Influence Rage, 40+ point game, and they could still do that here in the next two matches. So I wouldn't be happy if I'm in Group A without like a 60-point lead. I think that's what you really need, to be honest. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. 60 points is good. 60 points is good. Ooh, Enigma, those glasses are good, baby.
I was feeling left out, okay? I didn't want to be left out on that regard, okay? We brought it out. It's not as nice as your guys', but the sunglasses will work.
Hey, you looking like the vicious out there, bro. Over the past 2 games, 50 points, Enigma. You stunting on them, baby. About to go pro again.
Let's go, dude.
I mean, I'll take whatever. You know.
I like it. Hey, we're starting over here. I hope you guys are in the chat. You guys are awesome, by the way. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. This is, we still have, after today, 18 more days of competition throughout the fall season. This is only day number 2 and the first bonus day out of all the 4 groups. There's a lot still to happen today. 2 more maps to get through, and we do hop back into Miramar this time around, which was a fun time when we witnessed it first. You know, remember, guys, we still had that reset, unfortunately. But don't forget, Latin Kings, ex-Navy SEALs, Hot Chooks, they're always willing to stay airborne. I don't know, maybe go for a little sneak attack.
Yeah, let's see some glider action, right? Why not? Bring it out once again. That'd be crazy. But no, we're not going to see it here in this next game because at the end of the day, these teams got to be able to put in that work. They got to put up those points. Influence, Rage, especially, right? Even though they're currently sitting in first place, they should not feel comfortable at all because we've seen so many times. I think we saw a team with like a 50-point lead going into the rest of the days, and they got passed up like it was nothing.
Yeah, they did. They got passed up, and this was the time where X Factor also, one thing to take note of, they ended up scoring a decent amount of points, 22 points. They get top 4 with 7 eliminations. It was the first start to what X Factor, or their run, I should say, at their double points day, which they've done decently well. I know Enigma Hotchooks was disappointed in X Factor in that last game, and rightly so. 0 points, right? Especially after they had been performing very well across 2 maps. But now they return to Miramar, where they've done so very well. You know, there's a chance X Factor could still jump up that list. They're currently in 5th place, but very easily, there's only 4 points separating them from Twisted Minds, who are currently in 3rd. So taking over 2nd place, it's doable if they get a 20-plus point game, but I mean, right now, 3rd place is very realistic for X Factor.
Well, I mean, I hope on your double points day, 4 points is realistic to pass up.
Well,
That's
you
really
would
2 you need. I'm going to call it like I see it. And, you know, I got to be on Jukes on the side of it of, yeah, they had those 21 points at the start, but the 2 games after, we saw them in prime positions, good plays at the start. Maybe it's zone 1 through 3, but immediately after, just kowtowing to any real fight they have to take, especially when it's the likes of Team Queso pushing them like on that Sandhawk, just really a bit of a disconnect going on from the squad, playing too solo, in my opinion. So X Factor, hopefully they're able to kind of get their marbles back together and really finish the day strong on their bonus points.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Queso. You know, we go back to Miramar map number 2, Hot Chooks, and we're watching Team Queso fight in this hardcover POI. I'm watching Milo and Kogoat put on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been just going absolutely insane so far this tournament. Their consistency is unrivaled today. I mean, and there's no doubt about it. The fact that they're still so high up on the leaderboards, considering that we got 4 teams that are in double points, is so impressive in itself. So if they do pop off on their double points day, they should be on top by the end of the week. At the same time, though, you know, I'm seeing these plays. I'm seeing this action. We're going to see some of these top squads like Alpha7, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, get better as the tournament goes on, right? They're going to start downloading that update, understanding the rotations, and they're going to improve. Will Team Queso improve alongside them? That's something I'm still yet to see.
Well, we'll definitely find that answer out and more. One name you did mention, Hot Chooks, is Furia. And Enigma, I want your points on them, because they're currently sitting in 4th place. And if we go back to that Miramar, there was a big battle between them and Twisted Minds in that final end zone. Furia on the outside, Twisted Minds on the inside of that house. You know, as I replayed that in my mind, Furia controlled that end game incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it wasn't really more so Furia having the control. It was more just X Factor wasted so many resources because they were on the other side of that bridge to the west. They were the team that would have had to battle Furia for that shoreline position. But with that fight with Team Queso on the ridgeline, like you were noting, they lost 2 players, allowing Furia to exploit that man advantage. And in the end, with that positioning, with all the utility usage we saw, it was dead to rights that Furia was going to win that game. But like I had said last, but you know, we had seen them kind of faltering in their performance. As soon as I called them out, they came to play. And luckily, so far in this tournament, they're still showing to do that.
Now, I just read chat, Hot Chooks, and this is where you know, you always know we're into something whenever we read chat, because it's like, hold up, wait a second, what did you read? Because they say some wild stuff out there, although I will give you guys credit out there in the chat. You guys are relatively tame and pretty positive, which is a great thing. You know, hey, I know you guys might have different opinions, but you guys are awesome. And loving reading all the comments out there and how passionate you are towards your respective teams. And one of those teams chat's been very passionate about, and one even saying Inco Gaming is a sleeping giant. That's Homelander TV, who's been a big supporter of Inco throughout today's competition. What do we think about that? Because I looked out, Inco is currently in 12th place. 40 total points, Hot Chooks. Let's get real with Homelander. Inco Gaming, sleeping giant. What's your take?
Hey, I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna totally agree.
Really?
Right?
Okay.
It's not their double points day, right? It's not their double points day. They're not supposed to be high up on the leaderboards yet. Now, are they doing a decent average to where they should be? No, right? But you know, at the same time, if they have a crazy performance on their double points day, it'll make up for this weakness that we've seen so far. I do want to see a little bit more action from them coming up soon. They have great fight ability, but they're losing a lot of just fights early on. I think that's something that they're really struggling with. So if they could just kind of work cohesively as a unit, get a good solid circle, get a good game under their belt, I think they'll finally wake up.
My only concern with Inco Gaming, Enigma, is the fact that I watched them yesterday. They don't make it the top 3 once. Today, they make it the top 3 twice. So there's an improvement when it comes to placings. But both of those games that they make it the top 2, collectively, they only get 5 eliminations, right? Just simply isn't. I mean, when you again, and I said it earlier and I'll say it again, when you get to that point, when you're in the top 3 position, if you're not capitalizing in those final fights where I believe you should be getting the bulk of your eliminations, where everybody is tightly compacted, you have the opportunity to third party, get mixy, that's where you should be picking up at least 5 or so, right? Where Inco Gaming hasn't done that. So for 40 points, we'll take that 12th place. I guess the big thing for them is you look at X Factor. They started today in 12th place. They currently sit in 5th place. They could finish top 3. So for Inco Gaming, Sleeping Giant, Homelander, hey, he might be on to something, right, Enigma?
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I kind of just tie it to an initiative that Inco Gaming needs to kind of get under the belt. They've got Juancho and Inactive who've played together last split. I understand maybe they're not as vested as Nenabete and Vitali, but when you get 3-4 giant names from the scene together like this, yeah, it might take a few games, but we have expectations. We have greatness, especially when it comes from Inco Gaming being the organization you represent, and hopefully, really, especially these last 2 games, I hope they're able to turn up the notch a bit, because for the most part, they're having some good plays, but I got to just go along with Jukes there on that one of just they're not finding the fights the right way.
Yeah, and I'm gonna want to add on that, because what's something that comes to mind is that Aaron Gale that went down to a military. Inco Gaming swam across the water, right? And they decided to take the beach and smoke it out. I was looking at that and I was like, that is not gonna work. I was like, these guys. I think if you even hear a replay of it, as soon as they took a shot, I was like, I am shocked that they took a shot in this position, because I was like, all eyes are gonna be on them. And what do you know? They just got absolutely obliterated. So it's just kind of like these, like, I don't know, just weird decisions that they're making. It's what's crushing them.
Weird decisions crushing them. Not something you want to hear, especially if you're a big supporter of that roster. But you know what? It's still early goings. It's only day 2. Actually, it's not even completed day 2, right? We have 5 days this week alone. Week number 1 will end on Sunday. Hey, keep that chat going. I love shouting you guys out especially whenever we have downtime. We need to go for our little PUBG Mobile podcast, right? I love including you as much as I possibly can. Here it is, game number 5. We hop back into Miramar. Last time we were here, Furia took the victory with a total of 12 eliminations. It was an absolutely meteoric game. Let's see if they can repeat that success. Hot Jukes Enigma, let's get it started.
Let's go. 2 more games left to go today, guys, and we got a good, solid playing path here for so many teams. They're going to be able to go to pretty much every single spot they want to, except those squads that like to drop near Los Leones. But right now, we have this game, 1 more left to go. This is the last chance for Group A to soak up some big points here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, Group A, it's all about, I understand you're at the start of the week compared to the others, having to find your steps sooner than them, but, we're seeing a lot of pop-off performances from some of these squads. Obviously, X Factor at the start, getting consistently that 10-point range, obviously faltering towards the middle of the day, but Influence Rage having a 40-plus point game, and that's kind of the reminder for chat is, we didn't see it in those first few games, but double points could get you in that 20, 30, even 40 point, which if you double that, that's shooting you up the leaderboard at least 5 or 6 placements. And one squad that's really still needing to kind of find that today that I think we're seeing struggle a lot is VIP Esports.
Yeah, that's a big point right here. Yeah, on their double points day, they're really not putting up anything that they're hoping for. This is their last chance. I mean, they could still put up they could put up 100 points. Like, let's be real, right? They could still put up 100 points in these next 2 games, right? But with how they've been playing so far, it's just not likely at all. They get a decent circle here. They're going to be on the north side of it, but you can't play passive on your double points day, right? That's the big thing, is you can't depend on just placements. You need crazy eliminations. And so far, VIP, we've seen them do it in the past, but come double points day, they're just not being able to replicate that.
Yeah, compared to the other 3 squads, I have the stats pulled up. Their bonus point total is 11.
That's
the
crazy.
Other 3 teams are in the 20s with Influence Rage almost reaching 40 with these 2 games though. So VIP, you really got to get the burners going. Obviously, we got other teams that aren't on their bonus points, like Alpha7, that are needing to kind of find their stride. Even Latin Kings having to get a few points on the board. And those are teams where one of them, yeah, it's a big name, but the other one showed up yesterday, today, not being able to replicate that.
Yeah, and it's so crazy to see that like 11 points in 4 games is rough, even if you're not on your double points day, right? But on your double points day, it's devastating. So, I mean, we've seen teams bounce back before. I think it was even last split, Team Liquid did that, right? Team Liquid in the last 2 games went nuts, right? And just made their double points day all worth it at the last second. And it's definitely not a position you want to put yourself in. I mean, they're in it though, so let's just see how they handle it.
It's all about how you handle it, right? And for the most part, some of these teams, obviously with the Vicious and stuff like that, they haven't really been in this spot like that compared to the likes of course, Influence Rage, who are your last split. Obviously, the likes of Furia, who are just playing the game. Same with Team Queso, Team Liquid, and Alpha7. But you got to be able to get over that, especially early on in this. Obviously, it's a marathon, not a sprint with being 120, but you got to find your stride at some point. And I think a big thing for that is actually getting wins on the board. You hate finishing in that top 3 over and over and over again as your best placement. You got to start getting the W's, the chicken dinners under your belt.
Yeah, the thing is like VIP got a chicken dinner under their belt, but it was pretty much given to them, right? It's not like something they really hardcore earned. So hopefully they could do it here and now. They definitely need it. The problem is that there's 3 other teams that desperately need it as well. You know, so anything can happen here. And I can't wait to see just how it all plays out. Now, look at here. We're starting to see, yeah, look at that. Poppy Sour on the move, getting mighty close to NRG. And NRG is a squad that doesn't mind taking fights at any time in the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing a bit of a spread from them on the mountainside. They're actually really liking this position, I think. Remix being the focal point on who's going to be caught out. He's stuck on his monster truck. Does get the heal off, but NRG, this is the moment where you start wanting to make the moves yourself. Don't let him get away. And Remix has got the smokes down. Does he have the time to drive away? Mate, he's stopping by him, getting out maybe, but Remix, wow, actually being able to drive away. Intense game, almost losing a player early on, somehow surviving against NRG.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, take off, avoid the fight if you can. That's something that you can do early on. You don't have to take the fight, right? Just leave, survive, live to fight another day. And if you're in intense game, you need some points. You need some points on the board. You don't want to go out this early.
Yeah, we're talking they're at a total over the total games played. They're at 15, so NRG, maybe a bit of a misplay, but Team Queso now, they're in the driver's seat now, having to take the fight against Inco, but Nenabete getting 2 of them with the DBS. Team Queso getting mopped right now on this Miramar. Insane stuff out of Inco Gaming.
Hey, sleeping giants, huh?
Yeah.
Right? Sleeping giants. And that's exactly what they are. I mean, anytime this squad can pop off, and, you know, they caught Team Queso, who is by far the best team, I think, in this lobby right now. And, you know, they, at least with how they've been playing so far, right? And Inco caught him slipping in 2 split. Boom. And they are out just like that.
Yeah, and some people, they're honestly even afraid maybe early on of going for that 2v4. Well, you know, where are the rest of them? They full throttle sent that. All 4 players were on the building. That's something you love to see as a squad that was struggling really to put everything together. And that's on a team where, like you said, they're at the top of the leaderboard. Having that confidence boost of going against the best team in the lobby and full clean wiping them almost, it's not something to take lightly.
Yeah, it's definitely not. So you can just see these teams just on the move right now. Loops trying to find a good spot here just south of Los Leones. We got another pretty southern circle, and they could definitely go even further south. Let's see what happens. X Factor, team that's been quiet the past 2 matches, man. They definitely need a pop-off game as well. They're all the way on the south side, so they're hoping that this zone goes south.
Yeah, I mean, that Erangel game, I think, really threw them off because they had the positioning and stuff like that, and they just get absolutely steamrolled. And then after that, the Sandhawk, they get the player caught out early on, but then it seems like Cavaliz, he's just completely ISO'd to TL, and then Team Queso pushes in, and you lose another player. Really is not a good note to really be kind of having the day played on, but for the most part, that team, you know, they still have today, like he said, they're hoping for that southern shift. All these teams, though, kind of congesting themselves around that south part of Picado. And, you know, a lot of these teams, I really kind of like to get the notion of it of, you know, on Miramar, it's so easy for people to kind of change their strategy on how to move on the map because the terrain is such a big thing. And I'm seeing the likes of Team Liquid. This doesn't seem like a spot they'd normally take, but they're making new stuff happen, and this could potentially be a mess up for some other squads rotating.
Yeah, let's see what they are looking to do. Team Liquid, I'm keeping an eye on their position. Everybody's staying so central in this one, right? I mean, they all these teams, I think, realize that edge play is kind of out the door when you have teams that are just so good at this high level. You want to be able to get a more central position, and Vicious is definitely going to be one of those teams that needs it. You can see them just kind of setting those vehicles up. Looks like that's where they're going to park for now. They wanted to leave for a second, but they're just waiting for that next zone to pop. And oh boy, time to get in those vehicles and start moving.
Yeah, I mean, VIP is kind of ecstatic. They're the ones that probably have the best rotation into this next spot. We're seeing IG and NRG starting to move south, filling it in. And look at that. I mean, every single person is in their vehicle, hot chicks. They're trying to find a spot in zone.
Yep, they are on the move, and they are moving very, very quickly here. The Great Migration has begun. We're going to see some people get shot out of vehicles. That's what I'm looking towards right now. Inco getting a very central position, looking to possibly even hit the Picado Mountains here. And the team that is furthest away is going to be Twisted Minds. They're going to be on the back foot on this rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to take a playbook out of NRG, maybe rotate around the side of it, but this northern edge, there's a lot of congestion going on. NRG, thankfully, kind of being able to push the likes of IG and AGG away from them. But this is the squad, especially this player Fate, where he liked going for that solo play and unfortunately gets caught out in a lot of these early mid-game situations. But luckily, it seems like no one's going to be focusing him just yet. The team itself, you know, they like this aggression, but I've got to put the question mark still, Jukes, where if you're in a spot like this, in zone, and you're kind of centralized up, you're not having that forced edge play that they've kind of been excelling at. Are you really going to be able to hold the fort down?
Well, they need to start being able to hold the fort down because they've been going out in a lot of different fights, and they've been getting third party taken out real early. So they need to start trying to deal with these crazy fights a little later in the game, right? I think that if I'm NRG, I would challenge myself to not even like want to shoot a bullet until like zone 5 rather than zone 3.
Yeah. One team, though, taking the shots. Team Liquid catching a solo of Influence Rage, maybe trying to contest the compound south of Picado here. And, I mean, the shots themselves show tried and true that if you hit him, that's a free point for you. Unfortunately, they're actually going to be down to a trio now on Influence Rage. This is the bonus point team. But Chief,
what a shot!
Was that 3 or 4? Just in the dome from range.
Beautifully done. And then Chief, yeah, gonna get picked up just like that. Mythic throwing some smokes out. Gonna try to get all that loot. Looking good. Carloson's on the move. He's trying to find a different position for his squad here. So he's the scout, and he's gonna be looking up this hillside. I think he wants that compound, but does he realize a team is there? We'll find out in a bit. Yo, he found out the hard way. His buggy is lit up.
I think he's able to stay here a bit for now, though. If the zone shifts towards this hillside, that could be a very big play for Team Liquid to be able to hold. But if it does shift away from him, though, Juke, someone's going to have to make that Protect the President pickup in the vehicle. And we see it actually right now. It centers towards NRG. That roadside west of Picado is going to be the focus point for all these teams. And that south side, they all bet around Chumacera. They're having to reap the rewards and unfortunately work through that side of zone. And Furia actually looking like they're sending it in center. A lot of these teams going to be fighting at compounds, I think, Jukes.
Yes, they are. And I'm looking right now on the south side. Tons of congestion there as teams are starting to move up into this next zone. Yeah, NRG really needs to take advantage of this game here. They got a good, solid position. They're going to have a lot of high ground to look at the rest of these squads. How are they going to be able to do the long range fighting? They shown up close and personal when it's like a fair 4v4. They can hang with the best of them. That's for sure, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, picking those right fights and times to start taking those shots, That is something that they're still trying to fine tune. But now they have that high ground. They are the overwatchers for this game. Let's see how they play it out from there. Intense game just right below them. They are very happy to just share this area for them. They're like, yeah, you NRG, you're up top. You shoot at everything that moves. We'll shoot at anything that moves down here, and we'll face each other later on.
Yeah. And I mean, that's just one of those handshakes going on. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen, though, with Twisted Minds getting run over by an Influence Rage player. Diego, though, trying to get the trade. Giazzo going in personal. It's the S12 versus UMP. Obscure trying to double up on this ridge line. Got to go for the shot. Seems like a bit of a third party, though. Diego has to land this frag grenade.
Bad one.
Oh, a bit short on it. You can't be missing those. And, I mean, we're seeing in the back a whole nother squad possibly taking shots. Another just completely short one. Yeah, you got to go for it. But the nades tagging you up. Gets the thirst. Actually won. And he turns on the second. What is going? Giazzo somehow losing that juke. He wasn't even looking at him with the shotgun.
Wazal losing that fight is so tough. And that's double points for Diego and Influence Rage. That's Team Queso out of there. So Influence Rage are going to get even a little bit of a bigger lead. 6 points is solid, considering that you're down 3 players. So Diego making it happen here. He's going to go ahead and make a migration right on into Inco. And he is getting lit up.
Oh, man.
Tire gone. About to spit out. Oh, another tire gone. Oh, this is just not good for Diego.
Yeah, I mean, it's just someone's everywhere on the map. Furia's in front of him. Every shot's going down. But Vitali through the buggy cage, getting it done. They actually have 3 elims jukes in their name. Inco Gaming maybe starting to get the water a bit turned their way. And you can see the zone, actually. They're still set up in a pretty pristine spot on this eastern side. But this zone shift is what everyone's waiting for. And Furia getting dead center. The shift goes west. Team Liquid, AGG, even Loops having to move into
my question is NRG. Look at this 2-2 split. What do you think about that?
No. I knew that's what you were thinking. No, that's a hard pass. We got to group it together. I actually would have liked to see them maybe stay on that north side, look for the fight on the Vicious, but it seems like they're going to play ultimately for that extra late game. And unfortunately, when you have these mountain spot jukes, unless you get the eliminations like that player from Influence Rage in the open, a lot of teams opt to not be in the open to the mountain. It's almost like one of those double-edged plays where, yeah, you get the free positioning and placement, but you hardly get damage eliminations, and that's why we see NRG with the fat goose egg still. There's still a lot left in the zone to be played, but this mountain, I think, is a little bit of a bait spot.
Yeah, sometimes the position's a little bit too good to be true, and you're not able to really get any points going at all. But let's see if they're able to make it work for them. Meanwhile, double points team, X Factor coming into the zone, fighting 9Z, and they get a crucial first knock. That's 2.
Wow.
Oh, but a return knock onto them makes things a little bit interesting. But Baton on the outside has got it done. They're going to win this fight. They have to. Yeah, with this little first aid here, they should send it on to Choco. Win this. That's a lot of points on the side for X Factor. Can't go down here,
Baton, though. I mean, Baton got 2, and he calls out Choco. It's all a matter of getting your player up because they're still not in zone jukes. This has got to be a clean wipe for X Factor. Baton trying to get the secures down, and this is one of those fights where you cannot be allowing X Factor to get away with this. Aragod does get reset, and honestly, I think if you're X Factor, you try to just go into the zone here. You don't even look to continue this fight, but Choco's not allowing that to happen. Nade bounce, misses it behind the wall, trying to get the DBS in play, but the third party starts coming in, having to back away, half HP. Both players actually tagged to 1.
Oh, man.
X Factor, they're still looking to play it, but they're having to leave. Yeah, now you got to go for it. Just cut the ties and take the 2 elims.
Yep, get out of there alive, and X Factor is trying to do just that. They need big points here, right? They don't need just 6 eliminations and that's it. They are going to sacrifice a player, though. He's going to have to win this fight. He wins it! That is huge points. So Havlik getting another elimination there, will double up, and this is still early enough to where he might be able to find that buggy and get out of here. Let's see if he can.
Yeah, he's got the boost, I think, going a little bit. The bandage as well, possibly while driving. It does seem on our side he was able to get into that circle. But look at this. I mean, the mountain now. This is the center zone right under NRG. We've got 2 squads hugging the cliff sides and stuff. And this is the thing I was talking about. There's, yeah, you could see where everyone's at, but you don't get any elimination points here. Team Liquid somehow able to leave Picado from that south side. They did lose Mythic, who I think was that solo that got shot out, but now finding themselves somehow into this next circle.
Well, next circle is about to pop here. 5 seconds on the clock, and that is going to be the dinner bell. People are hungry and ready to eat. They need these points here. Zone does go up north. X Factor are going to have to travel a little bit further. They're going to have to most likely get past VIP, another team on their double points day. Going to try to get something done. You also got Vicious all the way up on the north side. Don't forget about them just yet. They're looking to finish this day out strong. And you can see them already starting to put some pressure on the Loops. But man, these Loops players do not mess around.
Yeah, I mean, the headshots seem to be the name of the game, especially on the likes of those Loop Star Seller squad. And I mean, look at this. Yeah, they're even just they're giving it.
They're like, no, he's too good, dude. He beat me. I'm out of here.
Hey, I mean, if someone's on it, you know, you get that 2-tap to the head. You're like, yeah, no, I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah, let's leave with those guys alone for now. Oh, you know what? Never mind. You know what? Actually, I didn't like those headshots. I'm going back. Or not. Nope. Yeah, I'm going back. I'm gonna take another little look.
We like to have the decisiveness at some point, but it seems like Reyes was able to apply that pressure enough to make him back up. Loops kind of just chilling on their side, the corner of the map, because I think Loops wants to actually worry about a team like AGG.
This is what they're supposed to be doing, though. This is what they're supposed to be doing. Clear their back out first. And it just so happens that Alpha7 is headed their way. So Vicious need to turn around. Forget about Loops. You got a much bigger threat right behind you.
Yeah, I mean, they have the roof angles, but it's all for naught if you're not able to get the knocks. Revo, especially. Full HP. This is the star MVP of this squad. Coming in hot. Obviously, we're getting the shots down, but we're not seeing the pressure out of the Vicious Jukes. Might be a huge misplay from the squad. And I want to make note, Jukes, I don't know how the heck Alpha7 got in this spot. They were completely on the south side, sending it past both NRG and Intense Games. So them really finding the right timing. And now this eastern side's unfolding. Loops having a player knocked from AGG.
All Glory Gaming finally starting to get a little bit more active here. Wow, Rafita saw that nade and got punished by it. Neil Zada with a beautiful knock. Oh, almost gets 2. Just misses the mark. Meanwhile, you got the final player of Loops on the back end. Gonna have to pull off a miracle here. Does he push it?
Yeah, but no vehicle. You got to run in the open at some point. 3 frags, and
you got to
give him the reset.
No points. You got to do it. You got to make the miracle play. You got to run forward. You got to run forward.
Just do it.
Do it. Do it. Your whole team's getting shredded. Do it. Oh, well.
I mean, they're playing. Not us Jukes, but
that's true.
AGG now, they get that reset going, and they're finishing. I think they understand where that last player is. Latin Kings might stall that plan for him, but AGG at some point, you know, you're clearing out this Loops player on your north side.
They have no idea he's there, though, I don't think. So let's see what's going to happen. Maybe he's waiting for this fight to ensue and try to third party it. Anything can happen right now as All Glory Gaming are now shifting their eyes down the valley, keeping an eye on Inco. Inco did get some good eliminations at the start, but now they're in a real tough spot, completely separated. Nice return fire, but All Glory Gaming definitely has the advantage here.
Yeah, All Glory Gaming, I guess Inco has a shack and stuff like that to play, but I think some of their players like 7, yeah, they do have frag grenades to possibly flush out Nedabete. Only player on Inco to really be on the north side of the road. We could see it on the map there. All these squads really feeling the pressure from that elevation advantage. X Factor as well. They're actually down to a solo on just a rock. So these teams really battling it out for scraps here. Not even in zone on the south side, Jukes.
Yeah, let's see right now. X Factor on their double points day. Last 2 games for them to put up a monster one. 5 eliminations so far is not bad. They've done enough to put up, you know, at least the quota, right? They did something, but they need a lot more because everybody else is having their double points day coming up. And let's see what happens as All Glory Gaming still continuing to apply that pressure from the edge. Remember, guys, tomorrow, intense game. All Glory Gaming, Furia and Latin Kings Navy SEALs are going to have their double points coming up. So they are trying to get warmed up and ready for that. Last player of the LKNS team, that's going to be Cardi, trying to scramble something up against these squads.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually playing outside the shacks because the Miramar shacks, if it's one of those, is just completely in the open. Honestly, bait to be sitting inside of it. So he's playing the outside, and it really is one of those spots where it is a matter of time until it gets to you. NRG, they've been sitting up here pretty the whole time, having 3 eliminations so far. Spec hopefully will be able to get reset, and with the zone shifting like this, the mountain, they're going to have to come down it at some point, Chooks. I'm not sure if they have the vehicles and the utility to do
Here we
so.
go. Let's watch this, though. Here we go, Vitin. Wow, with the shotgun, gets one. Ooh. Lay down. Couldn't get it done, but he gave it his best effort there. All Glory Gaming going to shut down Loop. 7 eliminations. Finally, we're starting to see something from this team. Prior to this game, they were in 12th place with 46 points. And
yeah, but that left it open. Just the one knock, Jukes. The Vicious is trying to get on top of it. They're actually carrying him around the backside, not leaving him hung out to dry. 7, he's actually one of the star players for the squad, at least from day one, Jukes. I was putting up the numbers, at least whether it was placements, making it in as a solo, or the elim. So having a player like him alive is definitely a necessity. And look at the Vicious. They actually didn't even full commit. They're only holding the mountaintop now. That north side completely free now for Alpha7's taking. And as much as you hate Alpha7, you know, giving it up to a squad like that, it is dangerous to leave it open for him.
Yeah, 7. He's been playing for quite a long time here. He played with Inco Gaming in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, but they did not perform nearly what he was expecting to. Now under a new banner, gonna try to make something happen here with All Glory Gaming, and 8 eliminations so far is looking really, really good. Now they're going to set their eyes up the mountain. They got the buggies to climb, but do they clear their backs out first or focus on Inco? That's the question. You can see them just trying to contemplate that as they are on a rampage right now. Most eliminations so far in this game. Vicious, 2 players up, no points yet, and they need to put some up here and now as the zone does center up.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they're sitting nice on that cliffside. They rotated there early in zone 3 or 4, losing just 1 player. And we look at Inco, you know, they're heavily spread on the south side. We can maybe see AGG wrap into them, but like he said, the Vicious, only a duo. They have their pickings of where they want to move on the map if you're an AGG fan. And a lot of this play, obviously, in the center where NRG's at, Jukes, is going to be that mountaintop. So everyone's going to be playing right below them. I'm actually interested in seeing if anyone's going to try to go up the mountain themselves.
Yeah, let's see who's gonna start climbing the mountain as Hayuya gets knocked. Poppy Sour gets punished as well. Intense game. Man, they are not having a good tournament so far. They were in last place with only 15 points with 10 matches played so far. That is a rough start, but again, their double points gaze coming up tomorrow. Let's see what they can do. All Glory Gaming, they're going to have it as well tomorrow. So for them to start heating up now is really good. But meanwhile, NRG, they took that early position up top and they're taking advantage of it. 4 eliminations. Each player has 1. You know, their fingers are warm and ready to go.
Yeah, but even with the 4 elims, we could see Specs ammo count. He's only got 60 remaining in the backpack. That's the struggle of playing the mountain, is you're not able to loot any eliminations you get, but maybe this is the opening for him. Mafioso caught out, trying to get underneath. I'm not sure if NRG is really going to look to capitalize on this, but other players, they're starting to move towards them. The likes of AGG, maybe even Team Liquid could wrap the mountain. And your Alpha7, you know, you've got 4 elims to your name, but you got to make sure that, hey, got to get the reset here first, and then we can look for our next play.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening. Alpha7 finally trying to make it happen with a decent zone here. Oh, with the nice jump down shots, Carrillo gets it done, and that is All Glory Gaming eliminated. They had a strong start. Alpha7 shuts them down, though. But here we go, the Brazilian brothers. Look at that. Alpha7 and Team Liquid, mighty close to each other. It's only a matter of time before that fight rings out.
Yeah, and I mean, this whole eastern side has always just been a bloodbath from coming out of Picado and stuff like that. Ayala getting damaged. I mean, even through the smoke right there on Furia, both of these squads are pretty feeling it in this Miramar. Obviously, we got NRG on top of the mountain, but even as a 3-man here, they don't have Mythic. They are applying so much pressure onto Furia, making them waste virtually every bit of utility.
What a shot.
3x mini.
That was gross, dude. That was gross. If you guys have had any experience playing at this high level, shots like that are impressive.
You want to know, by the way, he hit that nade he threw onto
Unreal.
that player Furia, so just long-armed it. And I was kind of worried seeing this play, too, from Mafioso. They are creeping up the mountain. Now NRG will be the ones tested. Going back to Team Liquid,
good
but
nade.
the nades. Furia salvages it. They understand Chief is somewhere close by. Maybe they know it's a solo. Alpha7 wrapping around 2 in
is
the
stuck.
meat sandwich. Yeah. But he's got, I kind of like this. He's in between the high and the low ground, Chooks. He might be able to rat it out here.
Turtle up. Yep. Just turtle it up. Just stay in your position. Try to get some placement points. Inco Gaming do get eliminated. Furia are holding it down. He wanted to help out his team, but you got Alpha7 right behind you, Furia in front. There was nothing he could do, especially when you got Revo keeping an eye down there. But now it looks like Alpha7 have climbed the mountain. It's going to be a fair fight between Alpha7 and NRG. Who is going to win it? This could be for the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 7 elims for the squad. NRG's just 1 behind them on the list. So both these teams warmed up and ready to battle it out. But Alpha7, they look a lot more composed here. 4 deep, honestly, all ready to start storming at Fate, being the one to hear it. And actually, it looks like NRG's finally assembling here. They're holding the lip, and this is the last zone, Jukes. They've got to hold this mountaintop to get that first place finish. It's all a battle of who can come up. Remix might play spoiler. Alpha7 panicking. They did not realize the solo is here, but no significant damage done, Jukes. This is a battle for the mountaintop.
Yep, battle for the mountaintop. It's going to be most likely NRG or Alpha7 to win this. The zone is now closing down to nothing. Papa Blue's going to punish anybody who can't climb this mountain. Meanwhile, you can see Mafioso looking for those angles. It's going to be about that first critical knock. You got Revo on the other end. Could cause problems here. Oh, beautiful offensive smokes from Alpha7 to completely eliminate any possibility of NRG getting some sight lines. They're going in blind here. Fate loses the 1v1, and it is not looking good for NRG. They are getting picked apart.
Yeah, but Spec, he got some good damage in, but not for anything. 24K was the only one alive. Now, I think he actually loses that fight, so NRG's out, not even top 3. Grabbing Furia, take the fight to the solo of Team Liquid. Actually, honestly, might lose this 1v2, and with Alpha7 taking the shots. Nice win for Furia, but 1v4 spot. Yup, the jump shot. Alpha7, they win the mountaintop, Jukes. They get the winner chicken dinner out.
Oh, baby. You can see that badge right there on their chest. World Cup champions, guys. And look at this. Calm, collected. You know what I'm saying? They're like, just another day in the office. It was only a matter of time for this squad. And at the end of the day, they're going to have a few days to get their fingers all warmed up and ready to go, because their double points day is coming here. It's coming.
It's coming up, man. Imagine if that was a double point game. 14 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner. We're talking, what, 48 total points? That would have been pretty nutty, to say the least. But no, 14, they'll take that even on a regular day. They finally woke up. The beast has awakened. Now, how long will they stay awake? Well, that's up to them to decide. By the way, Hot Chooks, I love that jersey. Did you see the way that it was like just like messing with the camera? It was messing with the camera. They had their celebration with the A7. Dude, they got swag now since EWC.
Dude, I'm telling you, look at this, dude. It looks so good.
Right?
That shine. That shine. World champ. And by the way, they got it in my size.
Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely my size. So let's go, dude. Let's freaking go. And at the end of the day, like, these guys, they work so hard. They've come up short so many times. So for them to finally win on the big stage is huge. And they're still the biggest threat in this lobby. There's no doubt about that, right? It's only a matter of time for them to wake up. They get a decent circle, and they win the game. And it was not an easy one, right? They had to usurp a lot of squads, and they did it.
Well, they can do that. They can turn it on at the flip of a switch. Very well done from Alpha7. But let's talk about some teams that, well, it wasn't very well done from their perspective. I think when we start with you, Team Queso starts off the first team eliminated. That consistency is still there. They're still one of the top level teams, without question. What went wrong in game number 5?
It was just when they made that rotation, Team Queso was just 2. I'm not sure if someone on Inco Gaming saw that, but someone made the call of, we're fighting this 4v2 spot. All of the players on Inco, we had seen it lackluster before, and them taking this fight, they moved together and ultimately got 2 freebie points on the match. And Team Queso ultimately suffered the rest of the match because of it.
They definitely did. They suffered. Last place, 0 eliminations, followed by Twisted Minds, another roster that has had a very good day. In fact, they started off the day with 11 elims, 3rd place on Aaron Gale. Obviously, we returned there, but I was expecting a little bit more from them returning here. Now, one team, though, that did stay consistent, Hot Jukes, is Furia. Furia, first Miramar, 12 eliminations, second Miramar, a lot less, 5 eliminations, but still a 2nd place. Miramar, they got it on lock.
They got it on lock, and you know what? This is a good time for them to do that because tomorrow is their double points day, right? So they started warming up. All Glory Gaming definitely warmed up as well. I mean, they end up losing a big fight at the end of this, but still, look at that. I mean, we could see some solid points on the board. 7th place position, 11 points. You got to be hyped, but at the end of the day, you got to give the flowers to Alpha7. They finally got a chicken dinner, and, you know, it's about time.
Yeah, it is about time, man. I've been waiting for them to be at the top. That's their first win, I do believe. Yes, it is. So, you know, they've been long missed on that on the top of the podium, but here they are. And now, is this the momentum they needed, right, to kind of start to get the ball rolling a bit more? Team Liquid in 3rd place, though. Nice to see them there as well. X Factor, though, on that 2nd page, Enigma, with 10 total points. You know, they started off relatively okay, right? They managed to get up to the 5 elims before it all fell apart.
Yeah, I think at some point, someone's got to make the call for X Factor. They won that fight early on against 9Z, mostly on the backs of Baton, you know, but someone's got to make the call. Okay, we can't be playing edge anymore. Someone has to make that center play because we saw all 4 players just stuck on a rock on the edge of zone. Not something you want to see after getting eliminations in the match.
All right, so some moving pieces here. Furia, X Factor will move up. Hotchik's first time we see X Factor, I believe, at least in the top 5 for sure in the number 4 spot. If the tournament ended today, they would have earned their spot in PMGC.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they would have. I'm going to tell you right now, though, if they don't do a double-digit chicken dinner, this is the last time we're going to see them in the top 5 all week. Okay? Ooh. I'm not kidding. That's just what's going to happen, right? Because everybody else is going to have their double points day, and they're just going to drop and drop. So if you're X Factor, 30 points for your double points, that sucks, dude. This is a bad day for them. Even Influence Rage, 41 bonus points is not that great, you know? It's solid, but, I mean, with how many other teams are here and their pop-off potential, I mean, I would definitely be worried for sure.
Yeah, you know, Influence Rage, first place on Erangel map number 2 with 12 eliminations. That's a 24-point game. So they get most of their plus double points of, you know, if you calculate that. So that comes from most of their bonus points today. I feel like they could have really took a much bigger lead than they have, but they've done their best. They've done their best, and we still have one more game. Who knows? They can, you know, get that all the way up to 40 or 80 points, I should say, Hotchikes, which would be a great result. You know, it could be if they win the last game. The Vicious, though, they dropped down. They had their time to shine, Enigma, with 2 back-to-back second places, and they just need a little bit more. Finishing the top page for them would be a massive accomplishment given where they started the day.
Yeah, and I mean, that last match, they didn't take the engagement with loops. They let Alpha7 come around the backside and kind of clean them up. They really just kind of played a little bit too passive on that north side. I understand NRG, you know, is on the mountain taking shots at you, but we saw every other team in that position able to move around them. Why couldn't the Vicious be able to do that? That's the question mark. I don't know if the coach has the answers to, but that team's really needing to start getting it done in the last match.
All right, well, that's 5 maps down, 1 more to go. We finished where we started on Erangel. How will it go for Influence Rage? If they could get a massive pop-off game here, their bonus day would be stellar. It's up to them, though, to obviously finish off strong. We'll see if they can do so. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final map of the day, Erangel, coming your way. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day 2. We're on our final map of the day, game number 6. We head into Erangel, which is played 3 times a day, and one team has been highly consistent. 5 out of the 6 times, I should say, over the past 2 days, and that is Influence Rage. This is the final game for their double points day. They need to make the most of it if they want to continue to jump ahead of everybody else, including that of Team Queso, who's just on their heels in 2nd place. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We're bringing our casters for the final time of the day, of course, Hot Jukes and Enigma. We head back into Erangel, right? This is one of the bread and butter maps for a lot of the teams out there, and Hot Jukes, well, it just so happens to be the bread and butter of some of our top consistent teams.
Oh, yes, it is, man. And you know what? One of those consistent teams is Influence Rage, baby. And they have, 41 bonus points so far. If I were them, I'm really hoping for like a double-digit elimination chicken dinner. I mean, of course, you're doing that every single game, but you want, on a double points day, a good double points day is like 60 points, right? That's what I was saying, about 10 points a game. So it's still possible for them to do that here. They want to finish strong and create a big gap, because even if, and honestly, with how they perform so far, if they get that 20-point game, there's still a big chance they're not going to be on top at the end of the week. But it's possible.
Yeah. It is possible, but you can only do the best you could do, right?
That's right.
If they would have played better throughout some of the maps in here, I go back and I look at the performance, more specifically, maybe Miramar. I know that wasn't a good map for them. Sandhawk, obviously. Sandhawk is just a wild map.
Yeah,
you never know
luck.
what you're going to get from that one. But, if they would have played better there, today would have looked a lot better. But again, you can only do so much with the time that you're given, and certain maps just don't work for you. For Influence Rage, Erangel is that map that works for them. Enigma, we go back to map number 1. Remember the chaos of that final zone. 3 teams fighting, right? Open field. It was anybody's game, but it was Team Liquid who got their first win.
Yeah, and I mean, I really thought, honestly, that Team Queso had that in the bag, but it came down to Team Liquid, Cardozan, Ayala just running out in the open and winning those gunfights. That's something where if we get that perspective, we really understand that sort of prestige Team Liquid players have. And yeah, maybe we've forgotten about it a little bit. I certainly know Hot Jukes never gave in faith like me. But for that squad, we're talking, having to have the consistency. Now, obviously, Influence Rage, they won the last Erangel, but I'm with it on Jukes. Yeah, they had a good pop-off day, but the bonus points got to be up more. If you leave it up to chance, the unknown can start eating you away over this whole week, and you're not going to know where you sit until after Sunday.
That's true. That's a valid point. Hot Jukes, game number 1, we saw Team Liquid take their victory, but that was the first time we also saw Influence Rage outside of top 3, but that didn't last very long. We go into map 3 on Erangel today. Influence Rage gets a big victory, winner chicken dinner, with 12 eliminations. They look to follow it up once again, game number 6 with the same result.
That's right. I mean, you got to be like a hockey goalie. You got to always be prepared. Because every other one of these teams is going to be shooting their shots at this point. I mean, we got 3 other squads in Group A that have double points, and they're going to be putting in some work here at the end. And regardless of that, Team Queso's still going to perform. I mean, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
No matter what the situation is, they're putting points up on the board. I am so impressed with this team.
I am too. I do think Team Queso gets 8th place, though, going into this game, and I think they're going to get around 2 eliminations. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go that well for them. I'm trying to look really smart here, bro. Hey.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to see.
You know what? Speaking of looking smart, dude, who's going to do bad in this last game, Taylor?
Ooh, you know what? Gosh. Well, I tell you what. Let me look. I think... Hold on. Why you put me on the spot? I'm trying to think. I can't. Intense Gaming. Intense Gaming's going to do bad. Those boys. Hey,
wow.
I had to go down to the bottom.
Down, Taylor. Kick the water down.
Yeah, hey, and you know what? One of our production folks posted in chat, too. That's who I was trying to think of. I was like, who? Because we haven't talked about him other than day 1, which was yesterday. Short-term memory. But Intense Game, they just have not done a single thing, and I say that lovingly and endearingly. Please, as a team, give us something, baby, because you're representing North
Taylor,
America.
I gotta tell you what.
I
gotta tell you what now. In terms of Intense Gaming, I'm flipping the switch on you. I'm saying they're winning this last game. You gotta give them the bone, okay?
You have no
they
base for
gotta
that.
show signs. Well, it's not like you need faith. Sometimes it's just a gut instinct, Taylor.
Well, that's
and hopefully
faith.
Intense
That's
game
what that
can show up.
is.
Well, it's a different terminology, potato, whatever you want to go with. But I'm going against the grain on what you're throwing out. They're hoping they can show up today, because if not, then I'll join you in the other days of, maybe they're not going to be the best performing.
I've heard potato. Have you ever heard pecan or pecan? See, that's the one.
No one has.
Really
No one says pecan.
No, that's just
no
you.
one says pecan. I've heard pecan. You know.
Yep.
But it's
pecan.
But it's pecan. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real.
Hey,
but you know what? I'm gonna go in the middle.
Hey.
They're gonna do decent.
Go for who else?
They're gonna do decent. Okay.
Who's
right?
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. You're saying that they're gonna lose, right? And Enigma's saying that they're gonna win. I know I'm by myself here, right? But it's up in the middle. They're gonna do okay. I think Intense
Split the
Game is gonna put up. I'm gonna say 8 points. The team that I think that's gonna falter, though, from what I've seen, I think it's gonna be VIP. You know, VIP Esports on their double points day. I think they are dealing with this pressure negatively. You know, so I want to see them do a good solid one here, but I think with what I've seen so far, I think it's gonna be a hard one here for in this last game.
VIP. Today I haven't heard since game number 3, where they got first place with 2 eliminations. Day 1, right? Today they haven't finished top 3 at all. You know, gosh, I was so excited. I know we were all excited about VIP on their double points, because they were, you know, Enigma, they were the biggest surprise of day number 1. Day number 2, they've pretty much been non-existent, and it's sad to see, because they started the day in 4th place. Now, they've dropped all the way down to 8th place, and a large reason why they're still in 8th is because of their day 1 performance.
Yeah, and I mean, also the bonus points, we're talking 12 out of it. Obviously, we've been harping on X Factor and Influence Rage, maybe wanting a bit better performance, but if you're significantly below the bar like this, it's really just showing, hey, you know, maybe the first day was a fluke. Obviously, they had that 10 elimination game after that gimme of a win on Herringale in the middle of the day, but VIP Esports really maybe just getting lost in the sauce. I gotta piggyback on Juke saying, you know, maybe it's just the pressure of double points getting them, because today is a completely different squad from yesterday.
Very different squad, indeed. And again, it's really disappointing to see that, because they just had so much potential. And now you question, moving forward on their double points day, are they going to continue to drop the ball? It's one thing to be the last team or the last group to go for your double points, right, on the final day, but it's another one, final week, you roll in, you're the first team to get bonus points. That is literally the make it or break it for your entire tournament. All your work and culmination comes up for that final bonus points day. Will VIP be able to perform? You could say the same for X Factor, but they've done a heck of a lot better than VIP today. Influence Rage is definitely the top. Intense Game, though, or should be the Vicious was a team that is, they've even done better actually than VIP, despite them being below them. But yeah, I need a little bit more from them going into the final game. This is the last chance, the last dance for them to make it happen in week number 1. We look at page 2, though. A lot of teams still down here that you would expect to be up at the top. Intense Game, though, they're still down there at the bottom. That's just the way it's going to be. Tomorrow, double points day. Maybe they make a big run here, right? But I'm looking at Loops. You know, off of day 1, Hot Jukes, Loops look good in a lot of different time, or a lot of different situations in certain games. Day 2, they've been there, but not really, right? So they're in 12th place. I think for me, as a surprise, they would be one of them.
Yeah, you know what? Loops isn't one of those teams I'm worried about, because they've shown that, you know what, if they get a decent position, they can win those fights. You know, it's just they've been getting stuck in a lot of bad spots. We see the zone shift away from them so hard, and they're just not a team that can just like pull out a miracle run consistently, right? They can win some pretty crazy fights here or there, but usually when you see Loops in trouble, they just kind of get picked apart little by little, right?
Sure.
As opposed to a team like Alpha7, it was just like, oh yeah, this team's gotta lose. Somehow they still put up like 8 points, right?
Right.
So Loops, I'm not worried about. They have tomorrow to still warm up for their big day. But honestly, a team that I think is just getting hot at the end is All Glory Gaming. They had a good, solid game in Miramar here. If they finish strong, I mean, tomorrow is their double points day, and they can pop off.
Yeah, well, 3 out of the 4 teams are on the second page for Group B. So tomorrow needs to be a massive day for them so they can jump up. Only one team on the top page is from Group B. Will tomorrow be their day? We'll have to find out and see. But I'm very excited for Aragon. I really do hope it finishes in the same way that map number 1 ended, because that was one of the best games I have seen in a very, very long time, from not only the final zone, but the utility usage just before that with the amount of smokes, the water plays, right, the rotations. It just, everything was so nicely done from so many rosters on that very map. And it's going to be good. You know, Twisted Minds, again, you know, a team that's looking to go big this time around. They finished off 3rd place, 11 eliminations. You could make the argument that maybe they could have won that game, but I believe they only had 1 player left in that final zone. They survived as long as they possibly could. So I'm excited. Enigma, let's get predictions, man. I think so for you, you're still going intense game. Is that your prediction? Okay.
Gotta stick through it. I gotta shove it to you at some point, Taylor, and today's the day.
All right, you're shoving it to me, baby. All right, Hot Chicks, what about you? Who are you going with?
I am going to go with, why not Twisted Minds? Let's go Twisted Minds. You know what? I think Dadino has been coaching this team to victory. Ratoboy, one of my favorite players. That's a jersey I want. I want one of those Twisted Mind jerseys. I couldn't get one in Saudi, but hopefully they'll have an extra one the next time I see them.
All right, for me, I'm going to go Influence Rage. Keep it consistent. I think they're going to finish off strong. This is their double points day. They've done the best, and they're in first place, and I think they want to maintain that first place position. After all, Team Queso could very well pass them up. I mean, imagine that. If Team Queso, not on their double points day, can still hold on to first place, I mean, that's giving Alpha7 Team Liquid vibes from the spring season. But here it is, game number 6, final game of the day. We're hopping into Arigel. Let's see how the day is going to conclude. Hot Chicks Enigma, take it away.
Let's go. Let's see how this one is gonna end here. Last game of the day for Group A to get some double points. So for those of you guys that missed the podcast, it is Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP Esports, and the Vicious, right? Those are the 4 squads who can double up their points here and now and put themselves in a good position on the leaderboard. So again, there's a lot of teams here that need these points. Those are the 4 that need them the most. Honestly, even Influence Rage, you know, they've done the best so far when it comes to double points days, but they're not done yet. They want a big game here. You can see them taking off in Novo. Team Queso doing the same. We've seen this exact same playing path before. This is actually the same path I think we saw in game 1, right?
Yeah, same thing. Hopefully we maybe won't see the same zone. A lot of teams really don't like that military finish. You and I both, of course, like seeing that, but you know, I was going to pick Influence Rage for this last game until Taylor kind of left out Intense Game, hung out to dry, because that's still one of our NA teams, Jukes. It's only the 2nd day, and I don't want to really kind of give it to them. You know, I don't want to really discount them just yet in the zone, Jukes. It's kind of looking nice. They're the only team on this eastern side.
We haven't seen this circle in a hot minute here, so this is going to make things interesting. Could we get a Kameshki finish? Come on.
Ooh.
Bring it. Bring it. I want to see it. You know, NRG wants it. Let's see who's going to get it, though. Team Liquid, Team Queso, even Influence Rage, they're all going to have a pretty difficult time rotating through this one here, because we could see a lot of squads try to gatekeep this bridge.
Yeah, I think you'd honestly be looking for it, especially to kind of pigeonhole Influence Rage from getting any more points this match. We obviously see 9Z. They're the team in farm. They could potentially hold all 3 of those squads on the south side of zone. But like you said, you were talking about NRG towards that north side, Jukes. It looks like they're actually going to instantly rotate, trying to get centered up, not even looting Stalber, I think. So these squads, you know, they're making those drastic changes, seeing the playing path. And that's something where we see a lot of these teams do it because that's what's needed out of champs. The IGL needs to be able to be fluid and adapt, and military zones, I think, show the best in that, because everyone has to play a different play style. It's so hard to do things textbook that you leave it up to you having to improvise and adapt. And hopefully with this zone, especially this mansion area where it's completely flat terrain, these teams are really able to make their decisions early, or else they might be getting caught out in the open.
Yep, and that is not a place you want to be stuck in for sure. So all those teams that land on that eastern side, they're going to be set up pretty good here for this one. You can see Twisted Minds, even though they're in Milta already, they're trying to find a better spot quickly. So they looted up fast, and they're already on the move. Possibly even to maybe catch some teams on rotation. But let's see what they decide to take. You can see them kind of scouting out Lumberyard here. They got to be very careful. Every single one of these teams has done their homework. They know where everybody drops. So they know no one lands here, but just in case, right? working it slowly, little by little, trying to hear some footsteps, but nothing is there. They are on the move.
Yeah, my big question mark is going to be they're driving straight towards this prison Lipovka area right at X Factor. And X Factor, the last time they had center was Sandhawk today. They had that early drop elimination on that Influence Rage player, but ultimately weren't even together as a squad and got picked apart to a duo in the very first zone. So I'm hoping in this Erangel, they're able to kind of get themselves collected earlier on in the zone, because we're seeing it right now. Twisted Minds just to their west is going to be 9Z, who landed in that farm area. Everyone looking to gun it, and we might actually see some people start stopping in vehicles in the open to take shots.
Yep. Trying to soak up some points right now.
Ooh.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Twisted Minds, man, they're getting into a battle off the rip. Run over onto Rattle Boy. 9Z even up the fight. They get the thirst. Federal with the S12K. Gets the knock. And gonna get that thirst in return. These guys are no mercy right now, especially after Boy got thirsted like that. Let's see what happens though as Federal. That looked like was that a nade? For a second, that was a smoke. That looked a little crazy for a second.
This is the scary thing though, Jigs. I was just talking about X Factor. They actually heard these shots and came in. So Twisted Minds, even though they have essentially 2, if not 3 players down on 9Z, make that 2. They got to worry now about these off angles. And X Factor, when it's early, they're really good about making these early aggression plays. It was just that mid to late game. So if you're Twisted Minds, yeah, you've had a pretty decent performance today, but you might be ending the night off rough.
Here's the question. What do you do though if you're X Factor? Do you push this fight, considering it's your double points day, right? Do you, or do you just wait to see what happens and then try to clean them up?
I think if you're able to analyze the situation and see there's a solo on the south side, maybe you just 3-man send it, because Federal and Yazo, they're not really going to be able to support that much. They got to worry about 9Z taking shots and angles. We see it right there. Aragon almost getting caught out on the balcony. So they're still having to worry about each other. So if you're X Factor, you want to look for that aggression. And right as I say that, of course, they're backing up. So now we're back to this 2v3 fight in the compound. And Twisted Minds, I'm liking their chances for it.
And I know this is that 4 square right next to prison here. This is a lot of people know this place like the back of their hand, and I sure do. And there's so many spots that we could see X Factor push up onto and pressure these teams, but they're not doing it. They're just kind of waiting in the wings, and every single knock elimination, that's 2 points that they're losing here. So I think if I were them, at some point you got to start taking some risks, right?
Yeah, especially the last game. It's not like you got any more bonus points this week. This is it. And for them, you know, they had their 4-man up. You understand the elimination feed's giving you the information, but choosing really to kind of just give in and go for the zone play. So one team, though, that I'm still holding the flag for, Jukes. Intense Gaming, not able to find the shots fully on the Influence Rage, but still holding, in my eyes, a still pretty powerful spot in this zone.
Tense game on the move. We can see Remix taking that lumberyard position. So it looks like that's the place they're going to have to hold down for now. They don't want to push any further. They know they're a little bit late in the game. I think they're very happy with that spot for now. You got a lot of teams still on rotation. This battle's still ringing out between 9Z and Twisted Minds. I am so shocked that X Factor is not trying to third party this.
I mean, they're trying to look. You could see him just on the edge of the map, kind of peeking over, but kind of just fumbling it. Twisted Minds now, I mean, they got the flush out on the solo 9Z player, but Senatexa was able to get revived in the building. So bringing it back to that 2v3 spot. And yeah, I mean, I guess the information, or at least the utility and meds aren't really there, but your Twisted Minds, I think you're wanting to take the aggression in this fight, go for the points, because you've been feeling it more than 9Z. 9Z's below you on the leaderboard. You want to take that initiative, because if you realize X Factor backed up like that, you got to recognize that team's too scared to push you afterwards.
You can see Baton's getting that 45 ammunition. Maybe they were looking to loot up first and then head that way. I hope so. Nah, but I think that they're just playing too scared right now. Yeah. I think that they're one of those teams that's like, hey, you know what? This is our last game. Let's just try to survive. Not deal with any early engagements. And by the way, it is already too late for them to push double, because if they were going to do it, they should have done it like right then and there, because they would have been able to have a fair fight. Now you risk getting, fourth party. So instead, they're going to watch as, wow, Twisted Minds getting a nice knock there. And that is 9Z done for.
Yeah, that smoke, I think, just was worth its weight in gold, really able to block the sightlines, and he didn't even understand while having that shotgun out that Twisted Minds was already pushed up that close on the building. So really free shots, and I'm not sure if you'd seen on your map stream, Jigs, but hopefully we can pull it up right now because that zone shift, Kameshki's in play, baby.
Let's go. Kameshki is a possibility. And look at all these teams on the rotation. Furia and All Glory Gaming moving up north, wrapping ever so slowly. We're seeing a battle already. What is this, NRG? It is NRG going against the Latin Kings, Navy SEALs. Let's see who's going to win this fight. Cardi trying to do some shenanigans out the window. A lot of 1v1s happening, and it looks like NRG is getting the brunt of this. Casper finally gets the knock. Gotta go for the thirst quickly. Gets it.
1v3 now, though. Is he really going to win it? Team Liquid now actually looking to maybe full send. No, it's going to be another squad. I have no idea who that is pulling up, but every single team making this drive-by rotation. It's actually going to be an intense game now during the fight. They get an initial knock in the compound. Ayuya with the molly looking for the secondary knock. They are taking some damage from range, of course, but intense game. I'm liking every second of it, Jukes.
Good third party here, and this is why NRG is faltering. They are just taking fights way too early here. And even if they would have won that fight, they're going to be in the exact same position. We see the Latin Kings Navy SEALs. Intense game, taking full advantage of it, trying to get these thirsts.
Yeah, they don't understand, though, the resets coming out in the shack outside. They're really worried about Influence Rage, giving the shots down. Also seeing at the top there, Inco Gaming at some point getting wiped out. Not sure if we'll have the views of that, but for this fight here in the compound, I really feel bad for Latin Kings because they steamroll that fight onto NRG. But if every team drives by, Intense Gaming will stop. They do get the one knock. No return damage, actually, from Intense Game. So maybe a bit of a misplay. I hear the nade cues come out, trying to get some damage down, but there's no shots coming out of Intense Game.
That was a brutal miss nade right there. Will he get taken out? We're going to see that nade come in. It misses again. Now it finally bounced in. There we go. But Cardi knew that was coming from a mile away. He took off. He's now in the building. Pump shotgun. Ooh, gets peppered in the back. Somehow with the flick headshot. Gets caught, though, from Influence Rage. Wow, from downtown. Influence Rage stealing a point. Make that 2, since it is their double points day. Good start for them. All of our double points teams are still alive. Yes. And putting in some work. Vicious, got 2 eliminations, but they're down to 1. So not the way they wanted to finish off their day.
Oh, no, Jukes. I got to bring it up again. That zone shift.
Oh, wow.
It got a lot worse. Kameshki's not in play, but we're talking 50-50 with the water.
This zone got a whole lot smaller. Teams are going to have to get moving. There's a lot of open terrain here, too. There's plenty of like little hills and divots that can be played. You can see X Factor heading for one very, very quickly here. But they're going to have to be careful because there's going to be a lot of pressure coming from the top of that hill. You can see Bronze-In, the last player up for the Vicious. Spotting Mythic here. Will he take those shots and go for that thirst? He's going to have to. He sees him. He's waiting, but there's a chain link fence there. That's not trustworthy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also Team Liquid being 4 up. You know, I don't
forgot
really
about
see
that.
them getting eliminated too much. It looks like actually one of the players on Team Liquid getting knocked on rotation, trying to catch up to the rest of the squad. But VIP, they're holding this northwestern side of zone, raining down the terror onto AGG. That was one of the squads that performed really well that last Miramar match we saw. And for this team, I mean, this is a squad that's really been struggling today. We had them in that top 8, kind of dropping the ball on their overall. Hopefully they're able to finish strong, but a lot of teams now, it's like you said, the zone got a lot smaller. There's a lot more fighting happening.
Yeah, you can see right now Twisted Minds getting it with Team Queso. Beautiful nade. Oh my gosh. Looking like an absolute heat-seeking missile there. Obscure is going to get absolutely done and dusted. Here comes the rest of Team Queso, looking to pressure this fight. Papi Potro throwing those nades, trying to get that confirmation. Not able to do so. Milos going for the revive. They're trying to get this full reset. What is going to happen? Obscure's toast down there.
Yeah.
The rest of the team, if Team Queso realizes that the Twisted Mind's in that building, they should push it.
look at Team Liquid's position right now. They went all the way to the coastline, barely any ridge to hold, and they are just cleaning house. Furia, though, slammed on a Cardozan, whose solo only gets one. There's a solo left, but I don't think Team Liquid's going to make that drive there. They got to leave them out to dry. Furia making the same play, and looks like Chief, he actually might go
Is that X Factor?
Buggy's still in play.
X Factor's got to leave. Yep, they should get into this fight, and here they go. They do a quick turnaround, though, but they're going to have some good sight lines. Oh, my gosh, the laser from Chief, though, shuts that idea down real quick. The rest of X Factor need to be here. They can't be doing 2-2 splits.
Havlik did get the trade, but he's just a second late on the nade. Wow, both doing good damage. It's about who gets that last bit. Furia was able to clean up on the bunker, only having the one player, so Chief's on the clock. That smoke next to him is going to run out. He's got to win this 1v1 against Havlik with the nade.
Oh, he's getting chunked, though, little by little. Finally, X Factor are realizing what they need to do. The zone has gone to them. They have to finish this fight immediately. Immediately. And it does look like, I think one of their players, they were not able to get him up.
Oh, man.
So, just a reckless loss right there for 2 points. That's terrible.
And look at this. I mean, VIP's making their drive, and now they might take the spot Team Liquid is at. They got to make it back to the compound still. If they're X-Back, there's too many squats coming in, and everyone's gunning either for the water. Look at this. They gave up the compound. Now they're struggling against AGG. The pre-fire is nice, but the nade, they actually get 2 off the rip, making it a 2v2 fight at the compound. Third-party shots coming in. FSS trying to get the nade finds, but it's so hard. It's so difficult to really get the right sound cues. The shots come in. They're pushing in. 1v1 situation. Wins it. There's one player left alive for X Factor. VIP, though, they're the ones taking the shots, Jukes. They don't drive in for the third party.
Unreal. What a missed opportunity. That's a good position and a lot of points they're giving up. Intense game. See you later. They are done and dusted. Alpha7 taking those points to the bank. That's how it's done right there, folks. Zone is a tough one. So much open terrain. There are very few teams left alive, and this is only stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twisted Minds has, what, 1-2 players up. They had to give up that coastline to Team Queso. Intense game, had to drive into a shack like we saw, and they essentially, I think they got 3-man naded from Revo. So really unfortunate stuff to see on Erangel yet again. And the zone, it still has time to close. We're seeing 4, 5, 6 teams still on the south side battling for, what is this, a sniper tower, a cliffside? Not something you're wanting.
Not at all. Yeah, Twisted Minds are just stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to deal the best with what they got. Luke's is going to start pushing onto him. Here comes Dino. Free firing with the DBS. May even try to go for that reload. Never mind. Throws the nade in. Waits for them to come on out. He said, jump on out here. Bop. Never mind. The nade goes on the other side of that crate. And now Luke is in trouble. Twisted Minds making some plays.
Yeah, that's ice in the veins, hiding behind the nade. And look at this. Venom, he's trying to salvage it, but losing 2 players is not what you want. DBS as well is coming in, but Influence Rage, it's not just that fight. The nades are on point. Team Queso, they had this building, the cliffside, and now they're down to a solo 1v1 situation, actually. And, oh, that could be a big nade. Is he going to hit, though? Bang!
Oh, it does some chain. It does a little bit of chunk. Let's see if he's able to hit this one. Lauren's in one more time. Can he hit the nade? It does more damage, but I think that got him away from the res.
Yeah. Well, Poppy, he could still maybe do that. I think that's his first knock.
Poppy Mother's like,
so
touch
he's not going to bleed
Come
out
on.
so fast. Oh,
no,
go to him!
Oh my gosh. He has to hold on. Yep, and he's going to get it. He's going to get this revive. Wow, what a crazy turn of events. Next zone about to pop. Will they go to the water? Come on, full water circle? We haven't seen it in such a long time. That would be a miracle. Nope, it's going to land. Yep, and it does. Alpha7 are going to have a good spot in this circle. X Factor still alive, and VIP super quiet, right? They're playing it ultra passive right now. When are they going to start turning on the aggression? They have the numbers. They got to utilize them.
Yeah, I mean, and they're opting to go to the coastline, too. Not even take the fight with X Factor, pick up those 2 eliminations. They'll go for the 1 on Furia. And, I mean, you can't blame Influence Rage. He's a solo there. Team Queso has the utility compared to Laurence and being able to get the resets. But if you're Alpha7, even Loops, you know, that are on this western side, you should have maybe looked for some of these angles. It's just all these teams having to make these horrendous hard shift rotations. All these teams lost players other than Alpha7.
Well, let's see if VIP made the right decision. They challenged Furia for the spot, and they do get that elimination. So now they are in a good, solid area. They got a nice lockdown with those vehicles. Plenty of coverage. Can they hold it down? The team that's been playing it so passive. Are they going to finally start getting active?
They got one elimination. I like Jose's kind of holding this back angle, but I want to see them completely fanned out on this coastline. They're giving way too much room on this coastline with Team Queso, with Influence Rage still having to battle for the top side of the hill. And even then, you know, we have X Factor trying to maybe even go for a backstab play here. The real focus, though, is going to be the south side. Ronzen's going to have to drive it in.
Yes, he is, and he does not want to, but he's got no choice. Let's see where he decides to go. The miracle drive. Very few players make it out alive in this kind of zone. Let's see where he goes. No way. Right towards VIP.
Oh.
No, water.
The water.
It's safe in the water, baby. There we go. He's going swimming, and that's going to work out for now.
I'm surprised. This is the first player we saw going into the water with the vehicle. We used to see that so much last split, and we even had a milli zone last game. No one driving in for the swim placement play. Everyone going for those fights. And Team Queso, you know, maybe they saw him, but they got to deal with getting down the hill. They have vehicles, of course, but if you're kind of right in this little nook and cranny, all it takes is one frag grenade, someone to be able to get up close and personal. Loops as well, having to deal with Team Queso. Milo, I understand the idea here, but I'd honestly be waiting for that next zone shift.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's just getting some intel right now with that buggy, circling around, just deciding, should I take the glider? JK. He is driving around, figuring out where he's going to go. The zone, 38 seconds from popping. And the circles, Big Milo will do. Uh-oh, don't want to lose a tire here.
Ooh.
Yeah, you got to protect that vehicle for this rotation. That nade.
Like,
oh my God,
wow.
what a bounce.
Yeah, he missed it, but it works out.
Yep. And now the play is simple. Push down to Loops, clear out this tower, put some more points on the board. Man, dude, Team Queso have been just unbelievably consistent.
Yeah, and this is as a three-man. Wow, I thought that nade was going to do it to him.
So
but
close.
They're still getting it done. Obviously, they have just the buggy, but you could put two players on that. Go for it. We hear the mollies come in, and we still don't see any too much aggression. Oh, oh man.
Finding a single Cunha all by himself. The only player for VIP. Oh, what a shot though from Loops. Oh, he tried to go for the thirst, and he got caught. Rafina's so close to that Molotov. This nade can be dangerous, though. He's going to bounce it off the window. Oh, it goes inside! Misplay. The nerves.
It's getting to him.
The bank, is it open?
Again?
No, it is not. And unfortunately, Rafina finished his own teammate right there. The zone goes away from him. He's done and dusted. He knows it. But can he get at least another elimination? Let's see.
Milos.
What is Cunha doing up here? What is he doing?
He drove all the way up. He came from that bunker.
What is VIP doing here?
I don't mind it, but you got to go for the fights, and they kind of just giving the positioning away. Loops now somehow winning that fight 2v3 against Team Queso. They're trying to scramble back in, and imagine if VIP, oh man, Ronzen, he's got the boat. He could shoot from the boat, Jukes, and get a knock here.
He sure can. Is he going to do it, though? He wants to wait to the last second. He's going to have to do it. He's going to do it. I guarantee you he will. It's double points day. He's going to go for the knock, but he just wants to make sure he can get that thirst. Or possibly give them false hope completely and run out on the open? That would be wild. Meanwhile, Myth is fighting Alpha7 all by himself.
Oof.
That's not one team you want to solo versus squad. See what happens
here. The nice thing is they've got this fan from VIP Esports holding the hillside and stuff back, so he's kind of able to play forward, but all it takes is one of those frags to connect. He moves down to kind of have Alpha7 waste utility, but we still have also X Factor on the north. They've been really quiet, allowing VIP Esports maybe to overextend here on the southern side of zone, and this is only stage 6. we only have 10 heads left alive here.
There's plenty of zone left. Do not use all your utility. You got no reason to be throwing them like that. Oof. That bounced, I think, off the buggy. That was too close. Cunha has been going all over the place here. It is anybody's game. Last player up from Influence Rage. 2 up for X Factor. But right now, it's VIP versus Alpha7. Let's see, where are they going to go? VIP, been very, very quiet here. 2 eliminations. Strap on the other side. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. Lorenzen, what is he doing? Yeah. He's giving them a lot of false hope. They're not even looking behind them. They think this is completely cleared out.
He's guaranteed 1, at least on Strap. I don't know if he'll get... Yep. I don't know if he'll go for the third. Goes for the double up. But...
wow. I thought he was going to make it to the rock first. Instead, goes for the shots, cripples VIP. And a nade from Alpha7. Oh, Jose, you have to hit these shots. You got to stop them here. Otherwise, your team is toast.
Yeah, you got to be the saving grace. They're in the open right now, but you got to connect with that 6x M4. Strap getting thirsted. He was the one griefed out, but the nade finally connects. Myth did not waste all the utility. Revo forced to come back and play with the squad, and I could see him maybe full sending it in, take the 1v1, because if you allow VIP to get this reset, it might as well be a disaster for Alpha7. They were given that window of time, Jukes, from Influence Rage. You cannot let that go to waste.
Yeah, by the way, our previous MVP, Revo, look at that, 5 eliminations so far. Finally starting to ramp things up here. That's 6 in total. Alpha7 looking to finish the day off strong. VIP and X Factor, both double points teams. They're going to get some good ones here. And look at that. Revo getting on the back of the buggy to get a little bit more sight lines. And he's throwing nades, not giving away his position. Can he get a nade on Acuna here? Let's see. Nope, doesn't go for it.
Buggy. He's looking for the other player. I don't think they know Cunha's still there. Maybe they read it, but the zone shifted south, and we still haven't heard a peep from X Factor on the north. When are they going to get active in this zone?
I think they're happy to get these placement points right now. This is double points, so they're going to absorb as many as they can. But yeah, now they're starting to move up. They got yeah, that crate might be their only saving grace.
Yeah, I mean, we had what, 2 squad fights at that compound. I'm really surprised he's running it in the open for Havlik.
He doesn't want to give away his position with the smoke. Yeah, he's waiting for that fight. Now he should run. He should run now that all their attention's on each other. Let's see what he does.
Revo, first knocked. He's the one with 5 on the squad out of 6. Mafioso trying to get a bit of spacing, not get doubled up with the frag. And X Factor now, they're actually sending it up top, but this might be a bit of an oversight. Havlik gets knocked, not finding the shots, actually steals that point away.
Nice.
Nice pickup. That's double for him. This is what you're wanting to see. A little bit of a drive-by. Too much by FSS. They have 7 elims total, and we're actually applying pressure to both squads, Jukes. You're not wanting to go down just yet. It's still everyone's game. Mafioso getting knocked. That goes Alpha7. 6 elims to their name, leaving it to a 2v3, but he's stuck out in the open, Jukes. No vehicle. It's just FSS that has it, and he's forced, honestly, to take a 1v1. Stage 7 coming into stage 8. You gotta work as a duo.
What a crazy game. Both teams in their double points day are going to finish off strong. They're going to soak up quite a bit of them. X Factor versus VIP in a 3v2 situation. Either one of these X Factor teams get knocked, they get knocked, it's over for them. So they got to stay alive, make some plays. This is what I was saying. You want to hold on to that utility. Ooh. I think they're throwing it even a little bit too early. You don't want to throw out every nade you got just yet. The zone's going to close, then you throw them out.
Yeah, I think it shifts just enough. Someone, whether it's Cunha or whoever's up top, Myth, has got to give that call out. Hey, save the utility. Even though the zone's only closing a small amount, it's enough for FSS to be out in the open. Havlik as well. He's got to get off this tree, man. I mean, 10 meters, that's a tall order.
11 nades? 11 nades? There's no way VIP should lose this. Just wait your time. Pre-fire, keep them back, maybe throw some offensive smokes onto them, and then just nade them to victory. It should be an easy victory for VIP.
I mean, I'd honestly be looking to share the wealth with your team.
Share the
maybe
wealth.
Drop 3 or 4 because you're wanting to throw them at different times. Make them start moving, because if it's just one player throwing it, it's only going to be a matter of time for each. But Havlik, his sights are turned towards them. He gets some shots now. Myth, actually, he's in the open. FSS doesn't get the knock, though. it's still anyone's game. And Myth, he's got to make the dash. He's in the open. You got to get the shots.
Got him!
2v2 Jukes. And we're still anyone's game, but the nades, they got to come into play at some point. Who's going to connect it?
Throw them all. At this point now, here come the nades. There's one. Here comes Havlik with the off angle. Gets the knock on Acuna. X Factor looking to steal this one away from VIP Esports. It's a 1v2.
I mean, he's got the play right now. He's got the nades, but not able to stand up. Havlik finding the perfect moment. And look at this. He's going for his utility now. I think he had 3 in his bag, but you got to stand up. And if they have the high ground, 1 HP, it's X Factor. Yeah, the nades, you hear him dropping. It's only a matter of time. Might maybe get the first aid off, but I think the zone's going to get him.
Oh,
gets it off.
You got to stand up. They know where he's at. Yep, Havlik taking the shots. Gets the win. X Factor stealing away from VIP Esports, winning a clutch game here right at the end on their double points day. You can see like that sigh of relief.
I think everyone's doing that. Baton wasn't even one of the last 2 alive. Havlik, I think the big key factor in that squad, because FSS, we saw him, 11 frags getting thrown at him. He stands up from the hillside and just starts raining terror onto the other squad, allowing him to make that rotation in. And Taylor, I mean, a 2v3 is not something we like seeing too often.
No, not at all. You know, it's so sickening. I swear to you, I was feeling X Factor going into this game, and I should have predicted them. I swear. You know, it just, I swear, I felt like they were just going to have a good game, and they did. I mean, Hot Jukes, you want to talk about a perfect ending to your double points, not only for VIP, right? Second place, picking up 4 Elans, but X Factor picking up one of the biggest games of the night for themselves with 11 total eliminations. I mean, come on, that is the perfect ending to what was already an incredible day. Both Erangels at the start and at the finish did not disappoint in the final fights.
Absolutely. I'm so glad I got my prediction right, too. I was like, you know what, out of all the teams that are going to do good, it's going to be VIP. And they did, right? Because they had a bad day today. And then suddenly towards the end, just bam, right? Second place finish. But you got to give it to X Factor. I mean, they won that game. That is how you do it.
No, it's huge. I mean, come on, 11 eliminations. And just to kind of harp on that a little bit more, that final zone, the final 2 teams fighting it out, Enigma, do we see a triple res on both rosters?
I mean, maybe in some instances, but it's really just that idea of like, I can't stress enough. Havlik waited for the perfect opportunity, and FSS, in my eyes, was dead to rights. Those nades I was figuring would connect at some point, but he stands up over the ridge. He's the one that was getting focused and wins the trade, but I mean, it was complete mayhem in that zone 3, 4, 5, solely because of these zone shifts. And I mean, even here with intense game, they were feeling the brunt of it.
Feeling indeed, man. And Havlik, the newcomer to this roster, joining what was once in Hyper, is looking incredibly strong. We question Starlight. He's missing. How does this roster do? Well, Havlik has just absolutely filled those shoes, and even more so, he picks up 8 eliminations for himself in game number 1. And then, in game number 1, I believe he didn't do all that well. But in game number 6, he picks up 8 eliminations, which is huge. Because I think he got 8 either earlier today or yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So he had a massive day, Hot Jukes. Havlik, looking great. He is truly the X Factor.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he clutched up a win and literally stole it away from VIP. VIP are a team that I think they got a lot of learning to do. It's either that or they just need confidence, because they have shown that they can play strategically, right? They can play passive. They can put themselves in right positions. But I don't know. Maybe it's their confidence. When it comes to team fights, they seem to lack big time, right? They don't realize they have the numbers advantage, and they don't utilize it to their advantage. Instead, they just let a team like X Factor pass them up and take the victory away from them. And wow, what a difference.
Yeah, what a difference indeed, man. 42 points. They have dug themselves from 12th place all the way up to where they're going to stand when we look at the standings. I mean, 42 points to cap off the day is absolutely perfect. And that is, or should very well be, our top leading team from Group A for the double points day. X Factor, very well done. And representing North America, everybody, okay? Can we get some cheers on the desk? Because finally, North America is looking strong, and in fact, way stronger than they were in the last season, in spring season. So I am incredibly proud of that. We look at the second page. NRG today, I really wanted them to come out like they did in day number 1. They didn't, unfortunately. They had some glimpses of, okay, they're here, but they never truly got into that final 3 outside of map number 3 on Aragao, where they did get 3rd place. They get 3 eliminations, but Enigma, aside from that, they really didn't show too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the bottom 8, which is what I think they'll be sitting at for the overall, they have some of the most elimination points. But coming into it, wait a second. X Factor was what at the start of the day? 12, 13, all the way up to 2nd place.
Yeah, dude, that is, Hot Chooks, you want to talk about a run, baby. That 10 places in one day, we take that to the bank.
All day long. And you know what? I mean, it's good to see them be able to put themselves in that position, because the rest of these teams, they're going to get their double points day. So the leaderboard's definitely going to shake up for sure. But X Factor gets to breathe a sigh of relief. You know, they're not going to drop down to last place like we may see, one particular double points team that's on the 2nd page here, But X Factor, at the end of the day, if they could continue to play like the way they played here,
right?
We could definitely continue to see them here on the top.
Yeah, Group A looks scary. They do, right? You've got 2 teams out of the 4 who performed incredibly well. Influence Rage, X Factor, both up there in 1st and 2nd place. VIP Esports, even still, I wanted more from them today. I really did, but they cleaned up their act on the final game, so I give them credit where credit is due. They at least finished in 5th place. Now, where will they stand after Sunday? I don't know. The other double points teams might eat them up, but for Influence Rage, X Factor, Team Queso, they're looking great in that top 3 position. Now, the Vicious, what do we say about them, Enigma? They had some great games today. They had 2 back-to-back 2nd places on Erangel and Sandhawks map 3 and 4. But aside from that, kind of non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, the placement is more so just the bonus points is coming from that. They didn't really get too many high elimination games like the last 2 squads we were just noting, X Factor and Influence Rage. Obviously, they were happy to salvage 1 or 2 games, but we're talking 120 matches you're playing. We've only played 12. And having your bonus points day already done so early in this first week, it leaves you up to the last 3 days essentially of, man, we've really got to have a pop-off performance or else we're going to be at the bottom already after week 1.
He was one of the top leaders, Havlik, so I'm calculating the scores. He's currently at 9, leading into game number 5. After game 5, he had 8. Like 13, 14, and then you go into the 5. So this guy literally got 20 plus eliminations today alone for X Factor. Again, that X Factor, the question, how well would he play for this roster? 20 plus elims. We highlighted at the start of the day our week 1 MVP, or at least, day 1 MVP, and that was Kogo with a total of 18, and Havlik. Hot Chooks has just absolutely blown that out of the water with I think he's at 24 or 25.
8 eliminations in that last game, and so many of them were clutch X Factor eliminations. You know what I'm saying? So to be able to do that is crazy at this stage. It's got to be such a huge relief for this team. They should definitely hold their heads up high. Still a lot of work to do, though, on their off days. They got to be able to make it happen when it's not double points.
That's it. When it's not double points, that's when the true work starts. What a day it was, man. Erangel did not disappoint. And by the way, it didn't even say it, but you guys said it during your cast, and well said. That was the fastest Erangel we have seen in quite some time. We're talking, 10 players left in Zone 6. Yeah. Everybody was just going at each other's throats, and I think a large reason for that was the zone. The zone was just awkward, where it ended up landing, northeast, close to the water. Teams had to rotate up. They were just fighting each other, running into each other. It was definitely nasty for some of the rosters. But for X Factor, hey, they absolutely tore it up. Well done today on the cast for the both of you. And today was a great day as a whole, as typically is, right, when it comes to PMSL Americas. Right. Enigma, what's your final words before we get out of here?
Group A was not too much of a disappointment. Of course, Influence Rage had that pop-off game, and then X Factor coming in at the end. But, there's other groups over the next 4 days having to play, 3 days. So tomorrow I'm looking at Group B, and I'm really wanting to see hopefully a better performance out of them, because everyone knows that we want to see that leaderboard nice and tight going into that last first week. So I'm hoping they're able to show up and show out going into tomorrow.
That's right. Group B, Furia, AGG, All Glory Gaming, Latin Kings, Navy SEALs, an intense game. All four of those could do very well. Furia, though, I'm looking at them to be the front runners in that group tomorrow. Hot Jukes, always great to work with you, man. Love the glasses all night. Your energy is always incredible. What's your final words before we get out of here?
B is for better?
Maybe. Maybe.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. What a day it was. Thank you all for joining us. If you haven't hit that sub button, make sure you do so. Also, follow us on our socials. Use that hashtag at the bottom left, PMSL Americas. Get involved in the conversation. Let us know how you think the last 2 days have gone and how you think the rest of the tournament is going to go. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, Enigma, production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. We'll be back tomorrow, same starting time, 5 Eastern. We would love to have you.
Big point.
I mean,
He runs out
though.
wide into the open. He's ready for it. Gets a nice beam. He's still moving and shaking. He's looking to take Team Queso out all by himself. The pressure looking too strong from Cardoso.
Yeah,
and he's down.
He's still got 2 teammates, though, Jukes. They're all running in the open, taking these fights. Milos, though, finding Ayala at 1 HP, and it's a 1v1! Team Liquid coming out on top, Jukes.
The only thing that can take him out is a Winchester.
Yeah, they needed it. Rattleboy, though, he does find one. Maybe goes for the first, at least 1 point, but doesn't find it. Furia now having to deal with just the last player. Gazal did have 8 eliminations this last match, but it doesn't matter, Jukes. Furia, clean wipe, getting the winner chicken dinner on Miramar. The Vicious, Bruno's in. He somehow weaseled his way into a top 2. Great stuff for the team struggling on bonus points today. And yeah, I mean, give it to the zone. Oh, he almost saw him. I don't think so.
They got him! They found him! Wow! Here we go. It's the Vicious on their double points day versus Team Queso, who has had one heck of a tournament so far. 9 eliminations. These guys have been so consistent. Can they take out the Vicious, though? Demeanor on the other side. He's going to give up his back to Big Milo. I don't think they realize he's there. And that is Team Queso gonna win the game.
Grabbing Furia, take the fight to the soul of Team Liquid. Actually, honestly, might lose this 1v2. And with Alpha7 taking the shots. Nice win for Furia, but 1v4 spot. Yup, the jump shot. Alpha7, you gotta stand up. And if they have the high ground, 1 HP. It's X Factor. Yeah, the nades, you hear him dropping. It's only a matter of time. Might maybe get the first nade off, but I think the zone's gonna get him.
Oh,
gets it
you
off.
gotta stand up. They know where he's at. Yep, Havlik taking the shots. Gets the win. X Factor steal it away from VIP.